And don't even think about trying to take it. But I don't have any coin on me. You want it? Come and get it. We do this my way. Something for something. All right. I'll give you a bit more. You'll live to regret it. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for Adela. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for that girl. Oh, beg your pardon. I'll be off. We can go right now. Come on then. You're doing the right thing. You'll see. Are you all right? Should we go? Just a scratch or two. Those idiots didn't know who they were taking on. Oh, they hacked me up a bit. But I'm still on my feet. That's enough. I'm fine. I lost them in the woods. Let's go then. I just need a little time to get myself into better shape. Here we are. Give it a while and you'll be happy here. Believe me, I'm sure you will. Johanka will take care of you. She's very good at that. One last time. Why not? You don't have to thank me. And you certainly don't have to offer your body to anyone. Anyone at all. I do. And now you try and send me right into your bandit crony's camp to get my throat cut. Or would you murder me yourself while I sleep, like you did him? The thing is, frankly, I don't believe a word you've said. I reckon you killed him yourself, and you spun some nonsensical yarn to put me off the scent. I'll help you. I'll have to go there to look for the necklace anyway, and this seems as good a way as any. I'll bear that in mind. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. They'd see right through me and kill me. Then God be with you, Sir Anselm. From the dice, from the boots. They had to be Sir Alphonse's. Basically, the killer confessed to me. From the necklace. I found out from the others. It's been a pleasure, Sir Anselm. Godspeed. What will you do now? Why? I thought you didn't want to stay too close to Sasau for long. Indeed. How could I forget all you've done for me? Well, at least I'll know where to find you. Have you got charcoal for sale? For the Pribyslavitz blacksmith? No, the new one. The village has been renewed. So, will you sell me some? At least 5 bags a week. What? You have no charcoal? Have you still got charcoal? I'd still like to buy some. Besides, we'll need to clear the woods even more to expand in the future. Have a word with the merchant. He'll arrange to have the timber hauled away and sold. True. It is piling up. The thing is, we've no plans to build anything big just now. You have my permission for that. Don't worry, you'll have work enough. We'll sell the timber. How's it going, fellas? I'd like to buy livestock for Pribyslavitz. Why ever not? Well, it needs to be enough to keep everyone in Pribyslavitz fed. But that's a sin. My conscience is clear where your stomach is concerned. Disturbing a grave is a grave sin. Why this particular grave? I'll need a spade then. And what am I to do with the remains? Great. And how do we spread the word of this revenant? I'll have nothing to do with it. Give the job to someone with no human decency. Well, if that's how it is, we could open old wounds. That could easily set people against us. Again. And what am I to tell this gossip? Where does this woman live? And that's all? So, dig up the grave, talk to the gossip. I might have known any task for Capon would turn into some insane escapade. Grave robbing? Jesus. Why's that? What's wrong with that? It's the Christian thing to do, but they need food. What, you'd miss out on a trade like that? All right, forget it then. Well, he was absolutely right. You haven't lifted a finger here yet, except to pour ale down your throats. You're not going to go around beating people here, whether they ask for it or not. What can I say? You're my oldest mates. I'll turn a blind eye just this once. Everyone in this village is working their fingers to the bone except you pair of drunkards. Enough. Either you put your shoulder to the wheel like everyone else, or you'll be out on your ears, mates or no mates. You bet I would. Start doing your part, or go and find somewhere else to live. I've had just about enough of you two and your endless troublemaking. Pack up your stuff and get the hell out of my village. Yes, and that's how I know you'll never be any use to anyone. Be gone by evening. Ah, well, since it's you, I'll let it go this time. But this is the very last time, got it? That ought to make up for past wrongs. Supplying livestock for the whole village, exclusive rights just for you. I'm sure you wouldn't mind paying lower taxes. Look here, Sir Divish will certainly appreciate it if you help to support his new village. I know, but Sir Hanish, he listens to what I say. If I were to put in a good word, I'm here about that livestock for Pribyslavitz. But when we talked last time, I've got a merchant to handle it. Actually, I haven't sorted that out yet. Deal. No, I reckon I'll leave it. What's this about stealing a cow? Tell me more about your daughter. What about this son of yours? I've heard enough to know how things really stand. A bargain is a bargain, whatever unforeseen may happen. The cow belongs to Lumir. The girl ran off, so there's no question of compensation for lost honour. The cow is Ruch's, the one beyond the village alongside the road to Sasau. Just by the river, on the pine headland. No one wanted to work with him or what? And what about that empty grave? Whose grave is it? How come it's not in hallowed ground anyway? Only unrepentant sinners are buried like that. Usually. Oh, it's dug up all right. freshly, and empty. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Well, I can understand that. It's always better to work for yourself than break your back for someone else. Well, only then you've no one to blame but yourself if you end up alone. Well, thieving is wrong. Well, I can understand him. To watch your family suffer like that. What could he do when they were going hungry? And I suppose he was harshly punished for it. So justice was done then? Well, he got off lightly enough then. And did he get caught? The butcher caught up with him. I'm sorry to hear that. But at least he knew they were gone to a better place. God have mercy on their souls. Nothing could have been done to save them. The Lord moves in mysterious ways. But how did he end up? I've got a merchant to take care of supplies. Actually, I don't. All right, I'll take care of that and come back to you. I'd like to buy charcoal from you. What? Look, I'm sorry about... Have you still got charcoal for sale? I'll take it. Nah, that's too much. Sorry, good wife. Let's leave it be. Come now, good wife. You can't leave the story unfinished. Look here, it's like I say. Sir Divish put me in charge of renewing the village. And I've got stables there. Yes. Well, no, not yet. Well, not just yet. But I'm planning to build one. You know, I'm planning to build a tavern, too. Hey, I've got this thing going in Pribyslavitz, and there's plenty of problems, and, well, I could use a helping hand. I could use some help in Pribyslavitz. I'm in charge of renewing the village, and they tell me you can read, write, and do sums. He can really dismiss me from the bailiff's office. All right, I'll bear that in mind. Thanks. Oh? How's that? Really? What? Water turned to blood? You're having me on, right? But that's impossible. How could that happen? And what about your other services? Are you still doing business? Nothing then. Where did this revenant come from? Yeah, I heard of him. What does he want to avenge? The death of his wife? His death? Why? I heard what happened before, but I don't know how he ended up. Why blood in the baths? Of course. Here you are. Poof. That's a bit rich from my purse. I don't have anyone at the moment. I've got a merchant to take care of it. Do people come and go much here? Why did you choose this place to hide out? I see. But why come here? Did anyone turn up here with a horse they didn't have before? So I see no reason to change the conditions now. Well, as you said yourself, it's just a continuation of your work for Sir Divish. But I do need your help. How about this much? I can't afford that much. At least not now, right at the start. Are you sure it's quite safe? Don't let appearances deceive you, bailiff. I'm not a man to be fooled with. Well, it doesn't have to come to bloodshed, does it? Sometimes a well-chosen word is mightier than the sword. Don't worry, Master Bailiff. I'll be the very soul of discretion. You bet I can. It wouldn't be wise to fool with me. But that doesn't mean I have to solve everything with brute force. I'd rather parley. Well, let's play then. Let him keep it. I've no time for playing now. Who are these people? What are they doing here? Are they armed? Where can I find them? That's all I need to know. I'll get going. Oh, since you put it like that, how could I refuse? I wouldn't pay much attention to idle talk, Master Bailiff. You don't? No, me neither. And what about me? Vexing indeed. Is that right? How did that happen? That is quite an entertaining anecdote. You must tell me all about it some other time. I'm supposed to get you to leave. Someone hereabouts dug up a grave, and the bailiff reckons you lot are mixed up in it. Don't play the innocent lamb with me. You know what I think? Well, maybe you ought to. About those itinerants, there's another thing I'd like to ask you. Maybe I could help you out with them. Never mind. Are you still interested in that job in Pribyslavitz? I need a helping hand. I'm the bailiff of Pribyslavitz now, and... Hey, what do you say to move into Pribyslavitz? I'm in charge there now, and I could find some job for you. You could help with the building work. We've got a tavern too. Well, we'll be building a tavern too. Soon. No doubt I'll regret it, but I'll take you. Not a chance. I know you too well. It'd be all boozing and no work. Because the bailiff wants me to get you out of here, and he doesn't much care what state you'll be in. Because otherwise you'll be accused of witchcraft. And the penalty for that is burning at the stake. Because I'm someone you should pay attention to. Because I'll pay you. A bit of fire would be good, since the dead man was a charcoal burner. Some flames flickering in the night, that would scare them. How do you know that? I see. Well, that should scare them out of their wits then. Because I can offer you a job. Perish the thought. No, it's something more suited to your, talents. I need someone to frighten people a little. The Ledechko villagers. Aye, but not quite enough to suit me. Because you're asking for it. Ah, fuck you. I won't waste my time on you. And who's going to tell him? You lot won't be talking to anyone again. Right. If it's action you want, well, I believe you. But the folk round here are keen to pin the blame on someone. Very wise. Well, try telling them that, if you think they'll believe a band of good-for-nothings. And who do you think will take your side? No, not yet. Huh? Well, the fact that I'm Sir Radzig Cobbler's man might. Is it too late for apologies? Wait, steady on. Fellas, how about a nice bit of coin? Yeah, I'd like to see you try, you fuckers. Not just yet, but we're working on it. All right. This amount ought to correspond to your work. God be with you. What's the trouble? What's she done to you? What's wrong with that? I'm not going to waste my time on such nonsense. What do you mean? It's a swindle. Well, I suppose she did something to you, otherwise you wouldn't be here. What kind of ointments and potions are you talking about? Spells and witchcraft? That's a very serious accusation. Are you serious? I don't think there's anything untoward going on here. Folk will always turn to quacks and herbalists for remedies. As long as they're hurting no one, leave them to it. There'll be no burning. Expulsion is enough. I'm not going to waste another minute on you. I reckon the only thing that's going on here is that you're a nasty, envious creature who condemn her own neighbour over a few eggs. I didn't have the church rebuilt here to have witchcraft going on in its shadow. I'll expel her. How do you know about it? Have you tried something from her yourself? So it's not witch's brew she's selling, just ordinary herbs. How much do you want? I'll put in a good word for you with the bailiff, and he'll leave you be. You know what? Just forget it. Well, I could tell him I saw someone else near the grave. Humans, maybe? Just make sure no one sees you. We're planning to build an armourer's shop in Pribyslavitz, and we need a master armoursmith for it. I dealt with them. They won't bother you anymore. But you're not going to believe this, but they're all dead. Oh no, it wasn't me. They were already dead when I got there. I'm afraid I didn't help you much. I talked to those itinerants, and I'm sure they're not mixed up in it. What, those lazy beggars? Digging up a grave is too much like work for them. There was no avoiding it. I'm sorry, but they just wouldn't listen to reason. And why would I? I just persuaded them to leave. That's what you wanted, right? That's all right, Master Bailiff. I didn't do it for money. Thanks, Bailiff. We're planning to build an armoursmith's shop there. We just finished building the armoursmith's workshop, and I need a skilled craftsman there. But you'll have a brand new workshop. Just as soon as we have it built. I'll do that. Nothing too terrible, I hope. Let me guess. Some of our fold are putting game on their tables from our woods, and I have to deal with them. So what are my options? We'll turn a blind eye. The people here are poor, and a bit of game on their tables keeps the wolf from the door. We'll confiscate the poached game and put the fear of God into the culprit so they don't do it again. No point in carrying it any higher. We should keep our own affairs in order. My ruling stands. Arrest and punish them. We'll have all the poachers arrested and handed over to the castle for punishment. All right. Tomorrow, then. The gossip woman. I don't know what to say. That's, How do I choose what to build where? Well, you can stay here, but I can't pay you for timber I don't need. But I can't support you. Try getting work with the charcoal burners. Well, I'm not going to throw you out. You never know when there'll be a need to build something. Keep working, and stockpile the timber for later. Locked up? For what? Where's your hanker? And do you believe him? What are they afraid of? Is that so? I wonder why. Poor lad. He must have been scared out of his wits. What about the other one? Why? It's been an interesting chat. Thanks, good wife. About that trial, I went to Ujits, like you asked. What did Bishop Yaroslav ask you about? I'd say he wasn't too happy about that. We can flee. I'll lure the guard away, pick the lock, and we'll vanish into the woods. Tonight, we'll run far from here, where no one knows you, and you can start a new life. Johanka, I really don't think this is going to end well for you. But there's another option. I don't know you. What's the trouble? You come to join him. Welcome. Does he? And, is it? Take him away? Why? I've decided. Raspberry stays. There's no proof it's his child. Well, supposing I give you a handsome dowry. That way you'll get yourself a better husband than a common woodcutter. It's your own private affair, and I won't get involved. Raspberry can leave if he wants, but it's his choice. So what's to stop you from staying here? Are you married? I've decided what to build. There's work to be done. Marius, there's work to be done. No. I shall be glad to deal with our business right away, but I'd rather tell you the latest news later. If you wouldn't mind, I would rather postpone our talks until later. The journey has left me somewhat, indispensed with. I must apologise, Sir Erhard. I'm quite besotted by your splendid dice tournament, and I can't think of anything else. I fear I'll be of no use to you until it's finished. Yes, essentially. We need to divert attention elsewhere, closer to Prague. I beg your pardon, a slip of the tongue. I meant to say to Slany. Excuse me. Actually, I meant to say to Benishov, to Pilgrims. Sir Divish, I finished the assignment you gave me. Of course. We can go right away. Pribyslavitz is up and running once more, and making money. And the church is as good as new. Kuno, you can't do it. Kuno, You can't do it. I understand. But supposing I make up that difference out of my own purse. I understand. But supposing I make up that difference out of my own purse. I have, but you might be surprised. And what have you got to lose anyway? Coin is coin, and if you stay on our side, you can still keep your honour too. I have, but you might be surprised. And what have you got to lose anyway? Coin is coin, and if you stay on our side, you can still keep your honour too. Have you no honour at all? To sell yourself to the highest bidder? Have you no honour at all? To sell yourself to the highest bidder? Because you owe him a favour. Because you owe him a favour. We talked about this, and I warned you what would happen. We talked about this, and I warned you what would happen. Well then what's all this talk about what you can't do or oughtn't do? Well then what's all this talk about what you can't do or oughtn't do? Oh, please, enlighten me. Oh, please, enlighten me. In other words, every man goes where the wind blows. In other words, every man goes where the wind blows. All right. Good. All right. Good. Go then. Sir Radzig doesn't need the likes of you anyway. You're nothing but a self-serving swine. Go then. Sir Radzig doesn't need the likes of you anyway. You're nothing but a self-serving swine. You'll stay then? You'll stay then? It didn't seem so obvious to me. It didn't seem so obvious to me. Ah, you've got yourself all worked up. Is there a problem? What do you mean? You reckon we need more men? But where would I find them? Well, unfortunately, we can't slow down the building work. You're right. I'll let you have a few woodcutters. You're right. I'll let you have a few labourers. You're right. I'll let you have a few woodcutters and labourers. I've already dealt with them. I'm sorry to say they are, bailiff. They didn't give me much choice. They attacked me. They're all dead. No, I found them like that. Murdered to a man. Well, I wouldn't wonder, bailiff, if you saw the look on their faces. Kuno, the girl's right. If we delay, her friends will pay the price for it. Kuno, the girl's right. If we delay, her friends will pay the price for it. You promised Sir Radzig you protect his fiefdom, and that means his subjects too. You promised Sir Radzig you protect his fiefdom, and that means his subjects too. How do you think Sir Radzig will look if you let that happen? What will people say? How do you think Sir Radzig will look if you let that happen? What will people say? Well, I can tell you, Sir Radzig cares, and so do I. So we better ride there right now. Well, I can tell you, Sir Radzig cares, and so do I. So we better ride there right now. Well, I did what I could. Have it your way then. Well, I did what I could. Have it your way then. A bit of fun? Are you fucking serious? You know very well, Kuno, how innocent girls can end up after a bit of fun with animals like that. A bit of fun? Are you fucking serious? You know very well, Kuno, how innocent girls can end up after a bit of fun with animals like that. Well, I, for one, am not going to sit back and let it happen, even if I have to creep in there myself and try to rescue them. Well, I, for one, am not going to sit back and let it happen, even if I have to creep in there myself and try to rescue them. Good. Thanks. Good. Thanks. What about your honour? You'd leave innocents to suffer. What about your honour? You'd leave innocents to suffer. You? Yeah. Great. Yeah. Great. Nothing. Just passing by. All right. The truth is, I was worried about you and I came to check you were all right. I just wanted to get a look at that revenant. Well, to be honest, I didn't think you'd really come. So I came to see for myself. I left something here somewhere. I'm glad to hear it. I'll leave you to it then. Oh. That's a pity. I'd forget my own head if it wasn't stuck on. Me? Why? I'm interested in betting on the tourney. About betting on the tourney, I'd be interested. What kind of wager are we talking about? I've come for my winnings. Who? They left me with no choice. They'd have betrayed us. Well, you started the whole thing. What of it? I'm sorry. I never meant for it to end like this. What about that potion? I saved your life. Did you see him run? Like all the demons of hell were on their heels. So what now? It didn't work out. They caught on to me and went home. I'm sorry. And what about that potion? 5 bags. On a regular basis. There's a new forge in Pribyslavitz. And I need to supply it with charcoal, seeing as how I'm the bailiff. Don't worry. I wouldn't expect that. It's not a bed of roses. But thanks. It might be more than you think. I've got a merchant of my own. He'll come here regularly with a wagon to pick it up. You just have to load it for him. I still have to sort that out. Deal. That's a bit much. This body hasn't been here for long. It looks dreadful. That must have been an awful death. Jesus, it's the charlatan. What the fuck happened here? I'd better talk to the bailiff. Bailiff, Do you know what happened to that fella who came from Sasau? Yeah, him. What happened to him? Aye, well, I suppose. But I heard about it. But why the charlatan? And why didn't you do something about it? Take her away. I think not, Goodman. I'm Henry. I am Sir Alphonse, and I'm here to parley with Sir Erhard of Belevitz. I am travelling in disguise. That is, incognito. No one must know where I am bound, or from whence. Where? I was just passing and stopped to have a look. The one who was selling relics and stuff. Here you are. What can I bet on? All right, why the hell not? I'll try my luck. Nah, I don't fancy it. Wayfarers, merchant wagons, soldiers and guards. The road to Prague, the road to Vlashim, the road to Slany. That's true, actually. The road to pilgrims. I can offer you 3,000 groschen. Of course, I apologise. That's not what I meant to say. Would 6,000 groschen suit you? Very well. You shall have 9,000 groschen. I should think 12,000 groschen is a reasonable reward. I can offer up to 24,000 groschen. That's all. I trust it's a satisfactory offer. I can also offer you a safe hideout, if you should have need of it. Thank you, Sir Erhard. True, that's probably best. Thank you, Sir Erhard. But I am Sir Alphonse. All right, my name is Henry, and I'm here to look for a necklace that Sir Alphonse had on him until he was murdered and robbed down by the river. And his killer must have come from here. All right, sir. My apologies. I can't prove anything. There was a trail leading here, so I followed it and tried my luck. A man by the name of Sir Anselm of Donkey told me. He was supposed to meet Sir Alphonse, and now he wants to find his murderer. But I need that necklace. It belonged to Lord Capon, and he wants it back. I'll go. Thank you, sir. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. No. I just need to find this necklace, and he said it has to be here. And Sir Anselm is only interested in finding his friend's murderer. He didn't even want to meet you. He's waiting in the camp down by the ford. Sorry, I don't know where to find him. He told me to take a room at the inn in Sasau, and he'd find me there. No. I won't betray him. In Vlashim, in Prague, in Slany, in Benešov, in Pilgrims. A nice house you can use for a month or two. Matthew, I need a hand with something. I need to scare a few locals. Aye, and he said to talk to you. He figured you'd come up with a clever plan. Great. Thanks, lads. I want people to believe there's an evil force at large. I'm sure I can leave the details to you. About that recipe, far be it from me to disrespect established custom. Do you really think it's appropriate to ask your lord's guest to pay for his own entertainment? I regret I have no valuables on my person. I thought it wiser to travel light, on account of thieves. I've got nothing interesting to wager just now, but I'll come back with something later. I'm sure I can find something. Let me take a look. No, I really don't have anything right now. No, nothing definite. Yes, Black Peter lay in wait and ambushed me. He's a nasty piece of work. I reckon after losing the tourney, he lay in wait for your son like he did me and did something to him. Only I don't know exactly what. The thing is, he had some kind of poison on his weapon, so I reckon he might have poisoned your son. The signs you spoke of point to it. Maybe just a few eggs from hen coops, like the gossip mentioned. They would, if I put some charcoal there instead. He was stealing food from people, right? So, supposing he started again. The gossip mentioned the butcher. It seems he was infuriated that the charcoal burner's punishment was too lenient. How's that? I thought it was the work of bad butchers. So, I should switch the good meat for bad at the butcher's. What about his wife and child? No doubt he'd want to avenge their death in childbirth. He cursed God. That's very serious. They don't have a church there. But everyone will have a rosary. I can't think of anything else. Great. You want me to steal rosaries? But that's for what? What about the butcher woman? Well, her conscience is still troubled on account of her man, and she feels haunted. This won't help her much. Well, I want to help her. Her conscience was troubled on account of her man, and she couldn't sleep. But I helped her, so she's found some peace. What? I'm supposed to scare the wits out of her and start all over again? How am I supposed to do that? It might be a bit suspicious if I'm seen walking around with a pail of blood. Or what if someone sees me in the act? Sure, I'll keep my head down. And how will I know if I've succeeded? I doubt it'll be announced on the market square. But whatever he did, don't you think he deserves some peace? Well, he certainly won't have any as long as I'm carrying his bones around with me. Help? Who? How? But there is no revenant. Right, I'll get to it then. What else would I do with them? Here, take them. Not a chance. He was a Christian. As if all we're doing wasn't enough. Well, supposing I do it later, when the fuss has died down. Maybe I should bury him somewhere else. What's the recipe for that potion you were talking about? I'm all ears. What on earth for? All right. So what does it mean? Great. So if you don't know, who does? Sure. Why make things simple if you can complicate them? I thought you were going to tell me the recipe, not some fable. Well, what is it this time? Master Locator, would you be so kind as to cast some light on the matter? The stream? What seems to be the trouble? What's that? What kind of disease? What do you suggest, Master Marius? Is it true about Prague? I've decided. Defecating will only be allowed at least 150 feet from the village. Anyone caught infringing this decree will get 10 lashes of the cane. Defecating will only be allowed at least 100 feet from the village. Now leave the people in peace. We can't forbid them from answering the call of nature. Ah, Master Baker, what is it? Well, that seems sensible. What's the problem then, Marius? How do you weigh the bread? Or what are you putting in the bread? Lead? And why do you think they're accusing you? I've decided. We'll get municipal scales, then the villagers can check the weight whenever they have doubts. You'll have to bake bigger loaves, at least a pound in weight. If we're to get this village working properly, we can't have people going hungry. You must bake bigger loaves, but they don't have to be from fine wheat flour. Common black bread will do. Sylvester, you have my permission to sell some of the wheat outside the village and substitute it with rye or spelt. There's been no crime, so there's no call to change anything. If anyone wants to accuse the baker, let them bring proper evidence. It can't be helped. It's a necessity. We made scales in Skalitz. Maybe I can help with that. You're right. We'll have to try something else. Aye. Me and Pa forged scales for weighing silver. That's got to be a lot more precise than for a loaf of bread. Well, Pa knew how to do it. I spent more time in the tavern in those days.
Sorry. What's that you're wearing? I don't know, some new fashion? My apologies, Master, for not recognising it immediately. So, did they come? Right. I'll have time to get haunting then. Where do I start? So I'll scare one off with the lamp, and the other one with fearsome noises. Let him work up an appetite for more, so to speak. I won't, but if they do happen to see me coming, and what will you be doing? All right.
He was no match for me. I sent him straight to hell where he belongs. Unfortunately, it wasn't my lucky day. I didn't manage to kill him, and by now he'll be miles away. We'll see. Thanks. We trounced that rabble on the battlefield. My pa, God rest him, was a skilled blacksmith. He could forge swords as good as any, and earned a good living. I'm sure a swordsmith would have a good livelihood here, but an armourer will always find custom and won't go hungry. We should have one here, too.
What? You're not going to take me? What? You're not going to take me?
Oh. Right. Thanks. Oh. Right. Thanks.
All right. Good. Thanks. All right. Good. Thanks.
I want to challenge you again. I reckon I have. I suppose so. I'll come tomorrow then. But we mustn't waste any time. Did the raiders leave any tracks? Anything else? Did you find any tracks? Towards dawn. Nice work. Thanks. Oh, they can't move too fast then. Would you stop doing that? That's not the point. Robbing the dead isn't right. I'm telling you for the last time, stop it. You found anything interesting? Because I'm fucking telling you to stop. Now go and do your job. Sir Razag isn't paying you to loot corpses. Because I'm fucking telling you to stop. Now go and do your job. Sir Razag isn't paying you to loot corpses.
You call yourself a Christian.
Right. You asked for it. I could give you plenty of reasons, but I'd just be wasting my time on you.
And you're robbing the dead.
I've seen your camp. It doesn't look to me like you want for anything. And what did you take from that corpse?
Oh, great, you can retire right away. I hope it's worth your immortal soul to you. Thou shalt not steal is one of the 10 commandments. Camels.
And what did you do with them? I see.
And did he tell you anything?
Poor creature. Hunted down like game. Poor creature. Hunted down like game. Looks like they carried away a lot of stuff. Looks like they carried away a lot of stuff. Seems they met some resistance at the farm. Seems they met some resistance at the farm. What a waste. But at least I know which way they went. What a waste. But at least I know which way they went. There they are. There they are. I found this shield in a shed along with a letter. Seems like someone left us a message. I found this shield in a shed along with a letter. Seems like someone left us a message. I tracked down those raiders. I tracked down those raiders. What do you know about these Zools? What do you know about these Zools? I thought I could go and search for those raiders. They might not have gotten very far yet. I thought I could go and search for those raiders. They might not have gotten very far yet. I'll ride out right away. I'll ride out right away. That's not all. I tracked down those raiders. That's not all. I tracked down those raiders. A short way to the east, in a glade in the woods. They're dividing up their loot. A short way to the east, in a glade in the woods. They're dividing up their loot. Down. To hell, where I sent them. Down. To hell, where I sent them. Well, I took advantage at the moment of surprise. They were a short way off to the east, in the woods, dividing up their loot. They were a short way off to the east, in the woods, dividing up their loot. About 5, about 5, about 7, about 7, about 10 or so. About 10 or so. I'm not sure actually. Sir, I'm afraid I have some bad news. We came across a burnt-out farm near Merhoyed. Sir, I'm afraid I have some bad news. We came across a burnt-out farm near Merhoyed. I'd like to ask something about this Sir Hagen. Now, this is something else, sir. We found a shield there with a crest. A tricolour star on a blue field. Now, this is something else, sir. We found a shield there with a crest. A tricolour star on a blue field. There was a letter there, too. Here you are, sir. This Sir Hagen wants to challenge you to a duel. But surely you can't refuse a challenge to a duel. What about your honour? Like this one? What happened between you and Sir Hagen? Well, what are we going to do about this? So you'd fight him, if it came to that. All right. We'll deal with him, sir. Well, if I'm to know what I'm up against, I'll need to hear at least the gist of it. But you acted in good conscience. Well, I'd like to hear the whole story, sir, if you wouldn't mind. So, they're out for vengeance. But you acted according to the law. How come? How did it go at the farm? Did you discover anything? I had an important task to deal with. I went to Ledetsko like you asked me. You were right. It turned out well with Adela. I persuaded her to leave her trade and find a more virtuous job. I promised her you take care of her, and I brought her here. She'll help you take care of the sick and injured, like you wanted. And how are things going here? Troublemakers. Oh? Who were they? Take liberties how? Did they hurt you? A word? I'll give them such a hiding they'll be afraid to look twice at you again. I already ran into those thugs, and they won't be giving you any more trouble. That I promise you. All right, I'll see what I can do. Shouldn't the custodian deal with that? It's his job, right? Fair enough, I see. What about the guards? They just stand by doing nothing. All right, I'll do what I can. But if they start anything, well, I won't be responsible. Bastards like that deserve nothing better. I'll sort it out one way or another. Don't worry. Now look here, you buffoons. I've had enough of you lot. Oh, shut up. You've been making trouble for Johanka, but all that ends now. Got it? Get up, you idiots. Oh, don't play dumb with me. You know very well what I'm talking about. Sir Sebastian, there are some thugs standing in front of the monastery bothering people. Fuck off. Don't play games with me. Likewise, Pilgrim. Who sent you here? Get the hell out of here and leave Johanka and everyone else here in peace. Got it? Don't fuck with me. You leave Johanka alone, or I'll straighten out that crooked face of yours. Look here, you joker. I want you to clear off and leave Johanka alone. Now, I'm sure you wouldn't be so stupid as to turn down a few groschen. I'm in no mood for listening to horse shit from the likes of you. You're going to regret causing trouble for Johanka. I haven't finished with you yet. I'll be back. I see. Well, My Christian duty prompts me to give a bit of coin to those in need. What do you say? Are you in need? You know what? Enough talk. Enough of your nonsense. Clear off, and if I catch you round here again, I'll have you clapped in the pillory. This isn't finished yet. Get going, and don't dare come back. For now. But if you as much as look sideways at your hanker again... Glad to hear it. Is that so? Well, now you've warned me, you can clear off. Well, they're making trouble for your hanker, and anyone that comes to see her. Thank you, Sir Sebastian. Farewell. I mean, there's some good-for-nothings loitering around the main gate, bothering people. Well, keeping order in these parts is your duty. If you don't drive them out, it'll look like you can't even sweep in front of your own doorstep. I understand, sir. I won't bother you with it anymore. I'd like to buy some livestock. Could you arrange that? A few dozen people at least. Swords into ploughshares? No, it's not for me. It's for the village of Pribyslavitz. Aye, cattle, pigs, poultry, everything. I'm here about the livestock for Pribyslavitz. Yeah, I remember. What do you mean, not the best? So what's left for me then? I've got a merchant to arrange it. I haven't got anyone to take care of it. Deal. No, I think maybe I should try elsewhere. I'm trying to get livestock for Pribyslavitz. Could you help me out? I want you to supply livestock for us. Yeah, we're doing all right. Sorry, I really don't know him. Sorry, can't say I do. I don't know everyone yet. I'm here about the livestock for Pribyslavitz. Take it there? Oh, I see. I'll get someone to do it then. I've got a merchant to take care of it. I'll buy it. I will. That's a good price. No, that's really too much. I'll see if I can't get something cheaper elsewhere then. So, Fritz, keeping busy? Are things to your liking here? I might have known you'd be doing nothing here but sucking down ale. True. We don't have any mines, of course, but if you could handle the trade, that would help me a lot. We don't have any mines, but I can put you in charge of a shop. Only, well, we have to build it first. Well, I figured you could work there as a woodcutter once we have a woodcutter's camp. All right. I'll come back later. I'd been to see Sir Radzig. Well, he wasn't exactly happy about it. He wants us to carry on patrolling the area. There's nothing else for it. Up for a game? Well, that depends what you have. How about that game, then? Have you still got those nice things you'd like to wager? I like the sound of that shield. I'll play you for that. I could use that Jupon. From the sounds of it, with a hat like that, I could rule the world. I'll play you for it. I don't want to sound, well, mercenary, but I'd rather play for coin. This should be enough, right? Actually, I don't think I'll play after all. I'm afraid I don't have anything I can wager against that. You want to have a scrap with me? All right. A little practice always helps. All right. But let's make it a bit more interesting. Nah, let's forget it. Well, a wager like that will bring a bit of excitement into it at least. Nah, to hell with coin. I want that ring. Ah, you think you'll lose, do you? Well, then it's all the same what you wager, isn't it? Let's just fight for honour, eh? Sure. Why look a gift horse in the mouth? We shouldn't be doing that. This, drinking and eating. This stuff belongs to the people from the mill. That I have. I suppose you heard about the raising of scallops. Have you heard of Sir Hans Capon? Do you know Talmberg? You could be right. Anyway, I've seen it from the inside. You could be right. Like I was in the cloisters. Exactly. I swear to God. I had to get in there to find a fella who was hiding out amongst the monks. No, you have to be able to read and write and speak Latin and sing it, even. Yeah, or at least convince them you can. No, you have to be able to read and write and speak Latin and sing it, even. Yeah, Or at least convince them you can. Sure. Basio sapo volam qui plagam diligo solam. Sure. Basio sapo volam qui plagam diligo solam. Something about how you can't trust anyone. I don't know exactly. Something about how you can't trust anyone. I don't know exactly. It's like time moves at a different pace there. You pretty much have to do the same thing day in, day out. Get up before dawn, pray in the chapel, eat with the brothers, then go and work in the gardens or the library. It's like time moves at a different pace there. You pretty much have to do the same thing day in, day out. Get up before dawn, pray in the chapel, eat with the brothers, then go and work in the gardens or the library. It takes some getting used to, all right. It takes some getting used to, all right. That comes in handy if you want to insult a priest, though. That comes in handy if you want to insult a priest, though. Have you seen Sasau Monastery? Have you seen Sasau Monastery? Indeed. But this charlatan took me on as an apprentice. Indeed. But this charlatan took me on as an apprentice. No, it wasn't like that. He just wanted me to acquire some things for him. Nothing too difficult, so I did it. No, it wasn't like that. He just wanted me to acquire some things for him. Nothing too difficult, so I did it. Like a tooth from St. Procopius, for instance? Like a tooth from St. Procopius, for instance? Oh, of course. So instead, we settled for a tooth from some labourer called Procopius. Oh, of course. So instead, we settled for a tooth from some labourer called Procopius. Well, in the end, the charlatan was driven out of town by an irate mob. I was lucky they didn't lynch me instead. Well, in the end, the charlatan was driven out of town by an irate mob. I was lucky they didn't lynch me instead. Once I met a very peculiar character in Sasau. He was selling amulets, relics, and all sorts of supposedly miraculous junk. Once I met a very peculiar character in Sasau. He was selling amulets, relics, and all sorts of supposedly miraculous junk. I was trying to track down these bandits who raided the Neuhof stud farm, and the trail led to Ujitz. I've got a good one about something that happened in Skalitz. We had a German as a neighbour, a furrier he was. And he was always blabbering on about how Sigismund was the best thing for this country and how Wenceslas wasn't worth a damn. Me and my mates got fed up with his horse shit. After all, he was insulting our king, and we weren't going to put up with that. And as it happened, this Deutsch had just whitewashed his house. So I went to her and said, and she says, "Oh, God above, the fool is drunk and spouting nonsense again." So she jumps up and off she goes to give him an ear bashing, leaving the coast clear for our operations. And then the Deutsch's son turned up with his mates. Naturally, there was a bit of a brawl. And then the catchpole turned up and we had to beat a tactical retreat. No, wait, you'll enjoy this one. Wait, though, his wife was at home, you see. Yeah, you should have seen it. How those shit pies stood out so prettily against that pure white background. And next to it was a big pile of fresh manure. Good wife, sorry to bother you, but your husband is in the tavern insulting the king. Well, lovely and white, pure as the driven snow. Let's just drink, eh? Yeah, that's him. He's going to inherit Ratai once he comes of age. I run some errands for him now and again. Yeah, that's him. He's going to inherit Ratai once he comes of age. I run some errands for him now and again. Well, once we were at the baths together, and his lordship wanted to seduce one of the bathmaids. Yeah. But with Sir Hans, nothing is ever straightforward. First, I had to play strip dice. Yeah. But with Sir Hans, nothing is ever straightforward. First, I had to play strip dice. I did, but I had to strip myself anyway to get into the tub. Only no sooner had I done so than his lordship demanded wine from the castle cellars, which is a long fucking way from there. I did, but I had to strip myself anyway to get into the tub. Only no sooner had I done so than his lordship demanded wine from the castle cellars, which is a long fucking way from there. If I'd been sober. I went all the way there and back in my undergarments, and no sooner was I back than he sent me to pick flowers for the girl from the castle gardens. If I'd been sober. I went all the way there and back in my undergarments, and no sooner was I back than he sent me to pick flowers for the girl from the castle gardens. Well, actually, he probably did have a third wish, but he didn't get a chance to say it. Well, actually, he probably did have a third wish, but he didn't get a chance to say it. Well, I got back only to find the girl's sweetheart, some guard called Arsenballs, well, that's what Sir Hans called him, trying to drown him in the bath. Well, I got back only to find the girl's sweetheart, some guard called Arsenballs, well, that's what Sir Hans called him, trying to drown him in the bath. Well, Sir Hans was naked and drunk, so he didn't look very noble. Anyway, I tackled this fella and saved Sir Hans from him. Well, Sir Hans was naked and drunk, so he didn't look very noble. Anyway, I tackled this fella and saved Sir Hans from him. It could have all got out of hand, but it ended with only a few bruises. Sir Hans never got his way with the girl, though. It could have all got out of hand, but it ended with only a few bruises. Sir Hans never got his way with the girl, though. That's right. Sir Divish is the lord there. You might have heard he was locked up in his own castle for 7 years by another lord he had some dispute with. That's right. Sir Divish is the lord there. You might have heard he was locked up in his own castle for 7 years by another lord he had some dispute with. His wife, Lady Stephanie, managed to get justice for him in the end with the help of the provincial council. His wife, Lady Stephanie, managed to get justice for him in the end with the help of the provincial council. I'm getting there. It's to do with the young Lady Stephanie. I'm getting there. It's to do with the young Lady Stephanie. She took a liking to me and asked me to help her get some things for her cousin's wedding, which I did. And she was very, very grateful. She took a liking to me and asked me to help her get some things for her cousin's wedding, which I did. And she was very, very grateful. No, you don't get it, Kuno. She was very grateful. No, you don't get it, Kuno. She was very grateful. Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise for me too. Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise for me too. No, I suppose. But I was caught up in the moment. No, I suppose. But I was caught up in the moment. Of course not, don't worry. Of course not, don't worry. I made the acquaintance of the parish priest there. I made the acquaintance of the parish priest there. Yeah, that's putting it mildly. But he does keep his word. Yeah, that's putting it mildly. But he does keep his word. And he sure knows how to drink. And he sure knows how to drink. I don't know about other priests, but Godwin can booze like a master. I don't know about other priests, but Godwin can booze like a master. So we ended up in the local tavern. What can I tell you? Wine, women, and song, you know how it goes. What can I tell you? Wine, women, and song, you know how it goes. Well, we lost track of time a little, and then the bailiff came barging in and tells us it's past curfew and we're to clear out. Well, we lost track of time a little, and then the bailiff came barging in and tells us it's past curfew and we're to clear out. No, he had some men with him. I'm not sure how many. It's all a little blurry. No, he had some men with him. I'm not sure how many. It's all a little blurry. Anyway, we explained to him politely that we had no intention of ending our enjoyment. So, after a bit of discussion with the bailiff, we carried on. Next morning, Godwin was as green as a frog and hardly able to walk. And then he realised he had to say mass. Well, he couldn't do it. So he got me to preach the sermon. Well, I did my best. Of course, I wasn't in great shape myself, so I'm not sure what the flock made of it. Kuno, you should spare a thought for those people, for Christ's sake. First, some brutes come and wreck the place and steal half their supplies, and then their rescuers relieve them of what's left. Kuno, you should spare a thought for those people, for Christ's sake. First, some brutes come and wreck the place and steal half their supplies, and then their rescuers relieve them of what's left. Oh, I mean it. I'll give you the coin for it. Oh, I mean it. I'll give you the coin for it. Exactly, exactly. Suppose I invite you to the tavern instead. There we'd even have service. Suppose I invite you to the tavern instead. There we'd even have service. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be overwhelmed with gratitude once they find out you've gobbled up all their winter supplies. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be overwhelmed with gratitude once they find out you've gobbled up all their winter supplies. I don't want to spoil your sport, but are you listening to me? Those people escaped death by a hair's breadth. Are you listening to me? Those people escaped death by a hair's breadth. I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you. Thanks. Can we set out? You think they could be Hagans? All right, I'll do that. What now? So every man for himself? But you think it was one of the band who betrayed us? I'll try and track him down. He can't be too far away. I'll be on my way then. I see everyone made it back in one piece. So we'll go patrolling again. Someone up there, or someone down there. What? Why not? What? Why not? Well, that sounds like a good plan. But why me? Well, that sounds like a good plan. But why me? And where is he hiding? The inn in the glade? What are you going to be doing in the meanwhile? But what if they're waiting to spring a trap on me? I'll get going then. Right, Chief. I'm looking for a young fella by the name of Jakey. What about that Jakey? I heard he was seen here. And can you tell me where he might be? That'll be him, all right. Thanks, Andrew. Look here. This Jakey basically betrayed Sir Radzig and sold his people to the enemy. If you're worried about your reputation with the riffraff you have here as guests, suit yourself. But if I were in your shoes, I'd be more worried about my reputation with my liege lord. So better tell me quick where I can find that treacherous bastard. Do you know who Sakuno of Rickfold is? Well, this Jakey betrayed his trust and lured him and his men into a trap, including me. Now, I'm sure you realise Kuno is pretty keen to lay his hand on this Jakey, and anyone who stands in his way is asking for some serious trouble. Come now, Andrew. Isn't there something that might persuade you? Well, if you won't tell, I won't force you. Now, don't worry about it. All you have to do is tell me where to find Jakey. To the woods. That's a very broad term in these parts. All right. Thanks. Well then. Where did Jakey get to? I'm looking for Jakey. But he was here though, wasn't he? But, I'm back to ask about Jakey again. I don't want to be nasty, but you're starting to try my patience. And can you tell me where he is now? Look here. I understand you have your rules, but in times of crisis, rules sometimes have to be broken. I know a thing or two about that myself. Maybe a few groschen would convince you of my good intentions. I'll leave you then. Did you see the boy? And what did you make of him? Exactly. And young fools with lots of coin are bound to end up in a lot of trouble. Which is why I have to find him. Neither would I. Supposing I told you this Jakey is a Judas and a criminal and I have to find him. I see. Any idea where they went? I see. Any idea where they went? All right. Thanks. All right. Thanks. What's going on here? What's going on here? I see. Well, why don't you follow her then? I see. Well, why don't you follow her then? We have something in common. I'm looking for that fellow who ran off with your daughter. We have something in common. I'm looking for that fellow who ran off with your daughter. A little. A little. I can have a look for your Maria, if you want. I can have a look for your Maria, if you want. Of course. Of course. Ah, that's an awful thing, that is. Sorry, but I have to be on my way. Ah, that's an awful thing, that is. Sorry, but I have to be on my way. All right, I'll have a look for her. All right, I'll have a look for her. Sorry, but I don't have time to go roaming the woods looking for a merchant's flighty daughter. Sorry, but I don't have time to go roaming the woods looking for a merchant's flighty daughter. What the fuck are you doing here? What the fuck are you doing here? Did she now? And which way did she go? Did she now? And which way did she go? Well then, are you going to talk? Well then, are you going to talk? I'd say that's the pot calling the kettle black. I'd say that's the pot calling the kettle black. Oh, now you know what it's like when someone fucks you. Shame she didn't hit you a bit harder, though. Oh, now you know what it's like when someone fucks you. Shame she didn't hit you a bit harder, though. Yeah, my heart bleeds. Enough. Tell me where I can find Hagen. Yeah, my heart bleeds. Enough. Tell me where I can find Hagen. Oh, I don't know if I'd go as far as mates, but let's just say I understand. Oh, I don't know if I'd go as far as mates, but let's just say I understand. Let you go? That rock must have really scrambled your brains. Let you go? That rock must have really scrambled your brains. I can believe that, but why didn't you tell us about it? You didn't have to betray us. I can believe that, but why didn't you tell us about it? You didn't have to betray us. First, tell me where Hagen is, and then we'll see. First, tell me where Hagen is, and then we'll see. Why did you have to betray Kuno? You could have just taken the money and done nothing. Why did you have to betray Kuno? You could have just taken the money and done nothing. I know what you mean, Jakey. Kuno's no less of a bastard than that Hagen. They're all birds of a feather. I know what you mean, Jakey. Kuno's no less of a bastard than that Hagen. They're all birds of a feather. All right, I'll untie you. All right, I'll untie you. You don't want to talk? All right. But I can leave you to rot here if I want. You don't want to talk? All right. But I can leave you to rot here if I want. He's no angel, true enough. But that's no cause for betrayal. He's no angel, true enough. But that's no cause for betrayal. You're an ungrateful brat, Jakey. There's lads of your age work in the field and sweating in forges, and no one pampers them. But you get a chance others can only dream of, and what have you done with it? You're an ungrateful brat, Jakey. There's lads of your age work in the field and sweating in forges, and no one pampers them. But you get a chance others can only dream of, and what have you done with it? Funny you should say that, since you just came pretty close to it. And for what? You go boozing for a few days, and then you get duped by the first wench you run into. Funny you should say that, since you just came pretty close to it. And for what? You go boozing for a few days, and then you get duped by the first wench you run into. Because Kuno's on my side. I didn't pick him, and maybe Sir Radzig wouldn't have either if he had a choice. But one thing I know. If you don't tell me where Hagen is, more innocent people will suffer. Because Kuno's on my side. I didn't pick him, and maybe Sir Radzig wouldn't have either if he had a choice. But one thing I know. If you don't tell me where Hagen is, more innocent people will suffer. I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? Why there are wars and slaughter? I don't have time for philosophical debates. I just want to know where Hagen is. I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? Why there are wars and slaughter? I don't have time for philosophical debates. I just want to know where Hagen is. Right, I really need a lesson in morals from a pillar of sanctity and humility like yourself. Right, I really need a lesson in morals from a pillar of sanctity and humility like yourself. You might have heard that Johanka was arrested by the Inquisitor and is facing trial. How do you mean? I'd like to ask you to speak to the court in Johanka's defence. The same thing you told me. That it was a sacred sign that you happened to be nearby when Johanka was speaking, and so on. Thank you very much. Please wait here a few more days for the court to convene, then I'll send for you. But couldn't you just say a few words in her defence? After all, her words meant something to you, and encouraged you to be more generous. Well, God go with you. Well, I'll be on my way then. What on earth do you mean? I'd better be going. It wasn't at all easy getting hold of that treasure. I earned the right to give it in my own name. You're accusing me falsely. I donated the money I found in the place you described, and it wasn't easy to find either. Well, then someone must have found it earlier and taken some. Half? What are you saying? And they can line their purses with a clean conscience. No, not at all, actually. A lot of footpads think if they leave 1 groschen for every groschen they steal, it will absolve them of their sin. Good. Well, now we've got that settled, there's something I'd like to ask of you. The Inquisitor has locked up Johanka. She's accused of heresy. Not a chance. This is a fitting end for a Judas. Farewell. Not a chance. This is a fitting end for a Judas. Farewell. I'll untie you, all right? And take you where you belong. I'll untie you, all right? And take you where you belong. To jail. To jail. We didn't agree on anything. My conscience is clear. We didn't agree on anything. My conscience is clear. All right. You can go. All right. You can go. Ah, you'll buy me a beer and we'll have a friendly game of dice. Ah, you'll buy me a beer and we'll have a friendly game of dice. Spit it out. Quick. Spit it out. Quick.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
You can go, all right. You can go with me to the Rat-Eye jailhouse. You can go, all right. You can go with me to the Rat-Eye jailhouse. You think you can betray me and then just walk off with my blessing? You think you can betray me and then just walk off with my blessing? Get going before I change my mind. Get going before I change my mind. No offence, but it's not a meeting I'll be looking forward to. No offence, but it's not a meeting I'll be looking forward to. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. What? He's planning to bribe Kuno. What? He's planning to bribe Kuno. Fuck. Fuck. Come on then. Let's go. Come on then. Let's go. I found Jakey, and I know what Hagen is planning. I found Jakey, and I know what Hagen is planning. Zul plans to raid Samapesh, and he wants to lead the attack himself. Zul plans to raid Samapesh, and he wants to lead the attack himself. He's dead. He's dead. I left him in the woods, tied to a tree. Unless someone finds him and unties him, I suppose the crows will get him. I left him in the woods, tied to a tree. Unless someone finds him and unties him, I suppose the crows will get him. I took him to the Rat-Eye jailhouse. I took him to the Rat-Eye jailhouse. I let him go. I let him go. That's up to Sir Radzig. Considering what he did, he'll be lucky to get out of it alive. That's up to Sir Radzig. Considering what he did, he'll be lucky to get out of it alive. Before we go, Jakey told me another interesting thing. Before we go, Jakey told me another interesting thing. He said you were moaning about Sir Radzig and saying you'd rather leave here. He said you were moaning about Sir Radzig and saying you'd rather leave here. No, of course. But Jakey told Hagen about it, and Hagen is planning to bribe you. No, of course. But Jakey told Hagen about it, and Hagen is planning to bribe you. I assume, if it comes to it, that you'll remember your oath to Sir Radzig. I assume, if it comes to it, that you'll remember your oath to Sir Radzig. What I take you for is a subject I won't get into. But in case your knightly honour isn't enough, let me remind you that Sir Radzig knows all about it. And if anything untoward happens, what I take you for is a subject I won't get into. But in case your knightly honour isn't enough, let me remind you that Sir Radzig knows all about it. And if anything untoward happens... All right, let's go. All right, let's go. All right, all right. Easy. I'm having you on. Of course I got rid of Jakey. Easy. I'm having you on. Of course I got rid of Jakey. Oh, what can I say? I believe in giving people a second chance. Oh, what can I say? I believe in giving people a second chance. Well, that's that. What now? Well, that's that. What now? That's all. That's all. I suppose I should. I suppose I should. Good news. You nearly betrayed Sir Radzig. Good news. You nearly betrayed Sir Radzig. What, you think I ought to be grateful that you didn't betray us? What, you think I ought to be grateful that you didn't betray us? I don't think he'll be expecting any more from you. I don't think he'll be expecting any more from you. Do you surrender? Do you surrender? Then leave and never come back to this province. Neither you nor any Zul. Then leave and never come back to this province. Neither you nor any Zul. Defeated you are. And now you'll die. Defeated you are. And now you'll die. No, you told them yourself not to harm a hair on my head. No, you told them yourself not to harm a hair on my head. And then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Now go. And then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Now go. No matter. I can handle that rabble of yours. No matter. I can handle that rabble of yours. It seems the rules of combat are as twisted as Kuno's principles. In that case, get going. You and your band. It seems the rules of combat are as twisted as Kuno's principles. In that case, get going. You and your band. Sir, we got rid of Zool. Sir, we got rid of Zool. Sir, I'm afraid that business with Zool isn't over yet. Sir, I'm afraid that business with Zool isn't over yet. Sir, I'm afraid the news I bring is not good. Kuno is dead. Hagen's men killed him. Sir, I'm afraid the news I bring is not good. Kuno is dead. Hagen's men killed him. I don't know what happened, but without Kuno, they'll all be scattered by tomorrow. I don't know what happened, but without Kuno, they'll all be scattered by tomorrow. Well, sir, I should tell you first that Kuno betrayed us. He took Hagen's bribe right on the battlefield. Well, sir, I should tell you first that Kuno betrayed us. He took Hagen's bribe right on the battlefield. That treacherous bastard rode off and left me alone on the battlefield facing Hagen's company. All I could do was challenge Hagen to a duel. That treacherous bastard rode off and left me alone on the battlefield facing Hagen's company. All I could do was challenge Hagen to a duel. I had to do something. After Kuno betrayed you, there was no one else to defend you. It would have come to a duel anyway, only with you instead of me. I had to do something. After Kuno betrayed you, there was no one else to defend you. It would have come to a duel anyway, only with you instead of me. We caught up with Hagen in the fields near Merhoyed, and there was a skirmish. We caught up with Hagen in the fields near Merhoyed, and there was a skirmish. And as a member of your company, I had to defend you. And as a member of your company, I had to defend you. And we know how that would have ended. And we know how that would have ended. Now, you said yourself the Zulls were fighting in Moravia while you were engaged in, courtly matters. No, you said yourself the Zulls were fighting in Moravia while you were engaged in, courtly matters. I'm afraid you wouldn't have stood a chance. I'm afraid you wouldn't have stood a chance. But before that, Hagen tried to bribe Kuno. But before that, Hagen tried to bribe Kuno. You're assuming Kuno would have gone for Hagen's offer. You're assuming Kuno would have gone for Hagen's offer. You're quite right. You're quite right. It was a tough fight, but in the end, we were victorious. Hagen fell. It was a tough fight, but in the end, we were victorious. Hagen fell. We engaged with them near Merhoyed, both sides at full strength, but things weren't going well for us, and I retreated. We engaged with them near Merhoyed, both sides at full strength, but things weren't going well for us, and I retreated. We came face to face with Hagen and his band near Merhoyed, but instead of a battle, Hagen wanted to parley. He offered Kuno a bribe, and Kuno took it. We came face to face with Hagen and his band near Merhoyed, but instead of a battle, Hagen wanted to parley. He offered Kuno a bribe, and Kuno took it. He did. He repeated his challenge to a duel, and I told him he could fight me instead. He did. He repeated his challenge to a duel, and I told him he could fight me instead. What else could I do after Kuno betrayed us? I couldn't let him walk away after all the trouble I had tracking him down. What else could I do after Kuno betrayed us? I couldn't let him walk away after all the trouble I had tracking him down. Well, I could see I had no chance against a warrior like Hagen, so I ran away. Again. Well, I could see I had no chance against a warrior like Hagen, so I ran away. Again. How's that, sir? How's that, sir? And what will you do? And what will you do? But they're criminals. Hagen and all the Zulls, you'll make enemies. But they're criminals. Hagen and all the Zulls, you'll make enemies. Will it be enough to persuade Hagen to leave? Will it be enough to persuade Hagen to leave? So it all turned out well in the end. So it all turned out well in the end. All right. How do I get the letter to Hagen? All right. How do I get the letter to Hagen? Oh. All right, sir. Oh. All right, sir. Adela, the Inquisitor is going to try Johanka in court. I understand, but you can't back down now. You owe me after all I paid you in Ledechko. Good, Ambrose. About that burger from Colleen, you better not go anywhere on your own. I'll accompany you. What did she show you this time? Do you really think that's a good idea? The reactions to your first sermon were a bit unpredictable, if you insist. But I'd better accompany you. That would be wise. All right, is that really necessary? That's a good point. You should go to the market square again, where there are people. Ugh, I've been running around like the devil is on my heels. I could certainly use some sleep. Thanks for the offer, but I've got some other matters to deal with yet. I'll see you in the morning. I can't wait. Yes, Ma. I had to... I'm really sorry, honestly. I apologise, Johanka. I won't leave you waiting again. I promise. I'm sure you've heard. Johanka was locked up by the Inquisitor. I'd like to ask you to appear before the court and say something in Johanka's defence. Thanks, Guta. I appreciate it. I'll send for you when it's time. Me? What are you talking about? I don't quite recollect what happened. People and their evil tongues. But I understand. It's a tricky business. I won't push you. No. The words of the Blessed Virgin must be heard by all. All right. I trust you. What, me forget? Henry of Skalitz never forgets. Here I am. Oh, like a log. I haven't slept that well for ages. Just about. The bed was hard and I'm aching all over. Well, I've slept in worse places, I suppose. I'm right on your heels. Lamb. And I'll need lots of it if I'm to switch it all. Just lamb now. I need to switch the lamb. Hang on, this is venison. From roe deer. No wonder it's under lock and key. It's roe deer venison for sure. Someone's been poaching. I better not get caught snooping around this venison. Better get moving. That's not going to be enough. I'll have to get more of that meat. The butcher will notice if there's less. That's not enough meat. I don't have enough meat yet. I need more of that meat. This isn't spoiled enough. This meat is too fresh. It needs more time to get good and rotten. Not spoiled enough. This meat doesn't look spoiled. But this is a different kind of meat. This isn't the right kind of meat. I can't put this there. The butcher will know right away it's not the same meat. No good. It has to be the same kind of meat. What is it, Jakey? What is it, Jakey? What ring? What ring? That sounds like a lot of fun. But I don't have the ring, so why does the stone want to see me? That sounds like a lot of fun. But I don't have the ring, so why does the stone want to see me? All right. I'll have a word with him. All right. I'll have a word with him. Jakey sent me to you. Something about a ring? Jakey sent me to you. Something about a ring? I suppose you want me to get it from someone? I suppose you want me to get it from someone? Who has it? Who has it? Jakey? Jakey? You mean Kuno? You mean Kuno? Jan Behrman? Jan Behrman? Peter Behrman? Peter Behrman? I didn't quite... Is it fletching? I didn't quite... Is it fletching? Does Dangler have it? Does Dangler have it? All right. How should I get it? All right. How should I get it? Oh? What did he want to know? Was he just asking questions, or does he want you to testify before the court? I see. And what are you going to say about her? Now, that's just idle gossip. Johanka is a virtuous girl. Johanka has helped a lot of people here, selflessly. Her heart is in the right place. Thank you for speaking openly, Master Bailiff. Couldn't you add something good to your testimony for Johanka? I would, show my gratitude substantially. Good Lord, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I expressed myself badly, that's all. You would accuse an envoy of the royal hetman of trying to bribe the bailiff of Sasau. Thank you, Master Bailiff. What I was trying to say, rather clumsily, is that I'd be very glad if you were to speak on Johanka's behalf, because she really deserves it. Agreed. Hey, I want the Ring of Bacchus. I heard you have it. Hey, I want the Ring of Bacchus. I heard you have it. Well, you don't just have to steal it from each other. Why not play for it? Well, you don't just have to steal it from each other. Why not play for it? What about that ring? Any second thoughts? What about that ring? Any second thoughts? All right. Why not? All right. Why not? I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight you. Sure. I'll wager that. Sure. I'll wager that. I don't have enough. I don't have enough. That's a bit much. I could get blind drunk for that amount without the ring. That's a bit much. I could get blind drunk for that amount without the ring. But it's just a cheap bauble. But it's just a cheap bauble. I'll do that. Thanks. I'll do that. Thanks. I got the ring from Dangler. I got the ring from Dangler. Yeah, well, I suppose there's not much more either of us can say about it. Yeah, well, I suppose there's not much more either of us can say about it. Yeah, thanks to you too. Yeah, thanks to you too. What's it about, Stefan? What's it about, Stefan? What about the ring? What about the ring? Oh, yeah? What? Oh, yeah? What? Back us. Back us. Sounds like a fun game. Where do I come in, though? Sounds like a fun game. Where do I come in, though? Maybe. Maybe. Me? What makes you think that? Me? What makes you think that? I'll help you. I've got nothing else to do anyway. I'll help you. I've got nothing else to do anyway. I don't want to go rummaging in anyone's belongings. Not this dangerous lots anyway. I don't want to go rummaging in anyone's belongings. Not this dangerous lots anyway. Sure. I'll bring you some sleeping potion. Sure. I'll bring you some sleeping potion. Supposing I steal it for you. Supposing I steal it for you. Look, I don't much like the sound of it. Let's forget it. Look, I don't much like the sound of it. Let's forget it. I've got that potion for you. A few drops in the stone's drink and he'll sleep like a baby. I've got that potion for you. A few drops in the stone's drink and he'll sleep like a baby. I pinched the ring from the stone. Here it is. I pinched the ring from the stone. Here it is. Let me guess. It's about that ring? Let me guess. It's about that ring? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, not a clue. Sorry, not a clue. What about the ring? What about the ring? Sounds fair enough. Sounds fair enough. Sorry, not interested. Sorry, not interested. I'm looking for the ring of Bacchus. Fletching is supposed to have it, but he's hidden it. I'm looking for the ring of Bacchus. Fletching is supposed to have it, but he's hidden it. I'm looking for that ring for your brother. Stefan had it last, but he hid it somewhere. Any idea where it might be? I'm looking for that ring for your brother. Stefan had it last, but he hid it somewhere. Any idea where it might be? Well, takes one to know one. Any idea where he might have put it? Well, takes one to know one. Any idea where he might have put it? I'm looking for that ring. Stefan has it hidden away somewhere. Know anything about it? I'm looking for that ring. Stefan has it hidden away somewhere. Know anything about it? Enough of what? Enough of what? Thanks anyway. Thanks anyway. I want that ring. I believe you still have it? I want that ring. I believe you still have it? Well, those are the rules of the game, right? Well, those are the rules of the game, right? I'm looking for the ring, but Stefan has hidden it somewhere. Any idea where it might be? I'm looking for the ring, but Stefan has hidden it somewhere. Any idea where it might be? Ah, you know something. Where he hid it? Ah, you know something. Where he hid it? Birds? Something to do with birds? Birds? Something to do with birds? You can't tell me any more than that. You can't tell me any more than that. I'm looking for the ring. That tricky bastard Stefan has hidden it somewhere. I'm looking for the ring. That tricky bastard Stefan has hidden it somewhere. What don't you know? What don't you know? Jakey, I never even asked you if you knew where he put it, and you're already trying to wriggle out of answering. You know something. Jakey, I never even asked you if you knew where he put it, and you're already trying to wriggle out of answering. You know something. About that ring. About that ring. He's not the only one who treats you well. So do I. Don't you want to keep on my good side too? He's not the only one who treats you well. So do I. Don't you want to keep on my good side too? I'm Sir Radzig Cobbler's right-hand man. It'd be smart to get into my good books. I'm Sir Radzig Cobbler's right-hand man. It'd be smart to get into my good books. I suppose Stefan offered you something to keep his secret. I suppose Stefan offered you something to keep his secret. Well, how about I offer you more? Well, how about I offer you more? All right. I'll just have to find the ring on my own. All right. I'll just have to find the ring on my own. There you are then. So, where did he hide it? There you are then. So, where did he hide it? What? 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 What, me? I'm very entertaining. What, me? I'm very entertaining. Aha! What nest? Aha! What nest? A tricky bugger. Thanks. A tricky bugger. Thanks. Aha! I think you know what I mean. Aha! I think you know what I mean. I've got the ring. I've got the ring. Thanks. Enjoy. Thanks. Enjoy. What's happening? What's happening? It wouldn't by any chance have to do with the ring I got for your brother. It wouldn't by any chance have to do with the ring I got for your brother. Put it down to my amazing powers of deduction. Put it down to my amazing powers of deduction. What about the ring? What about the ring? All right. Why the hell not? All right. Why the hell not? Sorry. I've had enough of this silly game. Sorry. I've had enough of this silly game. I want that ring back. I want that ring back. No, I'm serious. No, I'm serious. Come on. How about fighting for it, eh? Come on. How about fighting for it, eh? What about the ring? What about the ring? Ah, you're afraid of me, eh? Last time I gave you a good hiding. Ah, you're afraid of me, eh? Last time I gave you a good hiding. Boozing is about all you're good for. Boozing is about all you're good for. I'll just have to do without it. I'll just have to do without it. Well, you'd fight me if you weren't. Well, you'd fight me if you weren't. Yeah, because you're afraid. Yeah, because you're afraid. Which is just another way of saying you're afraid. Which is just another way of saying you're afraid. Anyone could say that. Anyone could say that. You're a drunk and an idiot. You're a drunk and an idiot. Yeah, yeah. You're a drunken good for nothing. Just like your brother. And clearly not very smart since I have to explain it to you. You're a drunken good for nothing. Just like your brother. And clearly not very smart since I have to explain it to you. Or what? Or what? Oh, I thought you weren't in the mood for fighting. Oh, I thought you weren't in the mood for fighting. I got the ring. I got the ring. What's up, Kuno? What's up, Kuno? What again? What again? Yeah, true enough. But what do you want me to do? Yeah, true enough. But what do you want me to do? What about the ring? What about the ring? All right. But I hope this is the last time. I'll bring you the ring and the game's over. All right. But I hope this is the last time. I'll bring you the ring and the game's over. Sorry, but I'm not going to do this anymore. Sorry, but I'm not going to do this anymore. Sorry, but I'm not going to do this anymore. Sorry, but I'm not going to do this anymore. Look here, Petter. About the ring I gave you. Look here, Petter. About the ring I gave you. I need to have it back. I need to have it back. What about the ring? What about the ring? Could you repeat that for me? Supposing I take it from you fairly. At dice, maybe? Supposing I take it from you fairly. At dice, maybe? Come on. It's not playing the game if you go and hide it somewhere. Come on. It's not playing the game if you go and hide it somewhere. What can I say? I'm flabbergasted. I'm confused. What can I say? I'm flabbergasted. I'm confused. Good heavens. Did you just make that up? Good heavens. Did you just make that up? Never mind. I'll be going. Never mind. I'll be going. Fine. Let's play. Fine. Let's play. That's too much. That's too much. I don't have that much on me. I don't have that much on me. Here it is. Here it is. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Shit. Where's that damn ring? Shit. Where's that damn ring? Someone must have pinched it. Someone must have pinched it. And what the fuck is this? And what the fuck is this? And what the fuck is this? Someone stole the ring from me. Do you know anything about it? Someone stole the ring from me. Do you know anything about it? Well, whoever took the ring left some message in its place. Looks like some verse. Now, who here knows how to write? Well, whoever took the ring left some message in its place. Looks like some verse. Now, who here knows how to write? Someone stole that ring from me. You wouldn't happen to have any idea who? Someone stole that ring from me. You wouldn't happen to have any idea who? Was it you? Was it you? And will you give it back to me? And will you give it back to me? Let me guess. You want me to figure out the message on that paper? Let me guess. You want me to figure out the message on that paper? All right, you're on. All right, you're on. About that riddle. About that riddle. Patience, patience. Wisdom, wisdom, humility, humility, passion, passion, love, love, fidelity, fidelity, creativity, creativity, pain, pain. Where did you learn to read and write? Where did you learn to read and write? If the others could at least read a little, you could communicate with them. If the others could at least read a little, you could communicate with them. Sure. I suppose it suits you fine this way too. Sure. I suppose it suits you fine this way too. So, back to the riddle. Back to the riddle. I haven't a clue what it means. I haven't a clue what it means. Will you give me another chance? Will you give me another chance? Shit. Nothing then. Shit. Nothing then. Yes! Hand it over then. Yes! Hand it over then. Zool? I never heard the name. Zool? I never heard the name. He could be the one who left this letter here. He could be the one who left this letter here. Aye, he certainly should. And these Zools, who are they? Aye, he certainly should. And these Zools, who are they? All right. Yes, I need it right away. But I won't be drinking it, fortunately. Never mind. It can wait. Well, she's your daughter. Are you just going to stand here and do nothing? Well, she's your daughter. Are you just going to stand here and do nothing? Well. Oh, you can't trust anyone these days, that's a fact. Oh, you can't trust anyone these days, that's a fact. Should we ride out? Should we ride out? Sorry, I had a job to take care of. Sorry, I had a job to take care of. North of here, Samapesh and Merhoyed are that way, and Talmberg is a bit further on. There's stables in Merhoyed. North of here, Samapesh and Merhoyed are that way, and Talmberg is a bit further on. There's stables in Merhoyed. And from there? Sure. Chief, sure. Chief. Sir Radzig. I apologise. All right. Ah, he's as gentle as a lamb. You've no cause to worry about your daughter. Ah, he's as gentle as a lamb. You've no cause to worry about your daughter. Oh, I'd be very worried in your shoes. This Jakey is a damn dangerous robber. Oh, I'd be very worried in your shoes. This Jakey is a damn dangerous robber. No, that's what makes him so dangerous. People underestimate him. No, that's what makes him so dangerous. People underestimate him. Helping my neighbour in his hour of need is my Christian duty. Helping my neighbour in his hour of need is my Christian duty. But naturally I'm not going to risk my neck for nothing. Right now? You said you found her scarf here somewhere. I'll have a look that way then. I'm rather offended. Do you think I look like someone who'd run off with your money? I'm rather offended. Do you think I look like someone who'd run off with your money? All right then. I'll have a look around for your daughter. Like I said, that Jakey is a dangerous fella. I did, but to be honest, I'm having second thoughts. Thanks. You're a generous man. But back to the matter in hand. See now? I knew we'd come to an agreement. As you wish. I won't press you. Mates, after you dropped me and the others in the shit. You know we could have all been killed at that ford. Mates, after you dropped me and the others in the shit. You know we could have all been killed at that ford. I promised to untie you. I didn't say a word about what would happen after. Jesus Christ. What's going to happen to her? Right. I'll go and see this Bishop Yaroslav of Benishov. Don't worry. They won't be as drunk as you'd like, but they won't be entirely sober either. All right. Chief. But Sir Radzig won't be happy about it. All right. Chief. But Sir Radzig won't be happy about it. Witnesses can be summoned for Johanka's trial. So I wanted to ask you if you give a testimony. Maybe some learned speech in her defence? Bishop Yaroslav? Sir? My lord, to what do I owe your interest in my humble self? If you wanted to speak to me, all you had to do was send for me. There was no need to lock up my friend. I'd rather we met under more pleasant circumstances, Monsignor. But I'm here to speak about Johanka. Well, you're too kind, Monsignor. I'm just trying to do what's right. And what's needed. Yes, I had some unsettled accounts to deal with. And I still do. No, Monsignor, you're quite right. I'm here about Johanka, who you had thrown in jail. Oh, all right. Sorry. No. And what will happen to Johanka now? I see. How did you find out about Johanka? Why did you have her imprisoned? Sure. All right. Sure. I'll do that. I think he's already figured that out. Farewell. Well, are you going to sign it? So you decide just like that? But you don't even know Johanka. So you think it could be true? In that case, Johanka hasn't done anything wrong. When will you decide, Monsignor? And will there be anyone there to defend Johanka? I would never be so bold, sir. But surely it would be only just that someone should speak for Johanka about all her good deeds and so forth? Yes. Actually, me. I serve the royal hetman, and his interests are mine. To see justice done in this province and to quell unrest. Johanka is my neighbour, and I have a Christian duty to come to her aid. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Please, let me defend Johanka. She deserves it. If you do, I'll make a donation to the church. to show that my intentions are sincere. I grew up with her in Skalitz, and I know she's a good girl who has no bad intentions. Please, Monsignor, let me defend Johanka. And if you decide she's guilty, will you have her burned at the stake? I see. Thank you, Monsignor. In that case, I'll need to speak to Johanka first. Very well, Monsignor. I had better get on with it then, sir. Farewell. About the Virgin Mary, she's a good Christian who attends church and thinks of others. Johanka is an honest girl and virtuous, and I think she might have got involved with him. But it's all over now. She's finished with him. Really. Well, Sir Sebastian took a fancy to Johanka and made certain advances towards her. Johanka believes that if she does what the Blessed Virgin wants of her, Matthias might be healed. She's worried about Matthias. He's from Skalitz too, and she's very fond of him. But he was wounded in a raid on Merhojed recently, and since then he's been lying in a fever. I never imagined I'd hear her talking the way she does now. She's completely transformed. Well, before, in Skalitz, Johanka was sort of, well, just a simple village girl. Maybe. She didn't treat everyone equally. Johanka helped a lot of people. She worked her fingers to the bone helping Brother Nicodemus with the sick and injured. She took better care of her former Skalitz neighbours than of the other patients, of course. That's about all I can tell you. It's only right that someone should stand up for her, and who else if not me? I will, Monsignor, of course. Thank you. Please, Monsignor. Johanka fled from the burnt-out ruins of Skalitz. She has no one left in the world but me. I believe the Virgin does visit her. Johanka is honest. She wouldn't lie about such a thing, and the things she says sound truthful and compelling. It really does seem like a heavenly revelation. Who else could it be from? But the Virgin Mary. I couldn't say. I'm not educated in these things, but well, it's all a bit peculiar. That Our Lady would... It seems a bit odd to me. I have nothing more to add, Monsignor. Not quite. Please forgive me. Tell me, Kuno, what do you think makes a good mercenary? Tell me, Kuno, what do you think makes a good mercenary? Oh, that's how you see it. But what about those who enlist your service? What they value is loyalty and fulfilling your duty. A mercenary who turns after coin like a vane after the wind isn't worth his salt. Oh, that's how you see it. But what about those who enlist your service? What they value is loyalty and fulfilling your duty. A mercenary who turns after coin like a vane after the wind isn't worth his salt. And then what? Do you think anyone will ever hire you again after they hear of this? And then what? Do you think anyone will ever hire you again after they hear of this? Do you really think Sir Radzig and others like him will share your interpretation of mercenaries' honour? Do you really think Sir Radzig and others like him will share your interpretation of mercenaries' honour? Not a chance. Everyone will see you for the swindler and turncoat you are, and Sir Radzig and I will make damn sure you won't come out of this smelling of roses. Not a chance. Everyone will see you for the swindler and turncoat you are, and Sir Radzig and I will make damn sure you won't come out of this smelling of roses. Call it what you like. Call it what you like. Sir Radzig saved your life, did he not? Sir Radzig saved your life, did he not? But you're a mercenary. It's your job. But you're a mercenary. It's your job. Nah, you're a turncoat is what you are. Nah, you're a turncoat is what you are. I'm ready, Monsignor. Monsignor, I must... Yes, Monsignor. That is... No, Monsignor. Of course. Thank you, Monsignor. I humbly apologise, Monsignor. Yes, sir. Of course. Thank you, Monsignor. Yes, if you wouldn't mind, I need a little more time. Rely on me, Monsignor. I'll be ready shortly. Well, sir, in the time I've been in your company, I think I've proved myself capable. Well, sir, in the time I've been in your company, I think I've proved myself capable. No. He yielded, so I had to let him go. But under the condition that he left and never returned. No. He yielded, so I had to let him go. But under the condition that he left and never returned. I dealt him a fatal blow in the duel. I dealt him a fatal blow in the duel. Hagen told them beforehand not to intervene if he fell. And they obeyed him. Hagen told them beforehand not to intervene if he fell. And they obeyed him. There was nothing else I could do. His company was there. If we'd been alone, I'm not sure what I might have done. There was nothing else I could do. His company was there. If we'd been alone, I'm not sure what I might have done. A duel has rules, and they should be respected. A duel has rules, and they should be respected. What's wrong with Matthias?
Ah, poor Matthias. After all he's been through.
I'll pray for him too. You know, I could get you some potion to help calm you down so you can sleep.
Oh, I see.
Well, what do you mean? Peculiar dreams?
The Blessed Virgin? Really?
I understand. Who? Who do you see?
That dream you were talking about. You said something about the Virgin Mary, and you have that same dream every night. Have you told anyone about it?
Right. Well, it does sound a bit, mad. I knew about Hagen's intention in advance, so I warned Kuno very emphatically. I knew about Hagen's intention in advance, so I warned Kuno very emphatically. In the end, I had to jingle my purse a bit. I simply appealed to his honour, sir. That's not far off the mark. But maybe he's not that bad after all. In the end, he did stay and fight for you. That's not far off the mark. But maybe he's not that bad after all. In the end, he did stay and fight for you. Indeed, he offered a king's ransom. And it's true, I'm no pauper, but if you don't mind, I'd rather keep the details to myself. Indeed, he offered a king's ransom. And it's true, I'm no pauper, but if you don't mind, I'd rather keep the details to myself.
Oh, I don't know. It seems to me you're reading too much into it. It's just a bad dream, that's all. It'll pass.
You're right. That's no ordinary dream you're talking about.
I'll go there, but what exactly do you want me to do there?
All right, if it means you'll be able to sleep peacefully again.
Sorry, but I don't have time for this. You'd be better off trying some potion. It'll help sooner or later, you'll see.
Fortunately, the office of Bailiff of Privislavitz yielded me decent profits. Some of Kuno's men fell, unfortunately.
We were fortunate. Everyone survived, including Kuno.
I'm the last one left. I don't know. I ran off. But I don't think they fared well. They're probably dead, sir. Or scattered. I was lucky to get away myself. I
was in that cave that you dreamt about. I reported it to Sir Radzig. He'll take care of that murderer. I made sure that murderer got his just desserts. His reign of terror is over. There was a cave, and inside it was hell itself. I've never seen anything so horrible in my life. Everything was just like you said.
Well, it was a bit strange. No cave, no hellfire, just an abandoned mine shaft. Although at the end of it, there was quite a nasty surprise. Dead bodies. A lot of dead bodies. All murdered.
The devil himself.
No. There was no devil there.
He gave a blood-curdling scream, then squeezed through a crack in the rock and vanished in a puff of smoke.
Yes. Well, actually, it was more of a stab than a cut. That's more or less how it was. It was pretty dark there and kind of foggy. But the hole he left behind is still there, in one of the mine shafts in Skalitz. I'll show it to you sometime.
No, that's all right. I can hardly believe it myself. My head is still spinning from it. I said a prayer and thrust my sword right through his skull.
Sorry. He wasn't there really. You should see your face, though.
There was this fearsome warrior up above the shaft.
He went for me, too. He fought like a demon, but I overcame him in the end. His reign of terror is over. He murdered a lot of people and threw their bodies down the shaft to hide them.
I won't forget that in a hurry. It almost cost me my life.
It was nothing. I'm glad I could help you. Another one. Anyway, all's well that ends well, right?
Warn us.
But I was the one who went there, not you.
But it doesn't make sense. There was no cave, just an old mine shaft, and no devil, just a murderer. Evil, but mortal.
I suppose. What message are you talking about?
I don't know. It sounds a bit presumptuous.
Well, when you put it like that, I can see some sense in it. Not that I know much about these things, but,
I don't know. It all sounds a little, crazy. Why would the Virgin Mary choose us, that is you, to speak to?
I'd say you're having peculiar dreams and that's all. It'll pass. I've been through something similar myself. I had a strange dream too, not so long ago. It was after Runt nearly killed me in Skalitz. I was back there again, in the middle of all that slaughter. It was dark everywhere, and I was carrying the sword Pa made for Sir Radzig. I had to fight my way through humans who looked like demons of hell, I suppose. But what do you want to do about it? I found my parents. And then I woke up. Rely on me. I'll be there. No, I'm not going anywhere. I think the whole thing is daft, and you shouldn't go either. All right. I heaved a sigh of relief when the Virgin Mary came and everything ended well. It was the best sermon I ever heard. I mean it. Flames, a golden city, beasts of hell. It was awe-inspiring. You even put the fear of God into me. It sounded almost like it wasn't you at all. I never expected you'd say such things. Well, you sounded quite convincing, all right. Totally different than normal. It was really interesting, though. It's a pity you don't hear sermons like that in church. All hellfire and destruction. I had a feeling like I was back in Skalitz and it was happening all over again. It was a bit weird. You sounded completely different than your usual self. Really intense and sort of mystical. It was a bit much. It was very confusing. Flames and demons and a city of gold. Did you really dream all that? I'd say they liked it. Everyone was quite spellbound. I'm not sure. They were quite rooted to the spot. A bit bewildered, I'd say. I can't speak for anyone else. But you made an impression on the tailor's wife, right? So maybe you got through to the others too. Give it some time. Not entirely. What did you actually want to say? Oh, yes. Clear as day. Uh-huh. I see. Sir Kuno, can you tell me something about yourself? Sir Kuno, can you tell me something about yourself? Sir Radzig told me the Rickvold family lost its wealth. How did that happen? Sir Radzig told me the Rickvold family lost its wealth. How did that happen? Oh, Christ. That sounds like a scene straight out of hell. Christ. That sounds like a scene straight out of hell. But surely that was for you to decide. You were the head of the family, right? But surely that was for you to decide. You were the head of the family, right? That's pretty harsh. That's pretty harsh. What about your debt to Sir Radzig? How did that come about? What about your debt to Sir Radzig? How did that come about? I see. So he was on the other side. I see. So he was on the other side. Lucky for you. Lucky for you. I'd like to ask about your men. Can you tell me something about yourself? Sure, I know. It'll turn out just fine. Trust me. Well, I'm preparing for it. I'll think up something, don't worry. But I need you to testify at the court. In Johanka's defence, of course. Oh. All right. Oh. How's that? You might be right. But how? The bishop won't let anyone see Johanka. I don't know. Sounds very risky. If I were caught, Johanka would be condemned, and me along with her. No, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm sure Johanka will be acquitted by the court, and everything will be all right. Running would just confirm the Inquisitor's suspicions, and she'd always be looking over her shoulder. No, that's not going to happen. I thought of it myself, but Johanka is adamant. She refuses to run, maybe. But it's her decision. And I'm not going to force her to flee if she doesn't want to. So am I. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. If the water in the well went bad, that would frighten the villagers. But how to do it? Maybe drop something rotten in it? But what can I use? Hang on. What was it that trader said about the eggs that went rotten? A diabolical stink? I can't throw these eggs in there yet. I don't have any rotten eggs. These eggs aren't rotten. These don't stink enough. What do you think about it then? I see. I'll be going then. Farewell, Father. But Johanka is only saying what the Virgin Mary has told her. What can be wrong with that? Well, I believe she's telling the truth. But Johanka is no heretic. She's a good, kind girl who's only trying to do the right thing. Christ also came from a stable, though. If you say so, Father. I'm quite sure Johanka wasn't acting with any evil intentions. Of course. I'll defend her. And what did you talk about? What have you got against Johanka? What? What do you mean, warned? Then I'll see you there. I've heard all I need to hear. Damn it, woman, tell me what you meant by that. Tell me everything you know. Out with it! So it was you who sent those men, and I'll do likewise.
Farewell.
I represent the royal hetman, so don't try and keep anything from me. I'm sure the bailiff will want to hear about it. Sir, can I get my prize for victory in the tourney?
Well, that's convenient though, isn't it?
Me? What are you implying?
Of course not. What do you take me for?
What if I did? Come on. Do you take me for some cutthroat? My own parents were killed, and I wouldn't wish that loss on anyone. That's all right. So all the villagers are frightened?
You can't be serious.
I don't know, I can't remember. Now look. What does it matter? People die all the time. I had no choice. That person caught me in the act.
I'm really sorry.
What about that potion? But I need it.
All right.
Well, what with all the fanfares and cheering, somehow I forgot to come and claim my purse. It's only right I should get my prize, even if I did come late for it. Although actually, I'm not really bothered about it. About Carolina. As it happens, I got rid of her father. I figured that would leave the way clear for you.
Yes, sir.
About Carolina.
I'll be better, sir. I won't run off next time. Sorry, something really important came up. Yes, Sir Hans. I can't, Sir Hans. There's something else I have to do.
Good wife.
You know, I can't stop thinking about what happened to that poor wretch.
And what did happen that was so terrible?
It still troubles me, though.
It might relieve you to talk to someone.
Sorry. Sometimes I can't help myself.
Lev, you say his name was. What kind of statues?
For the stillborn child, I suppose. What happened then?
So he died alone in the end?
What? Just on account of his stealing?
And of course suspicion fell on Lev. No, I don't. So he was innocent?
Well, I won't condemn you for it. It's for God to judge, but I hope you all pay for your sins, like Lev did, for something he didn't do. Because I couldn't even bury my own parents. Everyone should be allowed to rest in peace.
That someone just dug him up like an animal.
I mean about what's going to happen with him now.
What happened with Johanka? Did you see them? How come you didn't stop them? You weren't at your post. How come?
Ah, I see. If you think it would help, well, guilt.
Well, clearly something weighs heavy on your soul, just like the other villagers. The older ones. And I'd say it's connected to that empty grave. Well, that wretch returns as a revenant, and no one does anything. It's not just fear, but more like everyone is expecting some punishment that was bound to come one day. Why do they call you Dangler? Why do they call you Dangler?
Ah, I see. So, he saved you from execution?
Ah,
I see. So, he saved you from execution?
But how long were you stuck there? Jesus! How on earth did you survive? Jesus! How on earth did you survive?
What do you think about this business with Hagen Zul? What do you think about this business with Hagen Zul?
That robber baron who's been pillaging Sir Radzig's estates. Didn't Kuno tell you? That robber baron who's been pillaging Sir Radzig's estates. Didn't Kuno tell you?
Stefan, can you tell me something about yourself? Stefan, can you tell me something about yourself?
I'm curious how you ended up in Kuno's band.
No, I suppose not.
But how did you come to be with them?
No, I suppose not.
But how did you come to be with them?
Oh. But, well, Kuno said it was you who wanted to keep it secret.
Oh.
But, well, Kuno said it was you who wanted to keep it secret.
No, I don't think so. At least... Oh, never mind. So, where did you live before? What did you do? No, I don't think so. At least... Oh, never mind. So, where did you live before? What did you do?
Actually, I haven't the foggiest idea what you mean.
You don't give anything away, do you?
Actually, I haven't the foggiest idea what you mean.
You don't give anything away, do you?
Maybe another time. My head's starting to spin. Maybe another time. My head's starting to spin.
What do you think about this business with Hagen Zul?
What do you think about this business with Hagen Zul?
Is he?
Why's that?
Is he?
Why's that? Can you tell me something about yourself, Jan? Can you tell me something about yourself, Jan?
It's just a bit of swordplay. I'm not asking you to strap on a longsword and march to war.
Well, suit yourself. If you should change your mind, I'll be here till lunchtime. May he forgive you for it. Oh, now you're in hallowed ground. Maybe you'll finally have some rest. May you join your wife and child. Rest in peace.
How did you end up in Kuno's band?
What happened? Did you fall out? What happened? Did you fall out?
You and Petter seem very close.
To tell the truth, I'd never have guessed the two of you came from the same mother.
Oh. I'm a bit confused. You're not actually brothers.
Oh.
I'm a bit confused. You're not actually brothers. So you two never had... Well, So you two never had... Well, What do you think about this business with Hagen Zool? What do you think about this business with Hagen Zool? Like what? Like what? You think Hagen's men have no great love for him? You think Hagen's men have no great love for him? Aye. I see what you're getting at. Aye. I see what you're getting at. Tell me something about yourself. Tell me something about yourself. How did you and Jan end up with Kuno? How did you and Jan end up with Kuno? Your brother was saying you rode before with some Kalini fella. Your brother was saying you rode before with some Kalini fella. Yeah, he said you missed Bohemia. Yeah, he said you missed Bohemia. Ah. He did something to anger them. Ah. He did something to anger them. What? The bear really did dance? What? The bear really did dance? What do you think about this business with Hagen Zool? What do you think about this business with Hagen Zool? Hey, Jakey, can you tell me something about yourself? Hey, Jakey, can you tell me something about yourself? How did you end up in Kuno's band? How did you end up in Kuno's band? I bet you were glad to get out of there. I bet you were glad to get out of there. Well, surely you can't be any worse off here than in the bakery. Well, surely you can't be any worse off here than in the bakery. How come they bullied you at the bakery? It's usually the shy ones bullies pick on. That's not exactly you. How come they bullied you at the bakery? It's usually the shy ones bullies pick on. That's not exactly you. Oh, come on, you shy? You just said you were playing the fool and telling jokes in the tavern. Oh, come on, you shy? You just said you were playing the fool and telling jokes in the tavern. I see. That must have been tough. I see. That must have been tough. What do you think about this business with Hagen Zool? What do you think about this business with Hagen Zool? Wait, what are you trying to say? Wait, what are you trying to say? All right, we'll drop it then. All right, we'll drop it then.
And that's that. That should do it. All done.
Sir Hans, I heard something about a tourney in Ratai. Oh, you don't seem like your usual cheerful self, sir. Anything wrong? I didn't know you had a page. I can see how that could be a bit awkward. I've changed my mind. I can't leave you to the mercy of Sir Hannes. I'll do it. Oh, Jesus, what are you getting me into now? I'll get killed. What, and I'm to become your page? I'm not sure if Sir Radzig will agree. All right. I just hope it won't get me into trouble. Well, I suppose I can handle a few fellas one at a time. Oh, all right then. Your wish is my command. So everything is all right? Oh, aye. That'd make a nice change. Well, Sir Hans, I fought as best I could, but it didn't turn out quite how you expected. Sir, I won the tourney. It's very kind of you, sir. Thanks. You won't believe it, Sir Hans, but I entered the tourney again and... Well, this time I won. No, I'm sorry, sir. I don't want to let you down, but I really don't feel up to it. You better find someone else. I heard something from the blacksmith about the mysterious death of his son, Svatopluk. Do you know what happened to him? Can you tell me something about the fighter they call Black Peter? Could it have been Black Peter who killed Svatopluk? It seems a bit suspicious that he died on the very day he beat him. I won't take any accusations from you. I accept. I did not cheat, and I shall not fight you. I've no time for such tomfoolery. I have important business with Sir Erhard. I've changed my mind. If that offer of a horse is still open. Deal. I'll take the horse. Thank you, Sir Erhard. Sorry, I don't want the horse. Thank you, sir. But I'm sure you'd have managed without me. Thank you, sir. But I'm sure you'd have managed without me. No, I can't deny. Sometimes I get the feeling I'm the only one around here who's capable of getting things done. No, I can't deny. Sometimes I get the feeling I'm the only one around here who's capable of getting things done. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Celebrating? What? Celebrating? What? And what about Kuno? And what about Kuno? Where did all those pretty things outside your door come from? Why are they doing it? Ah, I see. That's interesting. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? People respect you and believe what you told them. They're showing their support. Well, I hope it doesn't get out of hand. You know how people are. Someone might be offended. Ah, I see. Well, I'll have a look around for them. Ah, I see. Well, I'll have a look around for them. Looks like Hansel and Gretel went this way. Looks like Hansel and Gretel went this way. Romance on the rocky outcrops, so it seems. Romance on the rocky outcrops, so it seems. Oh, it started getting interesting here. Oh, it started getting interesting here. Seems it's not booze we're interested in anymore. Seems it's not booze we're interested in anymore. Ah, shameless hussy. Ah,
Shameless hussy. It's always nice to take away a memento. It's always nice to take away a memento.
About that affair of yours, I'll get some people who will testify for you in court. But Brother Nicodemus is worried you'll say things that will make the Inquisitor angry. Please don't do that. I spoke to Matthias. No, he's much better. He asked about you. He wanted to come here, but he's not strong enough yet. But doesn't it mean that you've already done your part? What would be the point of it all if the Inquisitor were to have you imprisoned now? Or even worse.
But you already passed the Virgin Mary's message on. Many people heard it, and many of them have amended their ways. You certainly haven't failed.
Look, Matthias gave me this for you, and he asked me to tell you to look out for yourself. Johanka, be reasonable. You must reconsider how you're going to speak. You have to talk to him respectfully, answer his questions with humility, and not say anything to annoy him. And don't say anything against the church or priests. Please. Fine, if that's how you want it. But if you annoy him, you'll make it worse for yourself and me too. I'm trying to help you here. Johanka, please. You mustn't say anything against him or the church. Be contrite. Maybe even admit you might have been wrong about some things. I've nothing to do with him. I didn't even know he was here. Believe me, I'm really trying to help you. I don't think the Inquisitor is so bad. If you submit to him, he'll drop the charges. I do, Johanka, I believe you. But in court, you must speak reasonably, prudently. A lot depends on it. Maybe even your life. I don't know what to think about these visitations and messages. I'm sorry, I'm not learned enough to make sense of it. But I'm only concerned about your good. If you anger the Inquisitor, it won't end well for you, I know it. So now you believe me for a change. But you have to consider yourself and what's good for you. Surely you don't want to be convicted of heresy? That won't do anyone any good, neither you nor Matthias.
Sacra. This is going to be a right mess.
I did the pilgrimage of penance, like you said. And in the church, I begged the Virgin Mary for forgiveness. I won't. I made a donation to the church, too. And the parish priest there, Father Godwin, he was asking about you. Oh, just about everything that's going on and the things you were saying. Oh, just about everything that's going on and the things you were saying. He was quite moved by it, to tell the truth. He even gave me some writings.
Right, castle behind me. The footbridge to the pools.
This looks like the place Johanka described.
What was it she said? I should go to the waterworks. This is where they wash the ore.
According to what Johanka said, I should go uphill somewhere here.
A stony channel. Let's see where that leads. The pond in the middle.
Johanka mentioned some stony watercourse.
There was a stream here that supplied those ponds.
It must be nearby.
Well, this is it. I thought it was supposed to be a big cave.
Oh, maybe it's bigger on the inside.
Oh, fuck.
How in Christ's name did they get here? A shaft leading to the surface. Maybe someone threw those people down here.
Something's very fishy here.
It looks like the blood leads to that hut.
Blood?
A lot of it. And it's been here quite a while. About the tourney, sir. I'm afraid I didn't manage to enroll. Sorry.
My apologies, I was too busy.
I was out of town at the time. So Radzig sent me on an errand. I was training with different kinds of weapons. Swords, polearms, maces. So as not to disgrace you. Well, you know, this and that. I've got to make a living after all. Don't worry. You can count on me. Are you the one they call Black Peter? Can I ask you something? Johanka, you managed to get away? Of course. I'll help you with whatever you need. What's it about this time? Me? I don't know where you're going with this, and I don't like it much. Well then, why are we even talking about it? What, another one? Are people not capable of looking out for themselves anymore? Sorry, but I've already spent too much time here. I have other important things to take care of. I have a duty to Sir Radzig, you know. What the hell are you talking about? Well, I've always tried. But yeah, you're right. I'm a sinner too. I did a lot of good too, you know. But what sins do you mean? Yes. I am a sinner. You were chosen by the Virgin Mary. Who am I to deny you? Please, tell me how I can make amends. I've done nothing wrong. My conscience is clear. What? Oh, well, no. And I'm not done yet. I'll find that Markwart von Aulitz, and when I'm done with him, even the demons in hell will feel sorry for him. All right, I killed that bastard runt, and I'd do it again. For Skalitz, and for everything else he did. Never before did I want to hurt someone so much. And it felt great, smashing that evil face of his. Runt. I hated him. For what he did in Skalitz, for that sword, for everything. And now I'm sorry for it. I lost control. Let my rage get the better of me. I should have left him to the executioner. Never before did I want to hurt someone so much. I'll kill that whoreson if it's the last thing I do. You know, sometimes you speak like a saint, but there was nothing else I could do. I can't help myself. I'm still so angry. I don't know how I can... But how? How can I reconcile myself to that? That monster killed my parents. No. Only him. No. Only him. Well, yes, but I was just defending myself. Or others. I had no choice. I'm not worthy of your kingdom. There were others. Merciful Christ, forgive me. Forgive me for all the terrible things I've done. I'm sorry. Runt wasn't the only one. Things just got out of hand. Yes. I'm sorry. Well, how do you know what I've been doing? What? That's just slander. I'm not some dirty thief, and I'll deal with anyone who goes spreading those lies about me. Quite the contrary. I serve the royal hetman, catching those lousy crooks. If I ever took anything from anyone, it's because they were dishonest themselves. They deserved it. Please forgive me. Yes. Yes, I'll do that. It's true. I haven't been a good Christian. I'm ashamed of myself. Nah, but it is. I serve the royal hetman. Making judgments like that is my duty. Maybe not. I never thought much about it. I suppose I ought to try and be a better person, right? Yes, I know I shouldn't have done it. I don't even really know how it happened. So I brought her those things, and then she gave me this shirt, so I had to strip off, and she, Lady Stephanie asked me to help her with some things, and of course I couldn't refuse the lady of the castle. She seduced me. It wasn't my fault. The lady of Talmberg ordered me to bring a horse to her and bring wine to her chamber. And how do you know about that? What? If the women in Sasau were gossiping about it... If I'd known it was me she wanted to mount and not the horse, I wouldn't have gone to her. What was I supposed to do? Rear up and throw her? Well, not exactly. But when the lady of Talmberg offers me a gift, I can hardly refuse. I'll remember that. What could I do? I didn't know what she was after. With that shirt and everything. That's the pot calling the kettle black. You've forgotten about the custodian in a hurry, haven't you? Well, when they keep throwing themselves at me and flirting with me, I forget myself. I'm sorry. I'll be better. What I do, with whom, is my business. I'm not going to discuss that with you. Not prostitutes. Laundresses and bathmaids. I go there to bathe, if you must know. Well... But I need it. If I didn't have a swig of schnapps now and again, I wouldn't remember how yesterday ended up, or what I was doing all day. There are things I don't want to think about, but I can't keep them out of my mind. Drinking keeps the worst of it at bay. And anyway, drinking isn't a sin. Yeah, I know. But even though my head is pounding, I always remember everything clearly. And a swig of schnapps lets me remember what I did yesterday. I know, you're right. But I can't help myself. Whenever it looks like things are going to get tough, or I don't know what to do next, I need to have a drink. Well... All right. I won't drink so much. I promise. You're the one who thinks I have a problem, not me. It suits me just fine as it is. I had a secret assignment. A real man should have rough edges. It was just some youthful high spirits, that's all. But I've learnt my lesson. I'm over that. Not necessarily. How? What exactly should I do? I agree. Tell me, please. How should I make amends? I said I was sorry, didn't I? Can't I just ride there? Can't I just go to my own church? It's just a church. I had the church there fixed up. At my own expense, and it didn't come cheap. But the house of God has to look the part. I mean, in Pribyslavitz. All right. And will that really relieve my soul? But what if I can't carry the weight of my sins? Oh? How much? Yes, because I never had to think about it. Until now. Thank you, Johanka. I suppose facing up to my sins is really the only thing I can do now. Yes, truly. But I tried. I really did. But there have been occasions when I might have acted a bit better.
But there are a lot worse people than me. I'm a good person. Not some criminal or good-for-nothing.
Really? Who is it?
No. I simply don't have time.
All right. Can't you just tell me who we're talking about here? I said no. I've had enough of this.
Hail Mary, full of grace. The Lord is with thee. How should I begin? Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. Amen. My, this one has seen better days. Almighty God, please grant us peace, that we may rebuild this little shrine. And maybe Skalitz too. I ought to tell someone about it. But now, Amen. So, I made it this far. Please look down on me and hear me, a great sinner. I want to say sorry and repent. To do penance for being such a villain and for all the terrible things I did. I don't know the rest in Latin. But she'll understand my native tongue too, won't she? Holy Mary, Queen of Heaven, merciful Mother, just Virgin, loving, yes, loving and forgiving. Ave Maria, gratia plena. I have sinned terribly. I killed a man, Runt. He was a criminal and a murderer, and he deserved it. But I shouldn't have killed him, even though he deserved it. It's not for me to judge and punish others. It was a sin, committed in anger, and it burdens my soul. Please forgive me, and let me make amends. I killed a man, it's true. Runt. He was a murderer and a criminal, and he deserved to die for everything he did to others. I would behave better if others weren't so corrupt and sinful. Surely you can see I'm not a bad person. Lots of people steal and lie and fornicate. Couldn't care less about others. I'm sorry for saying such things, but it's true. How is a person supposed to be honest and good when he's surrounded by bad people? I killed a man. It's true. Runt. He was a murderer and a criminal, and he deserved to die. But the sin burdens my soul. Please look down on me and grant me mercy. I have been sorely tried. I lost my parents. My hometown was razed to the ground. Fate has not been as kind to me as to others, and I killed other people too. Oh, merciful Mother of God. Sometimes righteously, sometimes I had to, but sometimes I was simply overcome by anger and... please forgive me. And I turned my back on others when they needed my help. That wasn't right. That wasn't the Christian thing to do. I want to be a good Christian. And I will be, really. I'll amend my ways, I promise. Forgive me. I beg you. And I did all sorts of wicked deeds. I lied and stole and behaved like a villain and a thug. I'm truly sorry for my deeds. And I promise I won't do them again. And I'll make a donation to the church to make amends for everything. And I have fornicated. I'm ashamed of it. But I'll be more virtuous from now on, I promise. Well, as I said, I have sinned. But at heart, I'm not a bad person. I know I failed in some of the trials you sent me, but please, give me a chance to make amends. I beg your forgiveness, Almighty God. Please forgive a humble sinner, as Jesus Christ forgave those who nailed him to the cross. Mother of God, intercede with God for the souls of my parents, and let them find mercy in the kingdom of heaven. They were honest people, who didn't deserve what happened to them. And I promise I'll be virtuous, the most virtuous of men, so as not to bring shame to their memory. Grant mercy to everyone here. Look down on the people of Skalitz, and let this province know peace and quiet again. People don't deserve the horrors that are happening. Let there be an end to it all. May the whole country find peace. Look after our good King Wenceslas and Sir Radzig. They're both just governors and honourable, and they look out for their people. Grant them grace. Well, that's about all I wanted to say. Look down on me, a simple man who begs for forgiveness, and grant me a little of thy mercy. Amen.
I want to make a donation to the church as a token of repentance for the things I did wrong. No, nothing. I just happened to be passing, and since I haven't been in church for quite a while, I thought I'd stop by. Johanka sent me to do penance to the Virgin Mary and make a donation to her church. My sins are troubling me, Father. That's why I'm here. To pray for forgiveness. Oh, that's all, Father. I wanted to pray for my parents and for forgiveness for my sins. I feel better now. I think everything is all right. I was troubled by my sins and I came to pray for forgiveness. Johanka sent me to do penance to the Virgin Mary. Thank you, Father. I must be going. Actually, it was Johanka's idea. She sent me on this pilgrimage. Yes, Father, it's a long story. All right, if you like. Johanka is a girl from Skalitz. I've known her since, well, all my life. But recently, some, peculiar things have been going on. No, wait though. This is something different. The Virgin Mary has been appearing to Johanka. Yes. Our Lady visits her in her dreams and shows her, well, I don't know what. Johanka says the Virgin tells her some words of wisdom and wants her to pass them on to the people. Well, Johanka takes care of the sick and wounded in Sassau, but she's been having these visions of the Virgin Mary and then preaching to the people about it. Johanka came from Skalitz like me. After the attack, she fled to Sassau and began taking care of the wounded there. And then she started having these visions of the Virgin Mary. Well, that's what she said. She started preaching to the people about what Our Lady told her. But then this inquisitor, Bishop Yaroslav of Benešov, came to Sassau. Well, once she preached to the people about how we were all sinners and must repent. Otherwise, beasts of hell would come for us and rip us to pieces. Something like that. But if we're virtuous, Our Lady will drive the beasts away and save us. Once she preached to the people about how the lords are wicked. Well, some of them, that is. That they don't look after the people, and then the people suffer, and it's not just, and that we shouldn't obey lords like that. Demons of hell were going to come and rip them to pieces. Of course, when Johanka speaks, it sounds a lot better, really. She speaks completely differently than she usually does. Like some kind of angel. No, I swear by the Blessed Virgin, it's all true. I was there myself. Couldn't believe it myself at the start. Well, the people of Sassau go to listen to her. Well, some of them. The Sassau folk go and listen to her preach. And that's not all. Then they go to her looking for help in making amends. And she helped a lot of people like that. Well, there have been some problems. Now, instead of preaching on the square, she goes to a meadow outside of town. Some people still go to listen to her there. I don't know. I'm not learned or anything, but I think it's nonsense. I only go there on account of her, to keep an eye on things. But Johanka would never lie. Me? I really don't know what to make of it. I believe everything she says. Johanka would never lie, and she's helped so many people. She's the most virtuous person I know. The Virgin Mary couldn't have chosen anyone better. And what do you think? You're a learned man. More interesting than now. Don't know if I'll be able to handle that. Anyway, I should get back to Johanka. I shouldn't keep her waiting. God be with you, Father. I suppose so. I must get back to Sassau. Farewell. Interesting. In a good way or a bad way? What isn't? Farewell, Father. I did. I made a pilgrimage of penance. I stopped to pray at every shrine and cross along the way. By the way, that shrine before Talmberg, by the path from Sassau, I don't know what happened to it, but someone should see to getting it fixed. That's right, Father. Path or no path, over hill and vale, trudging my weary way. Not only that, I stopped and prayed at every shrine along the way. About that manuscript, Father. The who? And what use will that be to me? Oh, yeah. I'm not likely to forget that in a hurry. No. Ah, I see. Who's Matthew? Yes. Of course I do. No, actually. Ah. All right, thanks. How are you getting on? I'm sorry to hear it. To be honest, you look all done in. Oh. What's happened? How are you getting on? There was a pile of dead bodies. Murdered. It wasn't a pretty sight, I can tell you. I'm Henry of Skalitz. I've enrolled in the tourney too. Where are you from? Do you remember Svatopluk, the blacksmith's son? And do you have any idea what actually happened? And he was found dead the day after. Anyway, he won't be able to tell us anything because he's gone to meet his maker. I didn't enroll in the tourney, but I asked around if anyone knew anything about your son's death. Unfortunately, I'm none the wiser. What about the fellow they called Dangler? What about the fellow they called Dangler? So he scouts for you. So he scouts for you. Those Behrman brothers are quite a pair. Those Behrman brothers are quite a pair. Jesus, Jesus. What can you tell me about Stefan? What can you tell me about Stefan? How did he come to join your band? How did he come to join your band? What exactly happened? What exactly happened? Oh, now you've got me curious. Maybe I should ask him myself. Oh, now you've got me curious. Maybe I should ask him myself. What about that dumb one? How did he end up with you? What about that dumb one? How did he end up with you? Just like that? Just like that? Weren't you worried about having a stranger in your band? Especially one who didn't talk. Weren't you worried about having a stranger in your band? Especially one who didn't talk. I'm not sure I'd be thinking that if I ran into you lot on the road. I'm not sure I'd be thinking that if I ran into you lot on the road. What about Jakey? What about Jakey? Like her son? Like her son? Oh, you're pretty hard on him, though. And the others keep him on his toes, too. Oh, you're pretty hard on him, though. And the others keep him on his toes, too. True. 2 is more than enough. True. 2 is more than enough. What, you had a dream just now? Well, affairs of the heart are what I do best. I'll be glad to help you. So what do you want me to do? What role? Oh, well, the sooner we get it out of the way, the sooner we can get going. Well, couldn't we do it after we get back? Yeah, I suppose. But I have to go now. Well, then you ought to have had him clapped in the stocks. But all right, if that's what you want, I'll go to Ledechko and find this swindler of yours. So you bet a rare family heirloom, even though you don't know how to play dice. I'm sorry, sir, but about the tourney. Begging your pardon, your lordship, but it wasn't me who fed Sir Hanish a load of horse shit about teaching someone knightly skills. But I swear, I really had an important job to do for Sir... I'm sorry, sir. Truly. I'll be going then. But I did enroll in the end. Sir, I enrolled in the tourney, as you asked, and I won. Thank you, sir. I tried hard, but I didn't win. I hope I didn't disgrace you, at least. I'm not going to go around beating people for you. Chop its head off and sprinkle holy water on it. Set fire to it and piss on it. A wooden stake through the heart. A silver arrowhead through the skull. Sprinkling poppy seeds on the grave. Garlic and a crucifix should be enough, right? I'm sorry. Well, I still managed to find out something from him. You see, he had poison on his sword. Of course, I can't be absolutely sure, but the symptoms Fatapluk had point to it. I think he cut your son in the tourney and poisoned him. At least the poor wretch will have peace at last. Like in Ratai, maybe? True, I could ask her. What about the dead man's remains? What on earth for? You said to keep them. What do I do with them now? About those remains. All right, I'll sell them to you. I think I'd rather bury them. Sorry. No, of course. Take care of yourself, and I hope things get better. With you and Matthias and everything. My word, Johanka. That speech of yours on the square. I swear I never heard anything like it in my life. I was thinking about that tailor, and I decided I'd like to help you, if I can somehow. Oh, that's what you wanted, isn't it? Your words didn't fall on deaf ears, and now you can't let people down when they come to you. Jesus, you're really full of holy fire. You see what happens when you get people all fired up? You should drop the whole thing. All right, I'll see what I can do. Oh, I don't know. I don't have time for that now. True enough. All right, then. Sorry, but I really have more important things to deal with than some hopeless dice player. So that's where the murderer was hiding the bodies. Thank Christ he's finished. That's odd. It looks like someone is living here. Let's see if anyone here can tell me about that blood down below. This is very fishy. All those corpses down below. So many bodies. It's like hell itself. That fella at the top must know something about it. That bastard killed them all and threw their corpses down here. Someone must have thrown them down the shaft from above. That explains the blood. It leads to the cabins at the top. Thank Christ that's over and done with. I'd better move on. Sir, my investigation led me back to Skalitz, and I happened across a criminal there. There's a murderer there who's been ambushing folk and killing them. He's hiding out above the mine shafts that are by the woods near the ore washing tanks. Very good. Thank you, sir. I'm not sure. But we can't just leave it at that. After all, I'm in the service of Sir Radzig. Either I'll have to go there and deal with that murderer myself, or report to Sir Radzig and let him decide what to do about him. I reported everything to Sir Radzig, and his men went and dealt with that murderer. Ah, I see. I'll make it up to her this evening. Ah, you're right there. Thanks. That's very kind of you. I'll have to pay you back somehow. I brought you something. I've got a bit of spare coin, and I was thinking maybe you could use it. I've got quite a bit of meat. More than I can eat myself. I thought you might be able to use it. Glad to be of help. Thanks. I certainly could do with the rest. Thanks for the offer, but there's something I have to do. I'll meet you in the morning. Sir Hans, I know we didn't agree on it, but in the end I entered that tourney you mentioned. I was just... Yes, I heard everything. No, I didn't. What did she want? So give her some advice then. I just wanted to report to you, sir, that I dealt with that murderer. He attacked me and... Well, I got the better of him. He won't be doing any more harm to anyone. I'm afraid that monster got them too. I believe I saw their bodies there. It wasn't a pretty sight. I'm sorry about what happened. But I did my utmost. Truly. Really, I feel awful about it. I promise it won't happen again. There was nothing more that could be done. Even you and Brother Nicodemus were at a loss most of the time. By the time I was able to get hold of everything that was needed and prepare remedies, it was already too late. But those were complicated cases. I just don't know as much about medicine as I thought. Sorry. I wanted to help you when I saw what a tough time you were having, but... Well, I suppose I overestimated my abilities. Nothing. I just stopped by to see how you were doing. I was thinking you might be glad to see a familiar face. I'm really sorry. I wanted to help, but I suppose I bit off more than I could chew. I tried to help them, but that remedy was a complicated thing. I was in a rush to get it done and the timing was a bit off, which could have caused unexpected effects. Alchemy is a very complicated matter. It's not at all easy to brew a potion properly when you're rushed. I'm sorry it turned out the way it did. I'm sorry, but there was just no time to deal with it. Sir Radzig charged me with a very important task, and I couldn't afford the slightest delay. These were matters of treason, counterfeiting money, very serious crimes. The village just had to wait. Sorry. How is Matthias doing? He'll get better. Don't you worry. He's a tough little bugger. No fever is going to beat him. We must prepare to do battle with demons. We have to drive them back when they come. It was a warning about our sinfulness. If we're virtuous, Our Lady will protect us against the demons. It was a warning that we shouldn't be proud. Like those people in the Golden City. Aha, right. That makes sense. I get it now. Oh, shit. Morning. Here I am. Ready to go? Sure. I'll be right behind you. Do you really think it's a good idea? If you think so, you're right. I'm with you. That's strange. There's blood everywhere here. I wonder where that shaft leads to. The trail of blood leads from that hut. I should have a look down below at the bottom of the shaft. A shield of Sir Radzig's garrison. Strange. The next morning, Ma scolded me on account of that scratch on my hand. There's something else I'd like to ask. She was flaunting that ring all day. But that little intrigue with the dice... I never thought you'd stoop to stealing. Your pa really wanted to marry you off to Master Tobias. Did you go back to Skalitz again? To bury your pa and your brothers? Going back to help the survivors. That was very brave of you. I know it isn't easy to talk about. Yeah, so am I. And I'm glad you did too. Oh? How come? What is it? Thank you for telling me about everything, Teresa. Sure. Thanks, Teresa. Thanks for everything. Your pa and Stibor were really stealing from the royal mines. Jesus. I don't think even Fritz and Matthew would take that kind of chance. And there's not much that pair won't do for an easy groschen. I won't, I promise. So what happened to the silver? And have you spoken to Master Fayfar since the raid? Aye, I don't blame you. Where are they buried? God will understand. I buried Ma and Pa under the linden tree by our house. It's what they would have wanted. Once things settle, we'll be able to go back and pay our respects. And get the priest to bless their graves. When I went back to Skalitz, I met no one but footpads and cutthroats. If you hadn't come along, I doubt I'd be here to tell the tale. Well, I'm not so sure. Not everyone has your courage. Remember how we were sword fighting together? Bianca told me something about your little expedition to the woods. So Johanka and Matthias finally got together. Well, if it hadn't been for everything that happened afterwards, who knows? They could be headed for the altar. I have no more questions. You really ran into a wolf. I thought Bianca must have been imagining things. It's a good thing you were there with Bianca. It's all water under the bridge now. I never told her it was you who did it. I was worried for a while that she had some other suitor who gave it to her. It's a shame you couldn't help them get together. On the other hand, when two bashful people are trying to court, it's a bit of a lost cause. Probably just as well you didn't play along with Johanka's harebrained scheme and found a better solution. Matthias would have had a fit if he'd lost his favourite dice. I'd like to give you 3 score groschen. I'd like to give you 6 score groschen. I'd like to give you 12 score groschen. I'd like to give you 360 groschen. Actually, I don't have as much as I thought. I can't afford it now. Sorry.
Do you surrender? Do you surrender? Then leave, and never come back to this province. Neither you, nor any Zool. Then leave, and never come back to this province. Neither you, nor any Zool. Defeated you are. And now you'll die. Defeated you are. And now you'll die. No, you told them yourself not to harm a hair on my head. No, you told them yourself not to harm a hair on my head. And then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Now go! And then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Now go! No matter. I can handle that rabble of yours. No matter. I can handle that rabble of yours. It seems the rules of combat are as twisted as Kuno's principles. In that case, get going. You and your band. It seems the rules of combat are as twisted as Kuno's principles. In that case, get going. You and your band.
Ha! Christ! Take that! Die!
Are you talking to me? I don't see anyone else here, so...
Pavel, please tell us about your recent experience.
But that was just a misunderstanding. I never bribed anyone.
Forgive me, Monsignor, but Katra isn't telling the whole truth.
She's the one who set a band of thugs on Johanka, several times, to cause trouble for her and threaten her. She wanted to drive Johanka out of town.
That's not the deed of a good Christian, plotting intrigues like that.
That's nothing but slander. She admitted it all to me.
Monsignor, you can see yourself that Katra holds a grudge against Johanka. Kuno, your men are robbing the dead. Kuno, your men are robbing the dead. Try explaining that to Sir Radzig. You're acting in his name here, so he expects you to behave the same as his own people, with honour. Try explaining that to Sir Radzig. You're acting in his name here, so he expects you to behave the same as his own people, with honour. Maybe it's time they turned over a new leaf then. A guide, of course. A guide, of course. I believe you owe Sir Radzig a favour. I would, only the Virgin Mary didn't choose me. Remember? And I'll be there with you. And once you've got their ears, give them the important part. Just start with something that will grab their attention. Like that the Blessed Virgin visited you. That should do it. Nothing could be easier. Don't worry, you can do it. Don't worry about it. People always want to hear something sensational. They'll be hanging on your every word. People will swallow anything. Believe me. Think of Matthias. You want him to recover, don't you? Have no fear. You can do it. If you didn't have what it took, Our Lady wouldn't have chosen you, would she? That's the spirit. Enough beating around the bush. Go and let him have it. The Virgin Mary visited you. Who else has been given such an honour? For heaven's sake, Johanka, pull yourself together. Enough of your stupid excuses, woman. Stop whining here like a child and get out there and talk to the people. Well, it's a wonder he took me on at all after I lost his sword in Scalars. But it's great. For someone like me. I lost everything, and he gave me a second chance. And even a new home of sorts, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Don't worry. You'll surely find your place too, eventually. I'll try and put in a word with Sir Radzig when the opportunity arises. I think so. If not Sir Radzig, then someone else. There's silver there, so people will definitely go back on account of that. I don't know. It's really destroyed. Burnt down. I'm sure he'll recover. And one day you'll have your house. I found this document in the woods by Sasau. Careful, it's a bit bloody. What's that dog you have here? He looks familiar. Of course. When I went back to bury my parents, he was guarding his master's dead body. A faithful dog. How come he's here? I came for that dog. I'll give him a try. I'd like to take Mutt travelling with me again. How's he doing? He won't starve to death then. Does he obey you? Spoilt then. How long has he been with you? So he's doing quite well then. What does the miller have to say about it? How's that? Jesus. I could have a word with him. Me? But we never had a dog at the smithy. We never needed one. All right. I'll take him. He can keep me company on my travels. I don't know. I can't. Something might happen to him travelling around. It's very dangerous these days. No, let him stay here for now. Here you are. She's fine. Why do you ask? A little. Sorry, it got a bit out of hand. Well, I thought, since he's from the mill too... Oh, shit! I'm sweating like a pig. Take that. Oh, that's quite a coincidence.
Kuno will want to know about this. Kuno will want to know about this.
That's right, that's right. I figured we'd pounce on them and give them what they deserve. Well, well, Goodman Ambrose. I heard you were about to leave for Kuttenberg. Ah, I see. Oh, Sir Sebastian's a man who doesn't like to be disappointed. Oh, damn it. I'll need a good 1,300 groschen to get him drunk and have enough to wager. Shall we have a drink together? I can pay. So then, let's have a drink together, eh? I'll be back a bit later. Let's have a drink together to pass the time while you're waiting, eh? On me. Let's do it then. I'll wager... it didn't cost you much, did it? You'll do better next time. 12 groschen. 1.5 score. 3 score groschen. 6 score groschen. 12 score groschen. Just one little game. Learn how to lose, chicken. That's the spirit. I'll wager... And I thought you were made of sterner stuff. Oh well, if you don't want a chance to win your coin back, fine by me. Oh, Jesus, fellas, stop whining and play like a man. Well, if I can't change your mind... I wish you Godspeed and good trade. Christ, those damn dice are hexed. Oh, wrist my ass. Save the advice and let's play. Surely the shops in Kuttenberg aren't that cheap. I'll show you. I'll wager 600 groschen. No, put up everything you have and I'll match it. But I do. Look. So, what do you say? Don't worry, I won't forget. On my word. I changed my mind. I can't do that to you. You have to stop, Ambrose. For your wife's sake and your own. Wait, that wasn't a real wager. I just wanted to show you the error of your ways.
Shit.
Just because you won today doesn't mean you'll always win. Sooner or later, you'll lose everything. Yeah. Let's leave it. I played him and took him for everything he had. Well, we sat down and talked. And in the end, I talked him out of playing dice. Well, I tried all sorts of things. I did everything in my power. But nothing helped. I had a heart-to-heart talk with him, and in the end, he promised he wouldn't gamble again. He even gave me his dice. I had a heart-to-heart talk with him, and in the end, he promised he wouldn't gamble again. I'd say he meant it. Yeah, I gave it back to him so he can buy what he needs. I didn't give him anything back. Let him learn his lesson. I gave him just half back, so he doesn't forget too quickly. Here you are. All I wanted was to teach him a lesson. I wouldn't want you to suffer. I don't know. That's not my concern. I never promised anything. Well, that's one thing. But a debt of honour from a wager, that's another thing. No one can deny that. A lot of people saw us playing, but who knows anything about any promise? Might as well forget it. What about it? But here you are. All I wanted was to teach him a lesson. I wouldn't want you to suffer. I'm glad you don't have to sleep in that stable anymore. And it seems the overseer coughed up a groschen or two in the end, eh? I see things are looking up for you. You even got a roof over your head. You seem a bit anxious recently, like when you mentioned those monastery affairs. Is everything all right? I talked to the custodian. He kept asking about you. I had to speak to him about some matters of concern to the province. Sure, intrigues over money. It's the same everywhere. Well, what's so complicated? They finally showed appreciation for everything you do here, right? What about the custodian? Is he leaving you alone now? All right, as you like. What's got into you? You're not yourself at all. Is something wrong? Sure, I understand. I won't disturb you then. What's the matter? You're not to blame. These things happen. He's a noble, and he can do whatever he feels like. He took advantage of you. But I won't tell anyone, I promise. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. But what you did was bad. Whatever the reason. I have a feeling something is troubling you. Don't you want to talk about it? You know you can tell me anything, right? It's just that I had a feeling something was troubling you. But if you say everything is all right, we'll leave it at that. Sorry. I was just worried about you, that's all. Listen, Ambrose, I've got to tell you something. This dice playing of yours... Excuse me, sir. I need... She's not doing so well. She has a lot of work with the sick. Matthias isn't getting better. And on top of it all... Well, I'm sure you heard. She's doing well. The Blessed Virgin chose her to show sinners the error of their ways and lead them on the path of righteousness. Her message is intended for all.
You should come and hear her too.
Sorry, sir, but I really must be going. My apologies, sir, but I really don't have time. I have an urgent task to undertake for the Royal Hetman. I'm sure you'll understand. He's a young fella from Skalitz. Johanka's sweetheart. Oh, he's a young fella from Skalitz. He got badly wounded in a raid on Merhoyed, and he's lying in the infirmary. No? Not a word? Aye, she mentioned you once or twice. All right, I'll tell her. Oh, you know, this and that. Nothing but praise. I don't really know. Nothing very nice, sir. In fact, she never wants to see you again. May you arrive there safe and sound, Ambrose. Here's to your safe journey. Awful hardly describes it. I'd tell you about it, but first I'd have to drink. A lot. The devil take that damn Sigismund. He's done damage enough here already. I'm from Skalitz. Sigismund's army laid waste to the place. God Almighty, have mercy on me, and forgive me for committing the terrible sin of taking a life. Grant me mercy, and let me find peace. I beg you. Amen. Dear God, forgive me for going with prostitutes and sinning with them. Amen. Mary, Mother of God, help me be more virtuous. Lord Jesus, forgive me for stealing and behaving like a sinful thief. I'm ashamed of myself, and I won't do it again. From now on, I'll be honest and honourable. Amen. Lord Jesus, I often drank and indulged more than I should have. Amen. Please help me overcome my intemperance. I should pray for Ma and Pa. Mary, Holy Mother of God, please intercede for my parents. Amen. They never did anything wicked. Pray that their souls may find peace in God's kingdom. He took it really hard, and he promised he'd never gamble again. Look here, I'll tell you what happened, but you mustn't breathe a word of it. Ambrose got really drunk. I took his money, and in the morning, I told him he'd lost it all at dice. That's a matter between us men. I dealt with those troublemakers. They won't be coming back in a hurry. Yeah, that scum was no match for me. Oh? Why's that? He knows nothing about it. You don't think I need the help of Sir Sebastian to deal with a few thugs, do you? Do you think Sir Sebastian von Berg is interested in dealing with some hecklers? It's beneath him. Well, I might have mentioned it in passing. Don't worry, though. I left you out of it. It's his problem, so let him deal with it. Well, there's idiots making a racket under his window and he doesn't even notice. It's his problem, so let him deal with it. Well, I'm not going to get into a brawl with some filthy louts. The custodian has guards for that kind of thing. Yes. They're finished. Yes. They're probably still there. They're all dead. To a man. There were some Cumans camping there, but they've probably pulled out. This doesn't look good. Still smouldering. Whoever torched it can't have got very far. Still smouldering. Whoever torched it can't have got very far. They turned the place over good and proper. They turned the place over good and proper. Poor wretch. Poor wretch. What a pile of shit. I wonder if they found anything valuable at all. What a pile of shit. I wonder if they found anything valuable at all. They can't be all that clever or they'd have taken the wagon. They can't be all that clever or they'd have taken the wagon. Ambrose, what the hell happened yesterday? My head is pounding and my mouth feels like a charcoal kiln. Oh, fuck. How are things going otherwise? Oh? What does she want? What, one girl? No procession of penitents? I think you're really great, Johanka. Yes, indeed. How are things going here? Sounds good. I'm glad to hear it. And you've had no trouble from anyone? Is Adela still working here? Do you need saving? I mean, from sin? I see. Maybe someone else? Yes, plenty big. But I really need to speak to Adela. Do you know where she is? Is Adela still working here? Well, you know, at the baths. Serving gentlemen's needs? Thanks. Oh, God, no. I want to take her away. So she doesn't have to sleep with men anymore. Would you like to leave here and live a different life? Oh, sorry. No offence. Isn't there someone here who I could help? So you wouldn't be living in sin? Christ! Is that Adela crying in that room? Unpleasant. That fella is beating her up. Who's that poor girl crying in there? Gent? He's beating her up. I'm looking for Adela. Don't you have someone working here who'd like to try a different, profession. She could be killed in there. Let me into her right now. The church sent me. Supposing I pay you to give me the key. You could make some excuse to the gent. All right. I'll wait then. Indeed you did, madame. Sure, I'll wait. The door stays locked and the key with you. And you think the bailiff wouldn't hold you responsible, sitting here and doing nothing to stop it? Stranger things have happened. I want to talk to her, or I swear to God, you'll end up in worse shape than Adela, or you'll make me very angry. Do you really want to oppose the will of God? Then let me into Adela. That is, a girl who preaches the word of the Virgin Mary. They went this way. They went this way. I have news of your daughter. I have news of your daughter. That little vixen bashed Jakey over the head and took his money. That little vixen bashed Jakey over the head and took his money. What? Well, it's not that I feel sorry for that sneaky bastard, but you seem suspiciously happy with your daughter's behaviour. Well, it's not that I feel sorry for that sneaky bastard, but you seem suspiciously happy with your daughter's behaviour. I don't know. She cleared off after she robbed him. I don't know. She cleared off after she robbed him. What? What? I couldn't find her. I couldn't find her. Oh, yeah, I searched everywhere. She's vanished. Oh, yeah, I searched everywhere. She's vanished. All right. Well, I'll be on my way. All right. Well, I'll be on my way. What about my reward? What about my reward? No, but I did find out what happened. No, but I did find out what happened. Oh, all right. Oh, all right. Keep your money then, you miserable old bastard. Keep your money then, you miserable old bastard. And forgive me, God, for sinning with Lady Stephanie. Amen. That's the way. Excellent. That's it. Great. Just like that. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Sorry. You have to strike my sword with your sword. No, not like that. You have to defend yourself. Try it again. Put the sword in the line of my strike. My word. Where did you learn that? That stung. Ow, not so hard. Ow! I thought we were just playing. Jesus, sorry. But I told you to defend yourself. Ha! Did you see that? You have to be faster. I call that Henry's opener. Come on then. Show me what you're made of. Whoever is the first to hit the other 10 times is the victor. Don't worry. I can handle it. What does it mean? What does it mean? I'm all right. And the others too. We're no easy mark. Well, I've had better days. It was quite a melee. One of them was as strong as an ox. Unfortunately, there was no avoiding bloodshed. We defended ourselves, but it cost something. It took me by surprise too. Be careful, Johanka. I don't like the way things are going. Maybe you shouldn't speak so critically. Someone could take offence in that. Well, if you insist. That's the spirit. The words of Our Lady must ring out loud and clear. You mustn't let them intimidate you. You have truth on your side, the truth of the Virgin Mary, who chose you. You spoke well. Everyone was fixed to the spot. What you said was very interesting. You ought to tell it to the learned masters of Prague. That'll give them something to talk about. All right, but maybe you could have put it in a way people would understand better. I don't really know what you were trying to say. All this stuff about demons and people in cloaks... It was very confusing. You can do it. It was wonderful. There was great truth in what you said. The nobility doesn't look out for us, only for themselves. We should cast down the unjust and prodigal ones. How can those who are themselves dishonest criticise and pass judgment on us? That shouldn't be allowed to continue. I don't know. It seemed a bit harsh. Do you think all the lords are bad? After all, Sir Radzig rescued his people from Skalitz. It was a load of nonsense, all that stuff. Look here. I only did everything on account of you. On account of Skalitz and all that. If that's what you think, I believe you. I think you're wrong about that. Jakey's gone. And it wasn't the scavengers who took him. Someone must have set him free. Jakey's gone. And it wasn't the scavengers who took him. Someone must have set him free. Forgive me, Lord, for all the wrongs I have done, and the dishonest deeds I have committed. I promise I'll amend my ways. Amen. He had her arrested and put on trial. The Inquisitor was quite disturbed by Johanka's preaching. He had her arrested, and now she's awaiting trial. Johanka repented for preaching to the people. The Inquisitor gave orders that she must enter a convent, and she left Sassau. It was too much for her. She died shortly after. Johanka refused to recant and maintained that the Virgin Mary visited her.
The Inquisitor found her guilty of heresy and sentenced her to have her tongue ripped out.
I brought you back that manuscript you lent me.
Ah, looks like this is where Pavel went tumbling. I'm looking for a certain prostitute here.
Oh, he might have been after a bit of both. Oh, he might have been after a bit of both. Well, nobles can be very devout sometimes. Well, nobles can be very devout sometimes.
Yeah. I'm sorry about your men. Yeah. I'm sorry about your men. No, I know, but you seemed like good companions. No, I know, but you seemed like good companions.
Well, all right. If you want, I'll come with you.
Looks like it happened fast. Looks like it happened fast. God almighty. God almighty. They weren't even armed. They weren't even armed. Jesus Christ, what a massacre. Jesus Christ, what a massacre. No signs of resistance. They simply slaughtered them like animals. No signs of resistance. They simply slaughtered them like animals.
How are you doing, Matthias? Sir, I have urgent news for you. Sir, I have urgent news for you.
It's about Kuno. I found out he's been complaining about serving you. To put it mildly. It's about Kuno. I found out he's been complaining about serving you. To put it mildly. Well, that's the thing. Hagen knows about it too, and he's planning to bribe Kuno. Well, that's the thing. Hagen knows about it too, and he's planning to bribe Kuno. One of Kuno's men betrayed us and told Hagen everything. One of Kuno's men betrayed us and told Hagen everything. All right, sir. I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with him. All right, sir. I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with him. As long as you stay there. You won't be hurting anyone anymore. Sure. I'll be glad to help. My word. That speech of yours on the square. I swear I never heard anything like it in my life. Not very well, I'm afraid. I had a heart-to-heart talk with her, but it was in vain. I know. There's no justice in this world. I'm sorry to say, Adela is beyond help now. I'm afraid so. She was murdered by some cutthroats some time ago. She's here for you. It all turned out well. I found that treasure of his and donated it for the good of the township of Sasau, as Pavel wanted. It all turned out well. I found that treasure of his, and I even persuaded Pavel to donate it to the infirmary. No, it wasn't at all easy, but in the end I found the treasure and donated it to the Sasau church. Not so well. Someone else had already taken the treasure. Indeed they are. Pavel had already left. He changed his mind and went off. What about those thugs? Did they come back again? Oh? What's that? So, Johanka is gone. Do you still think the Virgin Mary's visitations were real? Johanka is all right. I'm afraid that won't be possible. The Inquisitor took Johanka away with him. She has to enter a convent. I'm afraid so. She'll be fine, though. She'll serve God in the convent and have peace there. That's a good thing, isn't it? That trial. We did the right thing. For her and for Matthias. I never thought it would go so far. Thank you for helping me with it. It's what she deserved, of course. Rest assured. Johanka is... The Inquisitor found her guilty of heresy, and she refused to recant, so he sentenced her to have her tongue ripped out. It was too much for her. She died shortly after. Johanka is dead. Why did you have Johanka imprisoned? But Johanka was visited by the Virgin Mary, so what she says can't be wrong. Monsignor, Johanka is just a simple village girl from Skalitz. Are all these legal proceedings really necessary? Monsignor, I'd like to give you that donation for the church, as I promised. Monsignor, it occurs to me that maybe this situation with Johanka could be resolved in a different way. But what's so bad about what Johanka has been saying? But Johanka hasn't done anything against God. On the contrary, she's devout, and she's trying to redeem sinners. I'd leave everyone to take which path they want. Let everyone take responsibility for themselves. I'd show them the right path, but it would be up to them whether to take it or not. I'd lead them along the right path. But that's just what Johanka was doing. Trying to show people the right path. How does the church know which is the right path? Well, I just think so. The Virgin Mary told her. You're right, Monsignor. Sorry, all this learning at once was a bit much for me. I got confused. I apologise. Thank you for having the patience to explain it to me. Everyone gets the gift of reason from God, don't they? So they should use it. The priests are only looking out for themselves, taking advantage of people, and they've forgotten about Christ. I don't need the church to tell me how to love God. I understand, my lord. I'm a good Christian, and I don't doubt the authority of the church. But how? if the Virgin Mary told her.
So you think she should have spoken to the parish priest about it?
Aha.
I think I understand. I understand. Galatians. Forgive me, Monsignor, but I don't quite understand.
What broader significance?
Monsignor, I've heard of various irregularities in the province that might be of interest to you. About the irregularities in these parts. That's all, Monsignor. Well, the parish priest in Ujits is rather, unorthodox. Not that he's a bad person, not at all. He takes good care of his flock, no doubt. It's just that he drinks quite a lot. In fact, he's even said mass while drunk.
And, he keeps a concubine.
The former parish priest of Rovna, Father Simon, went missing one day. Everyone thought he'd fled from the province, but in fact he just went to the woods and became a hermit. There were Valdensians hiding in Ujits. Sir Hanish sent me to help the vicar track them down and catch them. Then they went to the woods, smeared this ointment on themselves, and engaged in all sorts of incantations and spells. Some women in Ujits went to the herbalist for magic ointment. A demon's skull was found on the church building site. It was a deception, sir. Someone made it with evil intentions, to frighten people. I found the skull and brought it to the local knacker. He confirmed it was a human skull with animal horns stuck on. There are interesting things going on inside the monastery. There was a killing in the monastery recently.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. That is, he was keen to get the matter cleared up quickly and get the vicar out of his domain. They were caught, and the vicar had them taken to Kuttenberg to be dealt with by the law. I tracked them down and reported them to the vicar, and then he had them taken to Kuttenberg for trial.
They fled.
The vicar is still trying to track them down. You won't find a more adventurous soul in these parts. I'm sorry to say this is just plain old Johanka from Skalitz. Flesh and blood. But actually, nothing that would interest you, really. I won't waste your time with it. Oh, various things that people are talking about. There's a lot of talk about the construction of the new church and how much it must be costing. The cicadas get drunk on wine and play dice in the monastery cellars at night. The monks in the monastery are very concerned with the election of the new abbot. There's a lot of scheming going on over it. I caught wind of it. The royal hetman and his servants have their ways. I heard it from a novice that the brothers were sending out at night to buy wine for them. I overheard it in Sasau, from the scribe at the rat house it was. Pavel, Marek, Yodok, Cyril, Nevlas, Siskin, Lucas, John. I couldn't tell you, because he got some girl pregnant. The child died during birth, though, and the mother too. He took it to be retribution for his sin. So he fled far from people, because he didn't feel fit to be their pastor anymore. I tracked him down in the woods and talked him into going back to Rovna. They needed a parish priest there, and Simon was convinced taking on the task would make amends for his sin. He's still living a hermit's life in the woods, seeking forgiveness. He died in the woods. Can you tell me again precisely where this treasure is? Maybe I could go there on horseback. Well, couldn't you just donate some other money? I know about you and her. She told me everything. I know you're a married man, but you haven't always been entirely faithful to your wife. She and Matthias care for each other, so leave them alone. She doesn't want to have anything more to do with you. And she won't. And you had to pick Johanka. I know all about it. And you should know it's finished. Johanka was feeling vulnerable when it was all too much for her. That's all.
Oh, nothing, actually.
What in God's name happened here? What on earth for? Or what's going to happen to you now? I'm afraid not. She's stubborn. She says she answers only to the Blessed Virgin. I spoke to Johanka. I spoke again to Johanka and gave her Matthias's message. I don't know. She didn't want to talk about that. I don't know what else I can do. So I went looking for that stash of yours. There was nothing there but a rusty old dagger. No sign of any treasure. I've got your dagger. And the money, I found it a little way off. Where's Johanka? What happened to her? What about Matthias? I'm really sorry. I'll go. I have to come to terms with this somehow. There really was money there, and quite a lot of it. And I found that dagger. There was nothing there but a rusty old dagger. No sign of any treasure. When you were talking about donating the money for the common good, what did you have in mind? Well, maybe if you'd thought about your redemption sooner, you wouldn't have lost your stash to some cumin, and perhaps beyond into purgatory. Unless you get absolution in this life. Farewell. But who knows what the finder did with your money? Maybe you'd approve. Probably. How should I know? Maybe it's not such a tragedy. You found the strength to face up to your sin. That's no small thing. Since when does God care about a hidden trunk of groschen? So maybe it's some sort of happy end. I will. Farewell, Pavel. Teresa,
I need your help. It's about Johanka. She's being visited by the Virgin Mary and then preaching to the people about it. She claims she's being visited by the Virgin Mary and she's been preaching to the people about it. But this inquisitor caught wind of it. He arrested her and she's facing trial. Can you think of anything that might change her mind? I need to talk Johanka into speaking to the court with humility and not angering the inquisitor, but she won't listen. I'll make sure nothing happens to her. But I need your help. Well, if I can't convince her, it'll all end badly. Don't worry, he will, I'm sure. Thanks, Teresa. But Matthias fled to Merhojed, and he was wounded in a raid by bandits there. He's been in bad shape ever since. Johanka had him taken to the infirmary in Sassau, where she could take care of him. He's lying there still. Johanka is in some serious shit. I don't have time to tell you the whole story, but she's been locked up, and she's facing trial for preaching in public. Oh yeah, real funny. This is serious, Matthew. She's really stubborn, and I'm afraid she'll say things to the Inquisitor that will just make everything worse for her. I tried to make her see sense, but she won't listen to me. Matthew, you've got to help me. She's going to be tried by this Inquisitor. Would you two go there with me? It might help. Yeah, you could be right. Any idea what might change her mind? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I'll tell her. Well, thanks. I better be going. Mustn't miss the trial. Matthias? You're better. Yes, it's me. Who else would it be? Johanka's not here. Maybe that's not such a good idea. Unfortunately, that won't be possible. Look, things got a bit complicated here. The main thing is, Johanka is in jail, awaiting trial. How to begin? He locked her up, and he's going to try her for heresy. Yes. So she says, but this Inquisitor heard about it and came to investigate. Well, she claims she's being visited by the Virgin Mary and seeing visions, and she was preaching to people about it. Well, I hope not. The Virgin Mary is speaking to Johanka, and Johanka is spreading her word to the people. But there's this Inquisitor who heard about it and had her arrested. He's putting her on trial for heresy. Listen, Matthias, I need you to go with me and talk to her. Maybe together we can convince her to see sense. Trouble is, Johanka is very obstinate, and she's likely to say things in court that will just make it worse for her. Dice. All right. If you say so. All right. Thanks, Matthias. I'll do my best. No. None of them survived the raid on Skalitz. Teresa is worried about you too. And Fritz and Matthew said to tell you to watch out for yourself and not do anything stupid. That pair. Never. Matthew said to tell you to watch out for yourself. Fritz said to tell you to watch out for yourself. I did what you asked. I donated the money for the common good. I gave everything to the Sassau bailiff. The town needs better facilities. I gave everything to the parish priest of St. Martin's. It'll help the church a lot. I gave it all to the monastery overseer. I'm sure it'll go towards Johanka's care for the sick. Farewell, Pavel. Old Gertrude. She lives in the woods by Ledechko. I don't know, unfortunately. I only heard what I already told you. Not to worry, Monsignor. Father Godwin put a stop to it. Oh, shit. But, Monsignor, it's not like that. I can explain. So this Pavel wants me to make a donation for the common good. Can you advise me who to give the money to? So should I give the money to you? The thing is, Pavel is afraid the monastery's building work will swallow up all the money. I could ask Pavel what he thinks about it. I couldn't persuade him otherwise. The thing is, Pavel was concerned that the monastery's building work would swallow up all the money. But I managed to change his mind. That's not true. I was one of the few people to defend her. I tried to convince the Inquisitor, but it was hopeless. Johanka did what she believed was right. She was convinced she was carrying out the will of the Blessed Virgin. Maybe Our Lady will intercede for her. I don't know what she did to deserve it. About those Cumans who killed the men you sent on patrol, I've dealt with them. You can. Praying for her soul and asking God's mercy for her is no sin after all. I don't think you should. Well, that's no sin. I'd like to donate quite a large sum to the Sassau Church. About that donation, what could I contribute the money to? You can use the donation as you see fit. Whatever you decide. I'd like to contribute to one of the things you suggested. I'll think it over. It will be in the name of Pavel of Colleen. I'm just his messenger. It will be in my name. Henry of Skalitz. All of this. This much. I'll hold on to the rest. Oh. I was sure I had that much on me. I want to contribute to masses for the dead. I want to contribute to getting the church decorated. I want to contribute to poverty relief. What happened was the will of Our Lady. Johanka said as much herself. Don't trouble yourself over it. Just be glad you came back from death's door. Johanka is fine. Maybe better off than here.
She'll have a peaceful life in the convent, serving God.
Yeah, so would I.
I'd like to donate quite a large sum to the town. About that donation, well, what could I contribute the money to? You can use the donation as you see fit. Whatever you decide. I'd like to contribute to one of the things you suggested. I'll think it over. It will be in the name of Pavel of Colleen. I'm just his messenger. It will be in my name. Henry of Skalitz. All of this much. I'll hold on to the rest.
Oh, damn. I was sure I had that much on me.
That's all right. I'd like to contribute to a new bridge. I'd like to contribute to a new weir. I'd like to contribute to replenishing the armoury. About that donation, I have a gift of money for Johanka's infirmary. The donation is from Pavel of Colleen. The donation is in my name. Henry of Skalitz. Wait a while. Well, it depends what you mean by decision.
Of course he knows about it.
I managed to convince him a donation to the monastery would be beneficial for all. Wait a while. All of this much. I'll hold on to the rest.
Oh, damn. I was sure I had that much on me.
There's the quarry, and there's the marshland. Now, where's the stream? I see the quarry and the marshland. Now I just have to find the stream that feeds into the river. I can't see any other stream here, so I suppose straight up the hill here. Here's the stream. I've got to follow its course upstream, deeper into the woods. This is quite a hike. No sign of a path yet. It must be further on. I reckon I can't be even halfway. That forest trail must be higher. Here's that footpath. This is definitely the right way. I must remember this spot when I'm on the way back. I won't give in that easy. What, you think you can stand in my path, Boulder?
I'll have to comb the whole place. I'm here at last. And there are humans here.
Let's hope they haven't found it.
Here it is. What's happened here? Who's this then? Dead and looted.
This must be someone else's hiding place. This isn't it. Pavel's stash must be somewhere else.
Here it is. Groschen and a dagger.
Well, now, that's quite a pile.
And the dagger is here. A real treasure trove.
The bold knight, Sir Sebastian. I suppose I should tell him about it. It looks like he was sent here by the Sasau custodian. I should tell him about it. Of course I'll go. It's only a stone's throw after all. God have mercy, this is a small fortune. Fine clothing, armour and weapons, serious loot, and a cumin faceplate helmet. Interesting. It seems this all belonged to those poor wretches down below. So, there's only one explanation. It was whoever threw them down there. Well, this didn't just fall out of the sky. I doubt the owner will be very far from his valuable loot. How are things with the infirmary? Did they give you a bit more coin at least? But that's still a long way off. Johanka, what are you actually going to do when we get to the market square? I see. And have you ever done anything like that? I couldn't say, but I'm sure you can do it. Oh, I can't say I've smelt any Cumos here lately. Oh, on the lookout for Cumos, are you? Is there some abandoned settlement somewhere nearby? I hope you don't mind that I killed a few of your Cumos near here. There was supposed to be some treasure hidden nearby. Would you know what happened to it? If I may, Monsignor, the Virgin Mary really does speak to Johanka. It couldn't be the devil. St. Procopius, who overpowered the devil and cast him down, did he not? The evil one would hardly dare return to the dominion of the saints to whisper in Johanka's ear. Johanka lives at the monastery, doesn't she? Close to the cave of St. Procopius. Surely that's obvious. Well, there are lots of chickens around the monastery, and cocks crowing all the time, which everyone knows drives the devil away. Monsignor, would you please hear the testimony of the respected burgher Pavel of Colleen? He will testify that Johanka isn't making anything up. I won't say anything like that again. But please hear the testimony of the respected burgher Pavel of Colleen. I apologise for my stupid words. I just wish you could have covered my back too. She was angry that I was at sword training instead of working in the forge, and she said you told her. It's not your fault. He took advantage of you. Stop punishing yourself. You've got an important mission before you. If you were such a terrible sinner, the Blessed Virgin wouldn't have chosen you, would she? It's no use crying over spilt milk. What's done is done. You ended it, and that was the right thing. Now forget it and move on. You have an important mission. Not everyone. And things will get better now. I promise. Why should I be ashamed of that? Enough! I'm finally capable of defending myself, so I'm not going to let anyone shove my face in the mud. What exactly does an Inquisitor do? Who is this Bishop Yaroslav? Sarepta? Where's that, Moravia? Do you believe Johanka is really being visited by the Virgin Mary? Where can I find this Inquisitor? Yeah? What's that got to do with anything? What actually happened here, and what can he do to Johanka? And this bishop came all the way here from Sar... whatever. Titular bishop. Like he's not a real one. Aha. Well, that's understandable. That's all. Didn't you speak to the Inquisitor? No, I haven't. But those girls helped me to get over her. For a while, at least. It sounds pretty serious. I'll try. I'll try and come to terms with it. But I'm no saint. I don't know if I can wait so long. When will it pass? How did you do it? Maybe I'll finally find mine, too. Right. I'll do the best I can. I just don't have your patience. Yes. If it's just. No. I suppose it won't, will it? I suppose you're right. You don't know what you're talking about. So, she's become quite delirious from her heavy workload and her horrific memories. But what can you do? Well, I'm glad people see her that way. But I just try and help her as an ordinary friend who's concerned about her. It's a great honour that Our Lady chose her. For her and for us. Anyway, what is it you want help with? Poaching, are we? Still on the lookout? That's why God turns to women who love Christ and blesses them with such visions, so that they can point out and rectify the vanities of men. It can't be heresy if the learned masters of universities write such tracts. I went to Ujits, where there is a Marian church, and there the parish priest gave me a copy of the text. He exalted women like Johanka. He said that God created what is weak in order to bring shame on what is strong. Monsignor, with your permission, I'd like to draw attention to the work of the great scholar Matthew of Yanov. Thank you, Monsignor. Well, Johanka pressed me to go on a pilgrimage of repentance. Yes, please call Brother Nicodemus. He has something to say about it. He's a man of learning and knows more about these things than I do. I have nothing to add, Monsignor. Ah, that's a shame. Not even worth mentioning in confession. We'll drink to it. May they roll fairly. Jesus, you'd need eyes in the back of your head. What will you do now? Wait a while. I'm not surprised. Merchants in the wilds are rare species, unlike humans. Your guardian angel must have had his work cut out, keeping you from running into cumin patrol. There are worse woes than a few scratches and bruises. Like a cumin sabre in the guts. The infirmary is full of people who are less lucky. Where is this treasure of yours, then? Well, maybe it'll still be there. Unless it's been devoured by some boar with good taste in clothing. Right, quarry, stream, path, ruins. I should be able to remember that. And I should bring the treasure to you. I could get the dog to sniff it out. Fetch! Bring! Oh, Jesus, something stinks here. Yes, Monsignor. Johanka helped Guter, the tailor's wife. Please hear her testimony. You'll see for yourself that Johanka is a good Christian. Yes, Monsignor. I'd like you to listen to Adela. Her testimony will show that Johanka is an exemplary Christian, not the leader of some cult. She amended her life and doesn't live in sin anymore, all because of Johanka. Nothing else, Monsignor. I'd like you to listen to Adela. Johanka helped people selflessly, not for any benefit, and Adela can testify to that. She amended her life and doesn't live in sin anymore, all because of Johanka. It wasn't quite like... How could I refuse a pleasant stroll in the countryside? I'll be happy to go and look for your stash. I'll gladly go and find your treasure, if you promise me a little share from it. He wouldn't leave her alone from the moment she came to Sasau. He simply took advantage of her misfortune and his own status to get her into bed. Johanka regrets it. What was she to do when she was constantly pursued by a nobleman who has great influence in the area? That's not true. Johanka never seduced anyone. It's the other way round. She just needed support. It wasn't a bodily desire, but one of the soul. Anyone can make a mistake, can't they? And she's sorry for her mistake. Consider what she went through. Her whole family slaughtered, and everyone here turned their backs on her, but for Sir Sebastian. Monsignor, I've known Johanka a long time, and she's a virtuous girl and a good Christian. On every farm there's some maid who's obliged to let the farmer fuck her, and under every castle wall there's a wench or two who has a child with the local lord. That kind of thing goes on all the time. Wait a while. Monsignor, please permit me to say one more thing. I heard some wise words at a sermon in Scalitz, and I think I should share them here, because I don't know anyone like her. She endured what would destroy most people and never gave up. It's our Christian duty to fight against sin. But we must love the sinner. So I beg you, Monsignor, be lenient to Johanka. And they laugh at Johanka too. and don't believe the Virgin Mary speaks to her. They laughed at Christ and refused to believe he was the Son of God. Well, sort of. In a way. Monsignor, she's my friend. After the terrible things that happen in Scales, neither of us has many dear ones left. It seemed only right to me to help her. Because she speaks the words of Our Lady. That can't be ignored. I would be disrespecting the Blessed Virgin if I turned my back on Johanka. And she helped to redeem me, too. It's a pity everyone isn't like her. She never wasted time feeling sorry for herself. Instead, she helped others, even at the cost of her own suffering. Thanks. I'll be going. All right, Monsignor. I'll bear that in mind. Wouldn't you say Johanka's infirmary is working for the common good? The Rat House or St. Martin's? No one else. Got it. Then you can go and explain to Johanka and the wounded yourself that they'll suffer on just because you're worried the monastery will build more scaffolding for your money. They'd probably just spend it on more scaffolding. The Rat House or St. Martin's is a more deserving cause. And you'd let my former Skalitz neighbours and Johanka suffer on because of some personal grudge. Do you really think the overseer would give them nothing when it's his duty? But isn't it a good thing that we glorify God like that? I'll send for you if you're needed. Thanks a lot. That doesn't matter. You just be yourself. It should be enough to talk about all the good Johanka does here, and how she helps others. Wait though. I don't have that much coin. Here you are. I don't have it with me just now. I'll bring it to you later, Father. I've got the dagger, but the Cumans must have got the coin. Someone already found it. They only left a dagger and some small change. Mutt! Oh, Sacra. He's run off again. Where is that dog? Oh, he's run off. I hope he comes back. Oh, he's run off again. Oh, dear. Mutt! All right, Father. Thanks. I'll do that, Father. Thanks. That murderous bastard must have killed a lot of people. Mutt! Mutt! Maybe a merchant who took a shortcut this way to avoid paying customs? He looks like he was well healed, judging from what's left of him. How in Christ's name did they get here? A shaft leading to the surface. Maybe someone threw those people down here. So many bodies. It's like hell itself. That fella at the top must know something about it. That bastard killed them all and threw their corpses down here. Thank Christ that's over and done with. Someone must have thrown them down the shaft from above. That explains the blood. It leads to the cabins at the top. I'd better move on. Poor wretch. What did he do to deserve such a fate? Looks like a human, judging by the kaftan. Poetic justice. Jesus Christ. He was only a boy. A Skalitz Waffenrock. Maybe Sir Radzig sent someone here to check on things. That didn't turn out too well. I want to talk about Johanka. I'm sure the bishop wouldn't mind if you had to go and answer a call of nature, and if it were a nice long call, there'd be a few groschen in it for you. I know. I was just testing you. And you passed. I'm with the bishop's entourage, and I'm here at his command. Let me in to talk to Johanka. I'm quite aware of that, my man. I'm with the bishop's entourage. Look, thank you. You can really read. Very good. I'm impressed. Now leave us, please. I apologise. I didn't know that. I'll be going. Come on now. Just between the two of us. I never said a word. Johanka is my friend. She has no one else but me. The Inquisitor will surely take her away, and I'll never see her again. What would you do in my place? I just want to say goodbye to her before she disappears forever. No one will know anything about it. And you'll get a nice fistful of groschen out of it too. Of course. I wouldn't expect you to put yourself at risk without a reward. You're right. You'd be risking your neck, and me too. Let's forget it, for sure. Thanks a lot. I owe you. Good, good. Your diligence is commendable. I don't have the document on me at present, though. I left it at the monastery. Of course. And you can actually read, can you? Very well. I'll be back soon with that paper. Very wise. You're clearly the right man for the job. Don't call her a whore. I don't care. I'm not going to wait. I'm sure we can come to some agreement. Now you've fucked up. Easy. Easy. Now fuck off, you piece of shit, before I break your arms for you. Do you fucking know who I am? Whose service I'm in? Have you any idea the shit I can land you in if I have a word with the bailiff? Now, you bastard. I serve the royal hetman. And maybe you'd like to spend the rest of the evening with the executioner. Then clear off, quick. Maybe, maybe not. He might care about your sodomy, though, if I give him an eyewitness account. Get out! Leave this place. I'll help you. I have that coin. I saved you. Maris, everything'll be all right. You're Adela, aren't you? I'm Henry. You don't have to live in this rat hole anymore. We'll leave together. Why do you live like this? Why don't you just leave? Is he gone? Well, that's just what I wanted to talk to you about. Is he gone? Henry. Actually, I could do with this scrub. No. I'm just here to talk with you. That's all. Yes, Father. Sorry, Father. Sure, Father. But I have to talk to her. How can I defend her otherwise? Tell me again about this treasure. I don't quite understand its history, but your deed caught up with you at last. Girls, eh? I know what you mean. What, him? Never. How am I supposed to pass myself off as one of his men? I came up with it myself. Johanka? Well, if it's money you need, I can give you some. Actually, I didn't think of that. Sorry. I really thought I was doing the right thing. I didn't mean it badly. Yes, exactly. I just want to see to it that you don't have to sell yourself, that you can finally live a virtuous life. Would you go there with me? It might help. Yeah, you could be right. Johanka is in some serious shit. I don't have time to tell you the whole story, but she's been locked up and she's facing trial for preaching in public. I tried to make her see sense, but she won't listen to me. Fritz, you've got to help me. This is no joke, Fritz. This is really serious. She's really stubborn, and I'm afraid she'll say things to the Inquisitor that'll just make everything worse for her. She's going to be tried by this Inquisitor. Would you go there with me? It might help. Yeah, you could be right. Any idea what might change her mind? No, I don't think so. Well, thanks. I'd better be going. I mustn't miss the trial. Yeah, I'll tell her. Mark, come on now. I reckon this is going nowhere. Doesn't bat an eyelid. I'll have to train him better. That mutt doesn't pay much attention to me. That dog just won't do what I want. That donation to the church, did it help? That donation to the town, did it help? Sorry. You're right. I wasn't thinking. I'm only doing it for your own good. I'll pay a lot, if it comes to that, for you to drop this life here and go with me to Sasau. I really just wanted to help. Johanka sent me to you. You're a prostitute, aren't you? Why did you start doing that anyway? Well, maybe you don't. Can you at least tell me why you're doing this? There's an entrance up there. Could that be it? Don't take the Lord's name in vain. It was Johanka's doing. She's from Skalitz, like me. Just an innocent girl. But she really is. Johanka's deeds speak for her. Because maybe the Virgin Mary speaks to her. Well, that is... she was. Only to help others. It was only on account of her that the wounded from Skalitz got to Sasau. Although they didn't have it easy there either. Aye. But they didn't exactly bend over backwards to help them there. Johanka had to take care of them on her own. Most of them wouldn't have lived without her. And to get some extra supplies for them, She succumbed to the custodian there. She only did it for them. Well, the best thing would be to hide the supplies. Bury them underground, so the bandits don't find them. Livestock can be hidden in the woods. Pa told me about it once. Sir Radzig would never allow that to happen, though. He'd come with his garrison, and those bastards who harassed his subjects would soon be hanging from the nearest tree. I pray it'll be a good harvest, so we have supplies for winter and enough to seed in spring. I hope Sir Radzig and Sir Hanush get it all sorted out before the harvest. How's life here in Sasau? What if they don't move on, though? Then the only answer is cold steel. You buy that often? I thought you said you had to save every groschen you can. How's that? I didn't know that. Well, you learn something new every day. That's good. I'd never come up with something like that. And how did it end up? That's good, though. I must remember that one. Why on earth would he do that? To me, heel. To heel, mutt. Get him. Sick. At him. Look, when I came to see her the first time, after Skalitz, she was destroyed. And they wanted to drive her out of the monastery. She could have just gone. But she didn't want to stop helping the others. It was Johanka who sent me to you. It was a revelation from the Virgin Mary. The Blessed Virgin started visiting Johanka in her dreams. Well, that's how Johanka put it. Like visitations in which she spoke to her. And according to these visitations, she believes she has a duty to save sinners. Yes, I believe. I'm not sure. But I believe in Johanka. Well, why don't you try it then? I just need to let him win a bit. Can't be too hard. I better lose once more. Don't fuck it up now, Henry. This time you have to win. Why not? Well, when you put it like that, it does sound a bit peculiar. And why did you become, you know.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, well, apparently not. Otherwise you wouldn't have to be whoring.
Supposing I pay you.
Well, it looks to me like you don't want to be saved. Well, you're still at it, no? If I must, I'll pay for your sins with money.
I want you to come to Sasau with me.
Well, you'll do anything for money, won't you? Well, what price do you put on your virtue, then? If you have any to speak of.
I'll be back again with the money. Here you are. It's a small fortune, but I suppose it's worth it to save a human soul.
I'll be back when I've got enough. No luck, I'm afraid. Ambrose left suddenly for Kuttenberg and I didn't catch him on time.
So just for money?
Well, yes. Money isn't everything, you know.
No. Everyone has to make a living, but you don't have to be a bath maid.
Well, yes, but that was quite another matter.
Why don't you get married? You're a pretty girl, and a husband would look after you.
You won't avoid black eyes here. What about your last customer?
You can just find yourself a different livelihood.
What about when you get older? Do you think the men will still come to you? You don't care that you're living in sin, but you're a pariah. No one will talk to you.
Haven't you ever thought of doing something different? You won't always be able to manage on your own, whether you like it or not.
You don't care what other people think?
Mutt, leave that.
No, leave it, I said.
No.
Do you want to end up like Hinnek? Well, look at the refugees from Skalitz. Do you think they'd have managed on their own, without the help of Sir Hanush?
Not even Johanka can manage everything on her own. See now? And even so, she's struggling. If she didn't have the help of one of the monks, as well as... well, yes. I can't just stand by and do nothing. There's no doubt about it. Yes. No, I'm talking about Matthias, her sweetheart, because he's wounded too. Johanka is really worried about him. She loves him. Even though she doesn't admit it to herself, she does everything mostly for him. But you still could. But you're not likely to here. Or without Johanka's help, for that matter.
Just so. People should stick by each other.
That doesn't matter. She had visions at night. So you'll leave it? Wouldn't you like to help in the infirmary at Sasau Monastery?
But we were just... Oh, well, it's your decision. You'll have to answer to God Almighty, though.
Johanka, are you all right?
But I won't stand by with my arms folded. You need someone to testify for you. I spoke to the Inquisitor. He wants to put you on trial. No, it's not. I mean, it is, of course. But the bishop has allowed me to defend you. As I said, I will defend you.
Brother Nicodemus, yes. I'll get her out of it. The Inquisitor has decided that Johanka will be tried.
But he's agreed that I can defend her. What are you saying?
Not really, no. Yeah, I heard something about it. Those who work, those who pray, and those who fight.
But what's all that got to do with Johanka?
Ah.
So you think she might start talking about the church? I suppose so. But I still don't get it.
But the Inquisitor said no one's allowed to see her. I know. And that's exactly why I want to help you, at least.
We're not talking about me here.
You could be right. I'm afraid it's too late for me. No. I don't.
Man cannot live by bread alone.
And can you live with it?
Oh, I have. Believe me. But I never sold my soul on account of it.
No. Not really. I mean, doesn't it trouble your conscience at all? If you say so. Are you able to respect yourself?
Well, good for you. But don't you want something more? Something to make you really proud of yourself.
Haven't you ever wanted to help others? Find yourself a different livelihood. One you can be proud of. A pretty girl like you. It's such a waste. I didn't mean anything by it. You can't go on like this forever. You could catch some nasty disease.
You'll get old. And no one wants a dried up, wrinkled old whore.
It'll come sooner than you expect, believe me. Or maybe you should. The apothecary in Ratai could tell you a lot about the ailments people come to him with. I've seen plenty, believe me. Maybe too much.
Well, even though... Well, a man could have 2 arms and 2 legs and,
Well, Johanka wasn't very sure of herself at the start, either. But now the infirmary couldn't manage without her. Well, working at the baths, you must have learnt a bit about healing wounds and that, no? I know. Exactly. You won't know until you try.
For sure.
But you don't have to be whoring just because you work at the baths. Well, don't the baths make enough money? Well, wouldn't you like to help the sick? How about some trade? Not blacksmithing, of course, but why? That's true enough. Well, you could always go and work on a farm. There's a few around the area. You could help with ore washing at the mines. In Skalitz, of course.
Become a widow.
Why not? No one to bother you. You'd be alone all day. Well, you could be a farm maid without having to take a husband. And meanwhile, you could think about how to continue. Yeah,
you're probably right. Actually, I happen to know it could be quite soon. Master Engineer Fayfar gave me the task of checking on the conditions of the mine and the mineworks, and they're fine. Not only that, it's also evidence of divine providence, and that Johanka isn't making anything up. She wasn't possessed by an evil spirit. On the contrary, Our Lady really did speak to her. You disobeyed him. You're right. You're a bathmaid who knows something about healing. They'd be glad to have you. There, of course. It's modest, but you'll have everything you need. See then? I reckon you've nothing to worry about. Here's the document. See? As we were saying, about talking to Johanka, I've got something here to show my gratitude. Why is Johanka locked up? I must talk to her. Well, what's the matter with you? You don't look too pleased. But I did it for your benefit. Here we are. Give it a while and you'll soon get used to it. The bishop told me this business with Johanka has a wider context, and that you tell me about it. Could you please tell me more about those scholarly things you mentioned? The Black Death? The anti-pope? So, there are two popes. You mentioned the emperor. I see. And what about these scholars? Of course. Peace on earth. Yes. And in Skalitz. But what does all this mean? What has it got to do with Johanka? Thanks. I won't bother you anymore. Oh. Do you think that's going to happen? I hope it won't be too soon. Paro, what? That's awful. I don't want to hear any more about it. I know someone like that. There's a charlatan who's been peddling wares around these parts. All sorts of amulets, relics and the likes that are supposed to cure all ills. And Johanka, I understand. But then there was an outbreak of some pestilence and, well, it didn't end well. It turned out it wasn't the plague, though. Those murdering bastards poisoned the wells there. But it didn't end with that. Some pestilence broke out, and people thought it was the plague. May the axe never fall on our heads, and may God have mercy on them, for they didn't deserve such a fate. Let's drink to those brave souls in Merhoyed. Let's drink to this. May all the Horsons get the end they deserve, whether by blade or by rope. That'd save us all a lot of trouble. You'd know right away who you're dealing with. Not even the pestilence could break them. With the help of Brother Nicodemus, they recovered. Aye, and may trouble pass them by now, and leave them to enjoy the peace they deserve. Let's drink to those brave souls in Merhoyed. They stood up to a pack of cutthroats and captured one. I apologise, Monsignor. I don't have enough money at the moment. I'll get it and come back to you. I understand, sir. Here you are, Monsignor. Naturally. Thank you, Monsignor. Choose your words well. The heavens are listening to you. Quite the Madonna is our Johanka. All she's missing is an infant in her arms. Well, I can't say I'm any the wiser from all this talk, but I really tried my best. Most people would have taken to their heels right away. At least I tried. Surely you can't blame me for fearing for my life. Folk there were talking about plague. I didn't want to hang around there too long. Folk there were talking about plague. I didn't want to hang around there too long. But at least I tried. Want to see my muscles? Whew. Pretty hot, eh? Look, don't tell Ma you saw me here, alright? I'm just training with a wooden sword for now. But one day, I'll forge myself a real weapon. Teresa, I'm quite hungry. How about you? Best stand back a bit. Wouldn't want to hurt you. Right, yes. Of course. You can count on me. I'm really sorry, Johanka. I'm sorry I didn't come. I couldn't make it. You weren't mistaken. I'm here, aren't I? Better late than never. Johanka, I'm really sorry. I'll turn up in shining armour, to the blare of a herald's trumpet. Don't worry. I'll be there. Talk to the people like that and they'll stand up and take notice. You got out of the wrong side of bed this morning. Sure, that really wouldn't be a good idea. No. And he'd have a fit if he saw something like that. Jesus, what a fucking view. I hereby name this place Henry's Lookout. Sinead! Can you hear me? I must have strayed from the path somewhere, damn it. I've definitely gone astray. What was the last place Pavel mentioned? I'm going the wrong way for sure. How did Pavel describe it? How is Matthias doing? Nah, he'll pull out of it. You'll see. See? Like I said. Matthias is as tough as an old boot. Any news about Matthias? I can't wait to hear what Johanka thinks of this. Good heavens. What's all this? Candles? Pictures? Someone's made quite a shrine here. Damn busybodies. I hope after that beating they'll leave Johanka in peace. Well, that's that. Yeah, I've just noticed a few scratches on your face. A merciless battle with a squirrel, was it? Yes. You look like you were mauled by a pack of enraged squirrels. But it all made sense to me when I found out that actually Sir Radzig is my father. Anyway, he left me to my father, my other father, Martin, to raise me, see? I don't think so. Not for now, anyway. But to you, I'll always be just plain Henry. I was surprised he took me into his service after I lost his sword. Yeah, really. I still can't quite believe it myself, either. I'm not quite sure myself. We'll see what happens. I'm his son. His bastard son, that is. See, he and Ma... well, it doesn't matter. I'll try and put in a word with my father when the opportunity arises. Oh. If you're sure. He had Johanka locked up, and he wants to put her on trial for heresy. Father, I'm here about Johanka again. Exactly. Father, I wanted to ask if you come to the court and say something. Something learned in Johanka's defence. True. And now the Inquisitor, Bishop Yaroslav of Benešov, has come to Sasau. You remember what I told you about her? And could you advise me what to do? I'll be going. All right. I'll try it. Thanks, Father. Well, I've always found a good punch in the mouth can do a lot to change a man's mind. Yeah, all right. It's what Fritz would do, though. Mal always used to scold me by saying, one day you'll go too far and then you'll be sorry. Supposing Ambrose were to lose enough to make him regret it. If he were to lose something really important, glad to be of help. Besides, it's our duty to keep track of goings-on in the province, apart from the cloisters, of course. I heard that particular story from a novice that the brothers were sending out to get wine for them. I overheard it. In Sasau. From the scribe at the rat house, it was. I'm not sure what I can say about it. It was pretty rough. The clash of steel, shouts and screams, blood, fire, arrows flying through the air, and men falling on both sides. And then there were those cumans. It reminded me quite a bit of Skalitz. Only this time the surprise was on our side, and we won. My, that's really something. Listen, when she visits you, the Virgin Mary, what does she look like? And then? Aha! There was a mine shaft over there. No doubt he wanted to raise the alarm about the raid on Skalitz, but those bastards got him. Oh, Christ, poor wretch. Sir Radzig, that is, Father, I wanted to ask something. It's about Matthias, a friend of mine from Skalitz. He's now recovering from his wounds at the Sasau infirmary, but they won't let him stay after harvest. So, I was wondering if maybe you could give him some job. Just for the winter, sir, please. He has no one here now. He needs a place for the winter, at least. I was, but it's a long story. Thank you. You won't regret it. Matthias won't lose any swords. Johanka, his sweetheart who nursed him through his illness, had to leave with the Inquisitor on account of charges of heresy. Matthias's life was hanging by a thread. But Matthias has nowhere to go. He came back from death's door and... I understand. Mine's a lot bigger than the one in Rovner. Well, people always need a place where they can talk to God. Yeah. Thanks. It might well be the biggest in the province. Yes? But I was only saying... Actually, it's not really mine as such. I'm just looking after Pribyslavitz for Sir Divish. So I sent him back here, where he'd be safe. Now I can take him again. Come here, Mutt. No? It just got very dangerous, and I didn't want anything to happen to him. I have. Well, I don't need to know the details. Oh? How's that? Yes, but you'd have nothing to be ashamed of. What's so mysterious about this place? I don't, but I can imagine it. Who were these mercenaries? Oh, I'll gladly take them. I want to defend Johanka in a duel. If God is willing, and I win, then Johanka will be cleared. How should I know? With someone. Let God decide. Actually, I spoke too soon. I didn't think it through. I'd probably just say something stupid. My apologies. Yes, I do. I'm not really sure, to tell the truth. Well, not entirely. But that doesn't change the fact that I want to help her. Amen. Amen. Oh. Hey! I think I overdid it a bit. Oh, Jesus. That was a close thing. I'd better watch it. In the tavern? But why now? Why here? I asked myself, Ambrose. Why are we here? But why did I do it? Was there a reason? Is there a plan? God's plan? No. I meant more like... Oh, you belong to the Skalitz garrison. Oh? Tell me then, what's the name of the miller's daughter?
What in the name of God are you doing here?
Wait, just a minute. I'm from Skalitz, and I know all the guards. I never saw you there. It's Teresa, you lying bastard. Hey, I don't know any Yochlin. That has nothing to do with me. Enough. I'm taking you to Sir Radzig to answer for your crimes.
No.
I don't know any Hyman. That's got nothing to do with me.
Oh, I wasn't sent by any Hyman.
I don't know any Lord Sokol. Johanka sent me. From Sasau. She had this vision. In a dream.
Yeah. Basically.
Hang on. Those corpses in the mine? That's your handiwork. You won't have it so easy with me. I know how to defend myself. Enough about that. It'll stay between the two of us, but I don't want to hear another word about it.
I won't breathe a word. I promise.
Don't be so hard on yourself. The important thing is you ended it, and you tried to make amends. The custodian said to tell you if you need anything, he'll be glad to take care of it. He was quite pleasant. Sort of. I don't know anything about that. Well, they come to her, yes. But I swear she never blessed anyone. But when someone comes to her, she tries to help them, like a good Christian. I do. And I'm not lying.
Maybe it is a good idea to talk to Matthias. I'll try it.
He's a lot better now. I even spoke to him. He gave me some dice for Johanka, whatever that's all about. God's truth, Ambrose. We must drink to that. I'm here because I'm here. Oh, I came here and I sat and this and whatever. If I didn't want to be, I wouldn't be. Right? I made myself. No, I always have this really weird feeling. Like the whole world is just standing still, watching and waiting what I'll do before doing anything. Nobody as much as lifts a finger until I do. Oh, but it makes me feel all uneasy and jittery, like some jittery thing. And if I don't do something, then it stays the same. Everything stays the same. Nothing changes. It's like, let's be. Let us all be. If we want to. If we don't want to be, then we won't be. No one's going to force us, right? Let no one force us. Let's drink whether we want to or not. Hey, wait, who wouldn't want to drink? Booze is a gift from God, isn't it? It's like bread. And charcoal. And horses that can walk backwards. Really? I never knew that. What was it we were talking about before? I won't drink. I won't be forced. As it is, the world does what it wants with me, and there's nothing I can do about it. And actually, fuck it. It can't get any worse. Let's fucking drink. Alright, but I drink because I am. Or I want to. Not because you want to, or someone else. You got it? Right. And we can drink lots. Or just a little. Or halfway. Let's just drink halfway. Not too little. To hell with shops in Kuttenberg. Wouldn't you rather play dice? If you had double that amount, maybe. I'll tell you what. Wager it all, and I'll match it, eh? I was just thinking, if you really want to buy a shop, that wouldn't be enough, would it? Never mind. I know what I'm doing. No one's going to starve or lose their livelihood here. Besides, I'm sure I'm going to win this time. I don't have the money on me right now, but if I lose, I'll get it for you. Henry. And that beating is just what I want to talk about. She's really fed up with it. But it's up to you. You should quit. For her sake, for your own sake. Hey, Ambrose, I have to tell you something. It was all supposed to be a bit different. Oh, shit. No, that's not what I mean. Listen, it was your wife who sent me to you. To get you to stop gambling, see? But Ambrose, listen, I'd better be going. Godspeed, Ambrose. I can't throw 'em in yet. I don't have 'em all. Remember me? You want to go with me?
Come on then. We'll get on like a house on fire. Follow me. Hey, Mutt. From Skalitz. Remember?
Father, about that manuscript you were telling me about. Yeah, because I gave it back to you. You were crying that you promised your wife you'd stop playing and she'd leave you and have the priest denounce you from the pulpit.
But I don't understand.
I don't know how that could have happened.
True.
Just imagine, if I weren't such a good Christian and didn't give you your coin back, where would you be now? I knew you'd see the light, Ambrose. God go with you. But all I wanted was for you to stop. Johanka, all right, I'll come by. Anyway, what else is new? How are you getting on? Don't mention it, Matthias. You'd have done the same, wouldn't you? See? Next time I need help, I know who to come to. I'm glad to see you back on your feet. You're right there. You don't have to thank me. I only did what I considered right. Johanka, how's it going here? And what about the Virgin Mary? Does she still visit you? And how is Matthias doing now?
What, the Inquisitor? But there's one thing I'm curious about. What did the Inquisitor say after we left?
Yeah, sure. I understand. What will you do now? Brother Nicodemus, I'd like to thank you for the wonderful testimony you gave. Thanks. The Inquisitor dropped the charges of heresy and freed her. Johanka is saved. I don't really know. But she's out of harm's way. I suppose she'll stay in Sasau for a while yet. She still has to go to St. Martin's Church to do penance. That was the least I could do. After all, Johanka is no heretic, but Matthias has recovered, which is itself something of a miracle. And it looks like the two of them will be together. Well, Goodman Ambrose. I heard you were about to leave for Kuttenberg.
Look what I've got for you.
You'll love this. Come along, free. Please hear also the testimony of Guta, wife of the tailor, Ambrose. She can also bear witness to Johanka's good deeds.
Do you still think the Virgin Mary's visitations were real?
That's all. Johanka was cleared of all accusations. Johanka was cleared of the most grievous accusations, despite the things that were said in the trial, which you heard yourself, sir.
I do, sir. I think.
And his sweetheart, Johanka. Soon she'll have nowhere to go either. So, I was wondering if maybe you could give them some job? She really doesn't have it easy. And then there's his sweetheart too, Johanka. The Inquisitor tried her for heresy, but she was cleared.
Johanka, amen. Forgive me for not doing more for you. I'll miss your courage and your selflessness. May God have mercy on you.
I'll miss you, my friend.
Amen. Or at least you'll be reunited with your loved ones. May your soul rest in peace. And this is how you end up. You fought bravely in Merhoyed and saved a lot of people. The Lord has taken you to himself. I also think you spoke well, and you were right about some things, and I believe Our Lady did appear to you.
I think it would be best if you said no more about the subject. The Inquisitor was quite clear about that, and if Father Fabian catches wind of it, I'll be going. Why? You know that's not what I'm asking about. What about Johanka?
I see. Well, that'll pass with time, believe me.
They don't want to let you stay here. So what will you do now, Matthias? Or the two of you? I'll be going. Take care. It took me and Teresa a while to get somewhere too. Sometimes I feel like it's been a whole year.
Johanka went through some very difficult trials. You mustn't rush her. You understand, don't you?
I see. So what will you do if you have to leave? After you finish with the harvest, the two of you could go there. I might have something for you. Sir Divish appointed me bailiff of Pribyslavitz. There'll be lots of work there for a clever pair like you. Well, you ought to at least get a place for the winter, though. He might need some people in the stables or the kitchen or whatever. But I can't promise anything. But if the right moment comes up, I'll put in a word for the two of you with Sir Radzig. You don't have it easy. I wish you both better luck in the future. So, what are you going to do now, Matthias? What? They don't want to let you stay here? I understand. So what will you do if you have to leave? I might have something for you. Sir Divish appointed me bailiff of Pribyslavitz. There'll be lots of work for a clever fella like you. When you finish here with the harvest, you could go there. I can't promise anything, but if the right moment comes up, I'll put in a word for you with Sir Radzig. You ought to at least get a place for the winter, though. He might need someone in the stables or something. You don't have it easy. I wish you better luck. Wait here for me. Home! Back to the mill. Can you tell me anything about Inquisitor Yaroslav? I came to an agreement with Sir Radzig. He'll be expecting you after the harvest. So, the trial ended well, didn't it?
That's a good boy.
There's the good doggy. Good boy.
Good fella.
That's my boy. Stay. Here.
Heel.
No one's a match for me and you, eh?
Let's see what you can sniff out here. Seek. Let's hunt something, eh? Hair.
I didn't check. What place is that? Well, let's hope he hasn't tried that on anyone else, or it could end badly for Ginger. It's up to you what you want to do with him. But if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't trust him much. If I were you, I wouldn't believe a word he says. If he told the wrong man, it's all the same now. They killed Ginger without his help. I just thought you ought to know about that Judas. It wasn't fair. It's all the same now. Ginger's gone back to the stud farm. But in future, I'd watch what I say in front of that man. It might be a problem. I haven't found them and dealt with them yet. No, it doesn't. I've taken care of them. I'm glad to hear it. And now it's your turn to help me. Where's the boy? I have to talk to him while there's still time. I'm glad to hear it. And now it's your turn to help me. Where's the boy? I have to talk to him while there's still time. No, it doesn't. I've taken care of them. It's all the same now. Those two cutthroats won't be bothering anyone again. And I found Ginger too. I just wanted to tell you about that Judas. If he had, they'd have found Ginger. As it is, they'll still be somewhere in the area searching for him. I already talked to Ginger, so I need nothing more from you. Someone should deal with those cutthroats, though. I just wanted to tell you about that Judas. That's all the same now. Those two cutthroats won't be bothering anyone again. And I found Ginger too. All right. Your chief already asked me to do that. I'll do it. I can't do that, seeing as I already killed them. There were two of them. One had a sword and the other an axe. There's no time for that. I have to talk to Ginger right now or things could turn sour. All right, I'll deal with them. All right, I'll have a look there. Thank you. Then you can take me there now, because I've already dealt with those bandits. Thank you. Are there any charcoal burners around here?
Why do I bother asking? What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? Buffoon.
And you just let him go? Did you tell anyone about it? He confessed to everything. Why would he do that? I had, other matters to attend to. I'm looking for Leszek. Have you seen him? That skull was a fake, and I'd like to have a word with him about it.
All right. Let's start again. How much is it going to cost me? You're really pushing your luck. You sent me off on a wild goose chase, and now you're asking for more. You want me to lose my temper? To hell with you.
If you don't believe me, I can take you to their bodies. I'm afraid I don't have any more than that. Fine. Here you go.
I have to go and find out more. Yes, I'm sure.
Do you happen to know the whereabouts of Conrad Kieser?
All right, I reckon we can agree. Double? To hell with that.
What? What are you...
I did. If you want, I can...
All right, I'll deal with them. And then you'll tell me where you've got Ginger hidden, right? So where can I find these bandits? That's a lot of woods to comb through. I dealt with that pair. I happened to run into them and, well, it didn't end well for them. I dealt with that pair. I happened to run into them and, well, it didn't end well for them. I need to question Ginger, not go on some wild goose chase through the woods. If more people are slaughtered because of you delaying me, you'll be to blame. If you want proof, I can take you to them. Maybe I should have brought you their heads. Good. Thanks for your help. Hang on. I've got to take care of his irritating lordship. I can't just leave Sir Hans here to rot, even if he is a pain in the arse. I'd better go back for Sir Hans, otherwise Sir Hanish will have me drawn and quartered.
Do as I say, and you might walk out of here alive. Don't worry about it. Just answer my questions, and I might even help you.
Are you happy here? What's happened? Did you two get yourselves into trouble? Oh, come on. You know what you two are like. I had to ask. I've heard you don't have it easy here. No, not quite. Apart from Thomas's name, the rest was mostly swear words. I'd like to ask about that Thomas again. I went and spoke with the miller, and he said, that's about right. He said your good work is when he's with you, but when he isn't, well, it seems there's nothing we can do to change his mind. I spoke with the miller's daughter. Her father doesn't believe her. Well, I spoke with him. No. There's no talking to him. Oh, don't go running off just yet. Fritz and I have come up with a plan. It took some doing, but I made a deal with him. He'll leave you alone, but there are conditions. Once you finish your job, you'll vanish from here, but you'll get an extra groschen or two for your troubles. Oh, and you're to stop dallying with the miller's daughter. Keep on mucking about with her and you'll muck things up for yourselves. We fought, and now he won't speak to me. Maybe you'd be better off somewhere else. You were right. He's got a temper on him. I found out he has a soft spot, and I gave it a good poke. Problem solved. He won't bother you again. Can I do anything to help? So off you go. What can I do? Are you afraid they're watching your house? And you're just going to leave the hair in it? Well, you never know what might happen. He may need you yet. But so be it. Not so fast. You're right in it with all the rest of us. That's for me to decide. All right, but where is this cast iron reserve of yours? Or is it more like a gold reserve? Good hideout. That wouldn't have occurred to me. All right, I'll go and take a look for you. I'm sorry. I'm not putting my neck on the line for you. Goodbye. I did my best, but someone's watching over it all day. Sorry. Farewell. Well, you'll have to manage somehow. It's not worth my while helping. Farewell. I have it for you. A pretty necklace. Your mother's, was it? Who knows? Not yet. I'm working on it. I've come about the poachers, sir. Yes, sir. No, I have to see a couple of things first. Why should I listen to you? Anyone can say that. Let me guess. You're going to tell me you're innocent. I've been sent to arrest you, and that's what I intend to do. I've no idea what you're talking about. Who are you, anyway? I've heard different things about your crime. The nobleman? Gamekeeper turned poacher? I see. That's quite a transformation. What happened to your family? That sounds a rough deal. What happened between you and Nicholas? And didn't they have any cause to suspect you? I know Sir Hanish of Lipa. Was Sir Henry his father? Why did you get into a fight with him? And then what? Why would he have done that? I think I've heard enough. Do you know who did kill the man? And that never occurred to anyone. What did Margaret think of you? How? How did you get out of it? Your head's still on your shoulders, so you must have escaped somehow. If you say so. But you still managed to get away. An interesting story. From the Talmberg dungeon. That can't be done, can it? So, Divish set you free? From his own dungeon? And how did it happen? I've got time to listen. Even if I believed you, there's no proof. It all happened a long time ago. Why? Nicholas took everything you had, regardless of your guilt or innocence. I'd say you have more than enough cause to want revenge. This is one of the most insane stories I've heard lately. But something tells me you're speaking the truth, Anakin Hare. Nah, words are cheap. You're coming with me. I'll be there. Trust me, after what I've seen lately, not much could surprise me. You're welcome. I know how it feels to be up to your neck in shit with no one to pull you out. What's this all about? I thought you wanted to meet up with Margaret. My name is Henry, and I work for the Master Huntsman. I am. I got Hare. I last saw him lying down in the forest. About this ring of Hare's. Oh. I have a feeling this wasn't entirely about poachers. So I'd hope. Thanks. There was no other way. I'm just glad I got out in one piece. He would have gone to the gallows anyhow. I have it here. A signet ring. I don't have that. Always forcing you to work, is he? I can imagine. I'd never have guessed he's like that. And what does he do during the day? Does he work with you? Why? So he's clumsy and arrogant. That's what you said about your last master, that Nimoy. And what do you want to do about it? Just run away? Me? Do you think they'll listen to me? Well, back then, making promises was enough. Now, it will be worse. And the miller won't stick up for you. I would have thought all the yelling would drive him mad. I see. And you definitely don't... You don't ever provoke him? Have you tried talking with him? How do you like it at the mill, Fritz? It's got to be better than the mines. But why would you want to disappear? Nimoy isn't here. I'm not sure that's possible. Matthew told me your foreman's a fool, and you're not exactly filled with Christian love for him. I still want to ask you more about Thomas. I did it. I arranged to fight him just like you wanted. He had nothing against the idea. He'll bring 2 men, and the 3 of them will wait for us on the hill near Ledechko. So, how are we going to do it? Should we just meet there? I talked him into going to play dice. All we have to do is lie in wait for him. I sorted things out with him. He'll leave you alone as long as you just get the job finished and go. There'll be no pummeling. He won't be bothering you anymore. I found something out about him, and he disappeared rather than having to explain himself. Yes. Over the hills and far away, it seems. True, but now he can't come back to the mill, and he has no work. That's worse than any beating. That didn't work out. I wanted to talk to him, but we ended up fighting. Nah, don't worry. I gave him a proper trouncing. But I didn't help you out much. I'm afraid things will be worse with him from now on. All right, I'm here. Let's do it. Do you have something you'd like to say to me? You want to blame it on me, do you? It's your own bloody fault. Nah, you had it coming. Perhaps things won't be so bad. Those 2 are no longer at the mill. They'll find some new hands and things will be better. I know you tried, but you just weren't up to the job. You ended up driving everyone away that worked for you because you wouldn't trust them. And that didn't do the mill any good at all. It's all going to be fine. The mill is in better shape than before, and it's running. It won't be difficult to find new workers. But that didn't work out well, did it? And all for nothing. Those 2 wastrels didn't even last a week before they took off. I don't want to fight with you. If I could put things back the way they were, I would. Can you tell me something about the other Millers? Who's this Wolf from Pruda? Tell me something about yourself. Tell me about Wojciech. What about this Simon in Sasau? At your service, sir. Uh-huh. Fine. I'll try and talk to him. I'll keep that in mind. I don't think I want to get mixed up in it. We've arranged a fight to decide things. If we win, he'll leave you alone. If we lose, you'll be on your way. It will be us three against them three. That's an honourable fight, and the better men will win. I convinced him to go and play dice at the neighbouring mill, and we're going to lie in wait for him. And then we're going to have a nice little talk with him about his behaviour. Oh, come on, why would they hang us? In any case, there'll be no fighting. He wouldn't dare take the three of us on. Oh, don't be such a pessimist. This kind of trick always works on people like him, you'll see. It doesn't matter. All you need to know is, if he starts nagging you again, the miller himself will send him packing. Don't worry, he won't dare make any trouble. But don't abuse it, or you might find yourself in even hotter water. It doesn't matter. But it was enough for him to pack his things and disappear. Yes. Now it's just you, so try not to misbehave. Drown him? What's he done to you? Well, how did you get out? I thought you couldn't swim. I see. Well, I'd be pretty fucking angry too. So you want to pay him back? I spoke with him briefly, and he doesn't seem so horrible. Who's Lawrence? Another mill hand? What about the others at the mill? Are they awful as well? Do you think he's jealous? Is she a sweetheart? And what do you want to do about it? Do you think you can come to an agreement? So how do you plan on dealing with it? Leaving? And you think that will help? What? I'll think about it. That might help, I'm sure. He doesn't have the slightest idea what's waiting for him. I'm not entirely sure he believed me, but he said he'd go, or he'll bring someone with him. Not if it's the bailiff he brings along. What now? I'd be delighted. Sorry, sir. I didn't mean it like that. But, sir, I have no idea how. Well, I suppose I could manage that. Divish said... It's all the same, isn't it? Sir Divish said you tell me what happens next. That's all. Since Sir Divish's colours still aren't flying over Talmberg, I suppose we'll be attacking. I'm here. How are we going to attack the gate? Portcullis? And what's the plan for attacking the west wall? How will we take the battlements? And the inner bailey? What about the living quarters? All right. When do we start? I think I've heard everything I need to know. Are we prepared to lay siege? I have to deal with something first. I'm ready. I think I'd be most useful in the attack on the gate. I'll help with the attack on the walls. Good luck to you, old soldier. A village lad and an old soldier? Isfan must be shaking in his boots. I'll remember that. They're out of the way. I ran into them on my travels. I suppose I could. Do you know where I can find them? Well, I'll have a look. But if I find them, then it's all over with them. You've, nothing more to fear. What? I could go and ask them if it's important to you. Just try, and you'll see whether they drive you away or not. But if you explain it to them, they're sure to understand. Who should I question about the raid? Did anyone here see anything? Have you noticed anything fishy going on around here lately? Strangers hanging around, maybe the odd theft? Have you noticed anything fishy going on around here lately? Strangers hanging around, maybe the odd theft? Have you noticed anything fishy going on around here lately? Strangers hanging around, maybe the odd theft? Have you noticed anything fishy going on around here lately? Strangers hanging around, maybe the odd theft? Have you noticed anything fishy going on around here lately? Strangers hanging around, maybe the odd theft? Exactly. Are more footpads, bandits and vermin around than usual? Thank you. And do you know where I could find this mill hand? Have you noticed anything fishy going on around here lately? Strangers hanging around, maybe the odd theft? Exactly. Have you noticed more bad behaviour than usual? Thank you. And do you know where I could find this mill hand? Master Bailiff, there's something I need to ask you. Have you heard of anything fishy going on lately? I've heard rumours there's a band of brigands around. Have you seen any sign of them? I'll try that, thanks. Suspiciously busy. There's rumours of a large band of brigands nearby. Have you heard anything about it? Oh, nothing. Thank you. You've told me exactly what I need to know. Up here on the hill. To think they dare. Right under Sir Hanish's nose. There's rumours of a large band of brigands nearby. Have you had any trouble with them? So it could be bandits. That's very interesting. Thank you. I'd rather go to that boy. He's more important right now. I'll go with you. Listen, brother. Is there anyone in the monastery who can help me get hold of something... something that's not so readily available? What do you want? There's no need to take that tone. I haven't forgotten. Now let's get moving. Sorry, Zbyszek, but it's time to part ways. No, it's not like that at all. Thanks for showing me around. There's a lot to learn here. Well, I suppose it might have been enough. You're quite right. It changed hands on the hill behind the monastery. Rapata, once again. Someone called Rapata. I have. but I didn't find anything interesting. Not yet. I'll go and see. What are you up to? How would you like to, I don't know, come for a walk? If that's what you want. I've been thinking about it. If I take you to Rattay, no matter what I tell them, everyone will work out where we met. They'll all work out who you are. Then they'll hang you, you moron. Whatever I tell them, they'll hang you. You're a bandit. What do you think they're going to do? Thank you, and I'm grateful. But it'll be no damn use when they figure out you helped the bastards who burned down Neuhof. It's like this. I don't give a shit about you, you worthless bastard. You may have helped me get out of that camp, but I shan't forget what you did to me before. So you've got two options. Either you run for it now, or after you've had your teeth knocked in by me. You can kiss my ass, Bishek. I'm under Sir Radzig Kobyla's protection. Shit, I'm his son. Do you think I'll be showing my face with a treacherous bastard like you? You can do it. Look, you're here, you're alive. If I had to bet on which one of us will survive, I'd bet on you. Don't worry, you've got your wits about you, I'll give you that. You know how to take care of yourself. No reason to panic now. Just go and lie low somewhere, cook up a story and blend in with the crowd. This is the life you chose, Bishek. Enjoy it to the bitter end. By telling me all about the goings-on with Rapata. Oh, gratitude is best expressed in silver. Oh, I see. First you go to the ends of the earth to save Esther, and now all of a sudden her life's not worth a few groschen to you. Very prudent. And it just got as rainy as it ever will. So cough up. You're welcome. I'm just glad Esther is all right. Will you tell me something about how the abbot is elected? Anyone can become the abbot. Grind those horsens into the dirt! At them! Charge!
Easy, men. Hold. Hold. Just a little longer. Not yet. Easy. Easy.
So much blood. It leads to the pond. Poor wretch. He must have crawled here. If it was the horses they were after, there'll be even more of them by the main stables. Such senseless brutality. They slaughtered horses as well as people, and yet it seems they didn't take anything. Tracks. Someone fled to the north. What do you think of Job's speech, Sir Robard? And who is this Jobst exactly? Do you think that rescuing Wenceslas will help the country, sir? Why? And what about Prokop? What do you think Sigismund's after? What about the League of Lords and Bergo? What are their objectives? And what about Rupert of the Palatinate? What does he want? Good. That was all I needed to know. Thank you, sir. Exactly. I didn't expect the noble lords to be as noble as the angels, but I hadn't expected such a sewer. They behave like children. What do you think about Sir Jobst and his plan? I don't know either. It beggars belief. Did you know that King Wenceslas is such a... So did I. On the other hand, times were better with him here than with him gone. What do you think of Sigismund? Well, no one forced him to burn Skalitz. He's a weasel, but he's a monster. Look at what those hordes of his are getting up to here. What he did in Skalitz. Do you know anything about Prokop? And what has that got to do with Hanush? Why? I would never have thought of Sir Hanush as such a rebel. And what was it all about? And have you heard anything about Rupert of the Palatinate? And that Bergoff we're going to see? Do you know anything about him? And what about the League of Lords? Why are you just sitting around? I'll leave you to enjoy the trees then. Does the name Rapata ring any bells for you? Admiring the view, my arse. If you ever want to see another view again, I suggest you answer my question. Look, you little jester, I'm investigating a crime against the king on the direct orders of Sir Radzig. Are you really going to keep pretending you don't know anything? Ignorance is bliss. Fuck you! I'll calm down when you answer my question. So what are you doing here? See? That didn't hurt a bit. Where's Rapata? Thanks. Hope the scenery keeps you entertained. Bit of friendly advice. You're wasting your time here. Rapata's scarpered and won't be coming back this way anytime soon. You might as well pack up and go home. Who comes to fetch them? Sir Radzig, I believe you know Sir Wulflin of Camberg. I had to kill him. There was no avoiding it. An amusing encounter, sir. But they could easily have broken their promise once the lady was inside and refused to surrender, couldn't they? We parleyed with them and they pulled out. He wasn't happy about it. But I told him Sir Hanush wanted the matter solved without bloodshed if possible. I think he'll be hanging from the battlements soon. Captain Bernard and Sir Hans dealt with him. How could I, sir? I'm afraid he got away, sir. Captain Bernard's men took a beating. He's all right. Wulflin asked me to give you his regards. And he said if you're going to march against Sigismund, you should let him know. Perhaps it's not such a bad thing, my lord. It's good to know he's still loyal to you after all these years. I'll be going. It seems to me he had little choice. He said Sir Melotta robbed him of his fief. He was a robber, sir. He wouldn't have helped you. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of Conrad Kieser? Hang on. This is pitch, but they said they had none left. I'd love to know what they have to say about that. But maybe I should just take it and let them go to hell. Well. Turns out they've got plenty of pitch here. I'll go and ask for it. But maybe I shouldn't say anything. What if they refuse to give it to me? Of course. I can't wait. There was one more thing I wanted to attend to. Very well. We'll meet up there as soon as I'm done. Of course. At last I'll get to see more of the country and have a bit of an outing. There's one more thing I need to arrange. I wanted to ask you a few things. Oh, come on, that was just a piece of friendly advice. No hard feelings, my friend. Very well. I shan't beat it out of you. That sounds a bit fishy. Fuck! Stop! Stop right there! Hear me? I have a message for him. We've been friends since childhood. I wanted to see him. He owes me money. Both. Ah, thank you. Thank you, Master. You're most kind. But I'd rather get it from him myself. Thank you. But I'd still like to have a word with him. Well, I might know something. She didn't say anything. I have some news about the investigation, sir. The trail leads to Uzhitz. I found out one of the bandits is from there, a fellow they call Limpy Lubosh. I found out about another one of them, a crony of Limpy Lubosh's. They call him Riki, and he comes from Ledechko. I went to Uzhitz, where they told me I could find Lubosh, only someone had murdered him. It seems they're trying to cover their tracks and get rid of witnesses. This Riki fellow was hiding out in the woods, and his former accomplices really did want to kill him, because he, Limpy Lubosh and others deserted them in Neuhof. It seems they wanted no part in the killing. Anyway, Riki told me they were hired by a bandit they call Runt. He's the one who stole your sword. Those murdering whoresons weren't after loot. They just wanted to do damage. And the worst thing is, they have an encampment in the area, and they're getting ready to make more trouble. I'm afraid my news isn't good, sir. That's all I've found out so far, sir? Yes, sir. Actually, I haven't found out anything yet, sir. Have you got a moment? I'd like to ask a few questions about Skalitz. I don't remember much. How did you get me away from Skalitz? What about the bandits? Why would Zbyszek do that? I never thought much of him, but banditry? Tell me. That bastard! Where's the sword I had? I don't give a damn about the horse. I stole it anyway. But my father forged that sword for Sir Radzig. I promised father I'd take it to him. I have to get it back. What happened to the other survivors from Skalitz? And Matthew, Fritz and Matthias? Johanka? Did they make it? What about Sir Radzig? How did you get away from those Cumans? I won't trouble you anymore. Let's leave it be. And I owe mine to you. The scales are balanced. No, but I wanted to... I'm sorry. I fled from the castle. I saw what was happening to you, but there were too many of them, and I didn't know what to do. I knew I couldn't fight them all. I'm so sorry. I don't. That's why I asked how you fled from Skalitz. So sorry. I said I would, didn't I? Any time. What did you say? A braggart who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I have enough. I don't have enough. If you like. If we must. He was in no fit state to talk. I'd say he was dying when I found him. Me as well. The lazy bastard. Shouldn't we be on patrol instead of drinking? Why not? I'd rather not. We should go back on duty. I'm looking for a fellow who lives here, but I don't know his name. Do you know anyone with a limp? The forbidden books must be in that cabinet. How can a novice get out of the monastery? Oh, just forget about it. And I succeeded, even though it almost cost me my life. After that, I stole a horse from them and rode off. I had Sir Radzig's sword, and even though there were several of them and they were better armed, I had to try and save her. I wanted there to be at least one person I'd helped. And I succeeded, even though it almost cost me my life. After that, I stole a horse from them and rode off. I only just managed to grab one of their horses and ride off. I couldn't help her any more than I could have helped my parents. Bastard yourself. Oh, fuck. I'll have to carry him out of here right now. The bailiff and Sir Hanish have certain ordinances in place here. I just wanted to make sure you have everything in order. Right, yes. I'm looking for a fellow who lives here, but I don't know his name. Do you know anyone with a limp? I see. It wouldn't make Sir Hanish too happy either. What do you propose? If there are any heretics here, they have to be driven out. You mustn't have pity on them, Father. They're like the plague. How would you go about it? That's a good idea. Very well, I'll do that, sir. You're right. That's why I want to help you. I don't need a sermon, Bauer. I want to help you, not listen to you preaching at me. It's my fault. I should have persuaded them. When Sir Hanish commands, I can hardly refuse. And if I hadn't been here, who'd have tried to talk them out of it? At the end of the day, they were heretics, after all. Maybe. But they went against the order of things, and they knew they'd be punished for it. Who knows if you wouldn't be the one on the pyre if they'd had time to spread their teaching around here? Did you ever think of that? That's the difference, then. I always see both sides. He's not exactly a pushover, sir. It looks like he goes after what he wants and doesn't let anything stand in his way. I don't think there'll be a problem getting rid of him. He doesn't seem dangerous. Yes, sir. What's important is to see the back of him. I suspect that they're heretics. Absolutely. The question now is, what do I do? Not yet. I didn't want to without your orders. Very good, sir. You see, they didn't look dangerous. In fact, except for a few small things, they didn't act in any way different from ordinary Christian folk. I understand. I'm sorry, sir. But what if we're united by the wrong things? I understand that we have to stand united, but those people were getting along fine with their neighbours in Ujits. All they did was pray a little differently. Who did that hurt? Yes, sir. I would have told the vicar, but the parish priest asked me to warn them instead. I've come here because I don't know what to do. He's afraid if they're caught, it could turn into something worse. Clear as day, sir. Yes. They were hidden away on a farm near Ujits. Well, not really hidden. They were just living there. They were the heretics, sir. That depends how you look at it. It's the vicar. He's dead. Maybe this will surprise you, sir, but there really were heretics in Ujits. I don't know about that, but he definitely suspected there were heretics hereabouts, and he was right. I told the vicar everything, and he had them arrested. They should be on their way to Kuttenberg by now. No, they ran away. The vicar's investigation wasn't exactly low-key. Anyway, they've definitely fled beyond your estate. He's probably hot on their heels. I warned them, sir. They ran away. I think Ginger is mixed up in it somehow. Those bandits I found in the woods were talking about him. Well, they said Ginger. He acted suspiciously when I questioned him. Well, he was squirming and didn't really say anything. The hoof pick I found on the dead bandit in the woods is his. He disappeared right after we found those bandits in the woods. And I think I know where he went. To the charcoal burners. He has friends there. Very well, sir. It occurred to me you might be the man to ask. I'm looking for some lockpicks. Do you know anyone in the monastery who could help me? It occurred to me you might be the man to ask. I'm looking for some lockpicks. Do you know anyone in the monastery who could help me? I'm Gregor, a novice. What, you do nothing else? I'd like to ask about something. I had to follow the trail before it went cold. I was looking for that boy and I... That's odd. The charcoal burners by the stream told me they know Ginger and that he comes to visit you. It's the business of my liege lord. I'm here because of what happened at Neuhof, and that boy knows something about it. Let me talk to him. How? You want me to bring the whole garrison here? Really? Because your neighbours told me they know Ginger and that he comes to visit you. I've no reason not to believe them. I'm investigating the massacre at Neuhof, and that boy knows something about it. I have to talk to him, damn it. How? Yes, me want money. We go. Take me to it. And then you'll get what you deserve. You can say that again. Oh, that's enough of your yapping. Let's go. No doubt we've a long journey ahead. And no tricks. Is that clear? But I went to fetch your wine. It's just I'm sure I heard him say something about Ratai. A fucking dialect. Ugh, I've had enough of this. I'm taking the Cuman to Ratai, and we'll see what he has to say when he's on the rack. They'll have a translator who knows what he's doing. And if I find out you've betrayed me, you'll be very sorry. Fine then. But if anything goes wrong, I know where to find you. Understand? So what did he say? I'm listening. Where does he want to take me? Or where's the money then? Well now, it looks like we're through here. Get lost. I told you to get out of here. You better hope it's there, or I'm going to come looking for you. I should hope not. Tell me what kind of deal you made with him, and then I'll calm down. You helped me. That's still to be seen. If this is some kind of trap, I'll find you. I'm here for the Cuman. The miller told me I can take him away. He's headed for the Ratai gallows. Don't just stand there, then. Open up. It looks like I found a little monastic treasure trove. I wonder who stashed that here. Anything fishy going on in these parts? But have you heard of anyone around here hiring adventurers and bandits? And what's been happening in Sasau lately? What? Who was she, a villager? I wouldn't call that nothing interesting. What happened? Why on earth would anyone do that? Thank you. I'll be going now. Here's your full share. And when do you aim to be back? Here's your cut, if you want to. But wait till I'm not around. Here's your share. I wasn't expecting so little myself. I certainly won't make the effort again. I've wasted enough time on that cheat. Oh, I see. Well, maybe we can come to some other arrangement. Have you seen a horse around here? A dapple grey? Thistle? Right. Well, thank you. This looks like the dregs after a night's drinking. Who could be coming here? While I was locked up, someone was making quite a racket in the cellar. Blind drunk, I'm sure of it. I wonder what's been going on. I've got that bouquet you asked for before, but... I'm afraid this horse is a runaway from the Ujit stables. You can't have it. About that horse, leave him be and get out of here, or I'll rearrange your face for you. You're a thistle, aren't you? No. But as I was looking for that horse, I came across the charcoal camp, and they spoke of you. Oh, they were laughing at you. They seemed to think you were some kind of moron for leaving your stuff unguarded. Any time. They called you a goat fucker. What would a charcoal burner want with a horse? Coin will be more use to you.
There you are then. I'll give you a fair price. I'll be going then.
Agreed. As you wish.
Teresa, I brought you something. My lady, if I may, I'd like to give you this. You don't seem to think very much of him. What does the custodian do anyway? But I'm much obliged. Really, really tough ones from the land of Master Jan, forged from lunar steel, from the steel masters of Solingen. World renowned. Thanks.
I need to speak to him.
This one is from Neuhoff. Take good care of him for me.
See now? That didn't hurt too much. As you wish, Armourer. I hear you like to play dice.
What?
That's neither here nor there. The important thing is to let me help you. Well, anyway, I've heard it said there's not enough money to finish the construction. So, I thought as a lover of architecture, I might contribute.
Are you sure you won't release Conrad? He won't be gone long.
It's been a pleasure doing business with you. All right, that's a good idea. I'll go and get that dapple grey from Zora. No, I've got something I have to do. I'll come to the start later. I spoke with Paykar and I really don't think he's a killer. That really isn't necessary. Urban will take you to Talmberg. You'll be safe there. Right.
Fuck. The alarm's been sounded.
What happened?
You did? How did you? Right. Thank you.
I'll see what I've got. All right, I'll bring you something. It's the least I can do. I'm afraid I've no time for that. Keep it. You need it more than I. They took everything you had. Very well then. Thank you. I'll gladly accept a few groschen. After all, it cost me something. True enough.
If I find out you're lying to me...
Yes. I saw him all too clearly.
Very well. There you are.
Thank you for the lesson, Master Conrad. Thanks. And don't worry. I'll deal with those bastards. Captain Bernard sent me. It's about that attack. We're trying to catch up with that gang, so I need to hear every detail you can tell me. Another thing about those bandits who attacked you. Another thing about that attack. All right, let's put an end to this charade. Your husband told me you know where they're camped, so spit it out. What happened here, and how are you mixed up in it? How many of them were there? Which way did they go? So your husband was outside. What did they take? So you're telling me they came here, you told them there was nothing worth taking, and they just rode off again? Without further ado. But just a while ago, you told me you were indoors the whole time. So were you inside or outside? Did you talk to them or not? Let's get one or two things straight. I'm here under orders from Captain Bernard, and that robber baron who came here crippled his cousin and killed 2 of his men. Just so you know, the captain is very keen to see justice done, and it would not be wise to obstruct him. Look here, I'm not sure what happened here, but I can't shake the feeling you're holding something back. All right, I'll be on my way then. It's quite clear to me you're not telling me everything, or even worse, you're covering for those bandits. So, what really happened here? That's exactly what I'm here for. Why would you help those cutthroats? That was very Christian of you, considering they came to rob you. Go on. What happened then?
So you know where they're camped? I'd like you to lead me there. That'll do me.
I understand. They threatened you. Don't worry. We'll take care of them. Begging your pardon, but are you soft in the head? If I hadn't coaxed it out of you, we might never have found them. I'll be going. Looks more to me like you know very well what you're doing. You're covering for them. For coin, maybe? Or for all I know, you took a fancy to one of them. I'm the one who's bewildered. Let me make one thing clear. Those bandits are led by Sir Wulflin, Baron of Camberg, and he's not just some common outlaw. If we don't catch him, there'll be hell to pay. So you better speak up, no matter what happened here. Captain Bernard sent me. I'm here about the raid on your farm. They raided your farm, didn't they? Are you pulling my pizzle? Your wife just told me the bandits were here. What the hell is going on? Something's not right. The captain sent me here to this very farm. I suppose so. Your wife just told me the bandits were here. What are you on about? Are you trying to tell me bandits attacked your farm and your wife didn't think to mention it to you? Enough! What happened here? What the hell is going on? You know the captain sent me. There's a robber baron pillaging in the area. Then stop lying to my face. Why would you get into trouble? So they threatened you. So your wife knows where they're camped. No, it's fortunate she does. We've got a good chance of catching them unawares.
It looks genuine, but I'm not capable of judging. Where's the knacker in Sasau? Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Are you holding him firmly? Done.
You did hit your head hard, didn't you? I asked you to describe pie, not every horse in the world. Well, that should narrow it down. Does he have any distinguishing features? Like a colour, for instance? Quite the opposite. This'll be the crossroads. So where did Pie go? How about some potion to induce heavy sleep?
Reliable. Thanks.
Did the incense burning work?
I don't need your help.
I must have dropped it somewhere.
Well, if something bad happens to you again, it could come in handy.
Sure. There'd be no point in it otherwise.
You know what? I changed my mind.
Not to you, anyway. So, thanks for the game. Oi, let's do it.
No, I've had enough.
We went to interrogate that Cuman.
You were right. He's got coin hidden somewhere. The only trouble is, he can't quite describe the way there to me. He wants to lead me himself. That vagrant of yours is a piece of work. To trick us. He made a deal with the Cuman. His plan was to talk me into letting that bastard lead me on a wild goose chase while he got the treasure. And what to do with the Cuman afterwards. All right, but what do I get out of it? Aye, fair enough. I'll get going then. Don't worry, Miller. This ointment should help.
Actually, I don't have it. If you want, I'll take care of them.
Fuck! Run to the western wall. Our men are there. Is Sir Radzig here? Lady Stephanie? Oh, closed and latched. I won't get any further.
I'd better get ready for the night raid. Some light clothing would be best. Dark colours. Very well, brother. I accept my punishment. I've had enough of this. You'll never put me in seclusion. I apologise. I shall serve my time in solitary confinement. Yes, brother. I'm resisting punishment. I've had it up to my neck with you, your monastery, and your bullshit. Do your damnedest. Let me go, for Christ's sake. I have to bury my parents. If I don't bury them now...
Let me go. I'll give you silver.
Lay a finger on me, and I'll stab you. Leave me, I say. Let me go.
All right, take me. But I have to...
I won't forgive you for this till the day I die. They'll be ripped to pieces by jackdaws and scattered over unhallowed ground, and I'm stuck here, a stone's throw away. What are you doing here? Weren't we supposed to meet on the scaffolding? What the hell are you doing? That's Leszek, isn't it? Oh. Well, I know a bit about healing. Put him down here and I'll take a look at him.
I'd say he's dead as a doornail. You killed him, didn't you?
Oh, go ahead. There's nothing I can do to help. You wanted to have me killed too, didn't you? But Leszek, you killed yourself.
So did you drop a stone block on his head too, or did you face up to him like a man?
I'm not going to any cell. I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready to go. Of course. I'll finish getting ready. What's happening around here? There's no helping him. He's stone dead.
That's not it at all. I'd say that's the pot calling the kettle black.
Do you know if there's anyone around here who could use my help?
I'm back. Here you are. I have. There was a small fortune stashed away there.
Unfortunately not. Things got a bit out of hand. The Cuman took to his heels. He just ran off. Wasn't much I could do about it since I was on my own. I haven't found the stash yet. In a safe place. Don't worry. Is there anything suspicious going on in these parts? How are the Talmberg folk getting on? Is it peaceful here? Are there any problems around here I might be able to help with? How's trade? Any trouble around these parts?
All right. I'll go with you. There's something I want to talk to you about first. When I told you to fuck off! Maybe you didn't hear me right the first time. Fuck off, you son of a whore.
No, it's not like that. I swear to God. Look, he simply ran off and there's nothing I can do about it now.
Don't take it so hard. It could be he made the whole thing up just for a chance to escape.
Don't tell me you're afraid. You know what? I'll go with you and make sure you get out of there alive. I don't know. But I expect it didn't end well. Suit yourself.
Sakra! The bastard got away. Oh well, maybe I'll catch him at that chapel Zach was talking about. Sakra! The bastard got away. Oh well, maybe I'll catch him at that chapel the overseer was talking about.
Or rather, to his widow. But who knows? Maybe he managed to get away. God knows where she is now. Maybe she's among the refugees in Ratai. How are things here?
Your workshop's supplying a counterfeiting gang. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me the truth. Why? Did they threaten you? So you let them intimidate you? I thought you were made of sterner stuff. And did they ever tell you who they were? Do you know where to find them? If you lie down with dogs, you shouldn't complain about the fleas. If you don't cooperate, you'll be getting a lot worse than that from me. So what are we talking about? Do you know what the penalty is for counterfeiting? Evidently. Because the penalty for counterfeiting is burning at the stake. And I can personally guarantee that when you're standing on that pyre, you'll find a loss of earnings is the least of your concerns. You've got a cheek. Not only are you in with the counterfeiter gang, but you lied to me on top of it. You should be on your knees begging for mercy right now, not trying to make a profit. But now you do know, and you've still got the cheek to try to strike a deal with me. So Radzig's definitely going to be hearing about this.
I'll be on my way, but I'll be back.
And what is it you need from me? Well, that doesn't sound so bad. No, I don't want to get sucked into your business battles. So out with it. What's been going on? And where can I find this rapporteur? Or the night. Anything else? Well, that'll do me for now. First, tell me what's going on. I'm not interested. So why do you have a barn filled up with raw copper? Your son put it quite differently. I grew up in a smithy, and I'm not stupid. I've never yet seen a forge where they worked after dark. Really? And what about that smell? Like I said, I was raised in a smithy. I know the whiff of smelting copper. Don't be angry with him. I didn't give him any choice. For a blacksmith's son, he's not all that tough, is he?
That could be it.
Master Bailiff, is there anything of interest going on here? Is there anything interesting going on here? Any chance of some work? I see. And where did the pieces of the sword go? About that sword, are you sure the Queen of Sheba's a Czech queen? Isn't it a bit strange that some pilgrim would have something so valuable? What kind of power did this sword have? Where can I find the powers? I could do with a sword like that. What if you sold it to me? It does sound very interesting. I'll ask them and see what I can do. It all sounds a bit questionable to me. You'll have to get someone else. Goodbye. It took quite some doing, but I have all the pieces. Fine. Thanks. So, have you forged the sword? And what sort of a piece of rubbish have you sold me? I made one cut with it and it's completely unusable. Completely blunt. It's a wonder it didn't snap. What Saracen? You didn't say anything like that when I bought it. You son of a bitch. I want to buy the sword.
The entrance is on the eastern side of the hill. I've no idea what to expect there, but I'd rather go there with some backup. I found there's another way in, through some other galleries. They'll never expect anyone to come from behind. Still, even if I can take them by surprise, I'd appreciate it if you came along to help.
To buy? I thought it meant the world to you. Can I try it? Very well. I'll buy it. I've heard that some pilgrim was selling off pieces of a rare sword. If you happen to have one, I'd be interested. Why? Man, isn't there some way... I heard that a pilgrim was selling bits of a sacred sword a while ago. Did he visit you by any chance? Really? The Sasau swordsmith tells me he'd pay handsomely for a piece of the sword some pilgrim from the Holy Land was selling here a while ago. The swordsmith from the town said he was after the pieces of a sword from some Queen of Sheba. A pilgrim was selling them a while back. Not even... The Sasau swordsmith is after the pieces of a sword that some pilgrim from the Holy Land was selling off around here. Do you know of any? I'd pay well for it. I'm looking for pieces of a sword that a pilgrim from the Holy Land was selling. Would you happen to know anything about it? But if he lied about that sort of stuff, it would be a terrible sin. Well, I've heard that some time ago a pilgrim from the Holy Land was selling a few relics. Did he come by here and offer you part of a sword? I'd buy the piece from you. I want to buy that piece.
Yes, sir? Yes. I was just... It's just that when you said those things in the arena, sir, I was, a little upset. I didn't mean to threaten anyone. This kind? Yes. As I said, I have hunted before, but it wasn't... I'll do the best I can, sir. Is it really necessary, sir? No, not at all, sir. It's just that... Well, it's hard for me to talk about. If you wish, sir. The Cumans attacked Skalitz and, anyone who didn't flee. I don't know if... that is, sir, I don't know if that's a suitable topic of conversation for the hunt. I'm not sure even that would work.
Ale, wine.
Don't worry. Rest assured, Father.
Yes. Yes. I can't wait. I'm getting a bit lost in the Luxembourg lineage. It all seems a bit too tangled. Who is he really, this Jobst? I'm a bit concerned so many people seem to think so little of King Wenceslas. You knew him, didn't you? What's he really like? Who is this Prokop that Job spoke of? The League of Lords and that Berghoff we're off to see. Who are they exactly? I don't know all that much about Sigismund. Rupert of the Palatinate. That's a name I hadn't heard before today. What's a Prince Elector? That young man Sir John of Liechtenstein. Why is he here? That's about all. I'm getting used to it. He explained it. All will be well, I think. Mind you, don't come to blows with a blacksmith, my young lord. What do you think about Sir Jobst and his plan? I don't know either. It beggars belief. Exactly. I didn't expect the noble lords to be as noble as the angels, but I hadn't expected such a sewer. They behave like children. Did you know that King Wenceslas is such a... So did I. On the other hand, times were better with him here than with him gone. What do you think of Sigismund? No one forced him to burn Skalitz. He's a weasel, but he's a monster. Look at what those hordes of his are getting up to here. What he did in Skalitz. Do you know anything about Prokop? And what has that got to do with Hanush? And what was it all about? Why? I would never have thought of Sir Hanush as such a rebel.
And have you heard anything about Rupert of the Palatinate?
And that Berghoff we're going to see. Do you know anything about him? And what about the League of Lords?
Is there anything interesting going on around here?
I wouldn't have expected that from a man of the cloth.
Sorry, I just didn't want to go drinking with you.
Trust me, there's nowhere I'd rather have been. You wouldn't believe what happened to me.
I mean here. In the presbytery. In the presbytery? With the parish priest? Yes, of course I like you. You live here? I'm not. I mean, I see. I think. Would you have a job for me? Maybe you're in need of some supplies? Are you after some meat? I've got the meat you wanted. No problem. I can go to Ratai and buy some for you. Game? But that's near impossible to buy. I'd have to hunt it myself. And that's against the law. That's an interesting proposition. Ah. Have you got any work that needs doing? Couldn't you use some hides? I've got those hides you wanted. How do you mean? Well, I don't think the master huntsman would be any happier about me hunting on his preserve. Would you happen to have any work for me? Like last time? Why not turn to the bailiff? I have that ring for you. What was it you wanted from me? Consider it done. Provided I get something out of it. It's not that long ago I swore to go straight. Which means no thieving of any kind. Any chance of some more work for me? And you've become an officer of the law, is that it? I have the stolen parchment for you. What was it you wanted from me? Do you need help with anything? The commander of the guard? Sir Robard? I'm already confused. Just tell me what I need to do. Ah, and once Sir Robard finds some of his guardsmen's equipment is missing... I've done as you asked. What was it you wanted from me? Very well. Where do I need to liberate it from? I'll manage somehow. I've had quite enough of this thieving. Once again, I'm out of paid work. Don't tell me that you can read. I see. Am I to free the king from imprisonment, or steal Sir Divish's finest steed? Pray, do tell. I have that book from Hanush for you. What was it you wanted from me? I trust your reward will be generous. Where will I find this book? Stealing from my liege? Never. Consider it done. What am I to do with the Waffen rocks once I have them? I think I'll pass on this one. Have you got any more jobs for me? Now, that's no mean feat you're asking. I have that horse for you. What was it you wanted from me? I'll steal that horse for you, but the reward had better be worth it. Horse thieving? That'll buy you a month or 10 down in the dungeon. Sorry, Wojciech, but it's not for me. How do you like this one? I'm at a loose end. Is there anything you need? You want me to get jewellery? Wojciech, there's only one noble woman around here. Lady Stephanie of Talmberg. I have the jewels from Lady Stephanie. What was it you wanted? Have you lost your mind? I could swing for that. Well, you're asking a lot, but I'll do it. Very well. Carry on. I'm sorry, but I want nothing to do with it. I'm Henry from Skalitz, and I'm looking to mill a bit of extra coin, if you know what I mean. I have that cloth for you. What was it you wanted from me? No problem. It'll be here in no time at all. I'd rather not. Any chance of some work here, Captain? So what do you think I should do about them? Very well. I'll see to it. I've taken care of the camp. Here it is. I have some, trophies. Vessels with quicksilver in them. Would you have any work for me? Do you plan to send me for some, or to rob a brewery? Here's your beer recipe. What was it you wanted from me? I can't see you hanging up your miller's apron and starting to brew beer. But I'll bring you that recipe. I'd rather look for other work elsewhere. Any chance of a nice little earner for me? Won't that get the cobbler in trouble? Losing their lordship's spurs, just like that. Here are the spurs from the cobbler. What was it you wanted from me? You can count on it. I'll be right back. I can't do that, I'm afraid. I've no wish to get the cobbler into trouble. Leszek told me everything. He said you were behind it all. Well, you'll be lucky to come out of it with your head on your shoulders. You want to kill Leszek yourself? You better try harder than that fellow you sent to kill me. Save your breath. I know it was you. So you admit it? Lead the way. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sir Hanush. I certainly am, my lord. Thank you, sir. Well, are you going to sign it? I think he's already figured that out. Farewell. Isn't that a bit barbaric? That does make sense, I must admit. Very well. That sounds amusing. Thank you, Captain. Very well, Captain. I'll set off immediately. Understood? Very well. I'll take a look. All right. I'll take a look around. I'll simply kill you. And that'll be that. Tell me why you did it. Maybe. Why then? I'll haul you off and let the monastery deal with you. I've been sent by Captain Bernard. He says you have Cuman marauders here. Is that because the locals are too frightened? All right. I'll see to it. I've taken care of that camp. Here it is. I have some trophies. Thank you, Captain. Well, I'll be glad to deal with them. Very well, Captain. I'll head there then. I understand. Very well. I'll take a look there. All right. I'll take a look around. What do you mean? Something like that. I was an apprentice blacksmith, not a turnip digger. Truth is, I didn't think much about it. I just felt I had to do it. Sir Radzig will be there. He's a noble, right? What will you do now? Well, I just hope he'll be there. Alive. What should I say to him? Sir, this investigation into the Neuhof massacre, It's getting a bit complicated. I tracked down a gang of robbers who recruited killers for Pribyslavitz. They know the Horsons who torched Neuhof. So far, not much. If I'm going to infiltrate them, I have to do what they say. That means murdering one of their former cronies, a fellow they call Pius. Apparently he was at Neuhof too. That's not the worst of it. This Pius is hiding out in the monastery pretending to be a novice. I'd have to get inside the cloisters to get at him. It seems like the only way to find Pius is to join the order. Damned if I know how, though. What should I do with Pius once I find him? It doesn't sound like an easy task, sir. Getting into the cloisters, finding Pius, and then getting him to the bailiff. Very well, sir. I'll get into the monastery and bring Pius to the bailiff.
Speak up, you old hag, or I'll wring your neck. You'd be wise to give me a straight answer. I mean you no harm. Don't you know that witches get burned alive? But I'm supposed to believe an old witch has pangs of conscience. Very well. But only because the priest himself asked me to.
Thanks. Did you recognise anyone there? Someone from the village, maybe? Just as I thought. There aren't any remains here. Yes, sir. I'll have to quickly get ready first.
Sir? Wake up, sir. It's time to go. I thought we were going to get an early start, sir. No. Time to rise and shine, young man. There's work to be done.
Are you all right? They're skulking around here somewhere. I'll see what I can do.
I came to an agreement with Conrad.
Just one thing. If he should send you somewhere and tell you to give some password about a fox or some such, well, you should take it with a grain of salt. Thank you.
Glad I could be of service.
Me? Who do you think, genius? You want me to fucking show you who I am in a way you'll never forget?
I am Mirek. Mirek the, terrible.
I'm to relieve you. There's grub for you in the kitchen. Here, behind the walls in a locked-up castle which is under siege, who do you think I might be? The Holy Spirit? Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm in command of everything he's in charge of, so,
I'm in command of everyone here. I've come from Captain Robard. I'm not a messenger. I've nothing to report. The captain thought I could lend you a hand. I'll take a look there. I've taken care of that camp. Here it is. I have some, trophies. Very well. I see. I'll go and take a look. I'll take a look around. Some thanks wouldn't go amiss. Nothing. That'll be all. Right. I'll get to it.
It seems that bandit was a messenger. He was carrying a letter.
I'm Henry, and I gather you're the local miller. I didn't ask you that. I asked what you know about it.
If you don't talk, the word might get round that you've got broken legs. Understand? I'd like to ask you about Hannekin Hare.
I want to talk a little more about Hannekin Hare.
The thing is, every time I spoke to someone about Hare, they always ended up talking about you.
You aren't to blame for anything, is that it? Well, I am willing to believe you, but you do know more than you're telling, and I need to hear it.
Listen, I know the Hare is here, and I know you spoke with him. And if you don't want your husband to find out, you better start talking.
That'll do me.
Just calm down.
How were things between you and Hare back then?
So you didn't want him? I only asked because I've heard differently.
Did Hare really commit the murder?
That remains to be seen. What did you talk about in the woods with Hannekin Hare? Don't blame her. I had to work hard to weasel it out of her. Now tell me.
And what about you?
Is that all he told you?
Where was it you saw him exactly? I want you to hang that garland on the lodge.
You don't have to go anywhere. But tell me, where's that secret meeting place of yours?
And what time will he be waiting there for you? Never you mind. The main thing is it will all get sorted out. And that's all that matters, isn't it? That'll be everything.
It's in your hands whether I tell him or not.
Sadly, there'll be no pie today or ever again. I mean no horse pie. That is, no Pie the horse. That's a long story. I found Pie. Unfortunately, not alive. I found Pie. Well, sadly, he didn't make it. He's done for. That's a long story.
Will I manage?
I've read the book. There was something about some fellow and a goose.
Maybe I better read it again.
That being greedy doesn't pay. Does that mean that I can read then? I read the page. Nutus set libertine malus, ut non aliqua part drop it. Nullus est liber tam malus, ut non alique parte prosit. Dullist liver tam malus, ut non liquor party profit. I only just managed the fable about the goose, and now you're asking me to tackle Latin. Thank you, Domine. I'm feeling a lot wiser.
What? Are you serious?
Great. What? Why?
All right, but what can I... Where... Not much, actually. And can I go?
Hopefully not as yet. It could be you're not the only one who knows about the treasure.
I've brought the scaffolder. He'll confirm that Zmoller's to blame for everything. Lock him up so he doesn't run away. I imagine he'll be happy to admit to everything.
I'd say you're a man of the world, and you can pay me back by helping me. I'm looking for a job. Well paid, and most of all, for someone who's not afraid of getting his hands dirty.
It's me, my lady. Henry.
My lady, Sigismund's army has moved out. I can't just sit here. I just have to go. I have to bury my parents, but the guards won't let me through the gate.
What do you think, my lady? Do I look like a Talmberg soldier?
Oh, I see. Well, thanks. What? Sir Radzig? But how could he?
And where are they now?
But he was here just now. Damn it!
You know the area. How can I figure out which way they went?
Thank you, Captain. I'd like to train a bit, just lightly, with practice weapons. I'd like to train, but I want real combat with real weapons. Look, I've neglected my training a bit. Supposing I give you some coin to spend maybe a whole day with me, I still don't feel entirely competent with the bastard sword. I'd like to try that. I'd like to train with a short sword, like a proper knight. I'll try the axe. It's heavy and I haven't quite got the hang of it. I'll try the mace, the armor smasher. I'd like to train with a halberd. How about with no weapons? Sorry, I'll have to think it over. And I'll take a shield, too, just on its own.
Rise and shine, sir. Time to get going.
Oh, I just can't wait for you to demonstrate your magnificent hunting skills. Oh, heaven forbid, your lordship.
By all means, Sir Hans.
Maybe I was a bit hasty, sir. Oh, really? Such a renowned hunter needs help? Someone was skinning and butchering game here. Sir?
Oh, all right. That's enough for me. We can stop.
That job you wanted me to do, I won't do it. I paid both you and the apothecary, so we're even. I'd like to repeat the training. The first lesson again. I'd like to learn combat, Master Swordsman. The very basics, from the beginning. I know the basic things, but I'd like to take the second lesson again. The basics. I've wielded a sword, but I'd like to repeat it from the very beginning. I know the basics. I'd like to carry on from there. Oh, all right, for Christ's sake. Here. And now, tell me where I can find those poachers. Are you out of your mind? Not a chance. Is there anything interesting going on around these parts?
All right. When can I find you there? Very well. I'll come and find you.
Shouldn't there be some reward for the victor? Your serf humbly thanks you, my lord. It's enough to take you. The others can run while they have the chance. That is the punishment for stealing silver. Perhaps we can find a peaceful solution. It is. You can't just steal the king's silver and get away with it. I'm sure we can come to some agreement. If you share the silver with me, I might just forget I saw you here. Or just get the hell out of here. I'm in no mood to fight with you, but I better not see you back here again. Just so. I'll make believe I never saw you here. Just get out of my sight. I can't be bothered bargaining with you. I think it's best I take you to Master Fayfar and let him decide what to do with you. I tried to, but he was having none of it. He didn't want to burn, so he tried to kill me. I let them go. There were too many of them for me. Do you know anything about local brawlers? I like a good punch-up myself, so I'm keen on meeting like-minded fellows. Let's fight. I want to fight. Who are they? And where can I find them? What are the rules? How does it work? Oh, I like the sound of that. Let's fight. I don't have enough money to wager. The fisherman sent me to you. Said you'd be up for a brawl. Let's fight. I don't have enough money to wager. Are you one of the local pugilists? The fisherman told me you weren't averse to a bit of friendly violence. Should we get to it then? I don't have enough money to wager. The fisherman told me you'd be up for a brawl. Is it true? Let's fight then, eh? I don't have enough money to wager. Have you seen a horse running this way? A dappled grey. And did you see which way he went? Thank you for your help. Have you seen a horse? A dappled grey? Aye. A dappled grey. All right. I'll ask your wife then. I see. Well, thanks. Do you eat horse meat often? Oh, it's a long story. But what about you? How did you get out of Skalitz? So do I. You tricked them nicely. I'll see you later. How does life in Rattay suit you? Did you find out what actually happened? What kind of governor is Sir Hanush? What's life like in Rattay? How do the Rattay folk get on with the refugees? Have you heard anything about the Cumans in Sigismund's army? I noticed some of the Skalitz men look like they've been in the wars. Has something happened here? Oh, I'll have to look into that. Are you the brawler who takes bets? I'm a Skalitz refugee, and I'd like to try my luck against you. Let's fight. Why for silver? Are there any rules?
All right, let's fight then, if you think you can take me.
I can't fight just now. You're Stephen, aren't you? Milan tells me he won't fight me until I beat you. Let's fight. Yeah, forget it. That's a swindle. Aren't you Ringlet? Milan says I have to beat you before he'll take me on. Maybe not. But why shouldn't I try and beat some coin out of him too?
I'm not done with you yet.
I want nothing from you. I see. So his opponents won't go easy on him, and he can indulge his passion to the full. So I can fight him too. And what's His Majesty doing here without his armies? What are you doing here, King of the Humans? Sigismund,
Can I challenge your king now?
where's my money, you lousy dog? The money I won fighting your king. I won't be fobbed off. I'll get that coin from you one way or another. I'll beat the money out of you, you whoreson. Now get out of my sight. And don't let me see you here again, or you'll regret it.
So, have you had enough? Or would you like a second helping?
That sounds to me like a load of nonsense. You're a band of liars and cheats. That seems fishy to me. Why all the disguises? All right, I'll challenge this king of yours. Look, I have to be on my way. But maybe I'll stop by another time, all right? Give my regards to His Majesty. I don't have that much money. What are you hanging around for? Don't you have any work to do? I've changed my mind. What's it about? So you're a pickpocket? All right, get to the point. But keep your hands where I can see them. I've no time for scum like you, all right? I reckon I can manage that. How much coin are we talking about? It all sounds a bit fishy. I'm not a thief. Find someone else. I've got your coin. Here's your groschen. What's this other job, then? What was it you wanted from me again? Arms for everyone. That would be quite a purse. But I'll see what I can do. Maybe later. Here's your groschen. Here's the coin you wanted. You mentioned another job. I'm all ears. You want me to get this memento back? I've changed my mind about the job. I'll be right back. Maybe later. I've got that ring. What else have you got for me? The mills of God grind slowly but surely, eh? I've changed my mind about that job. I've got that seal for you. But you look like you've taken a bit of grinding in the mills of God yourself. I'm on it. I'll think about it. I better be on my way before someone sees me with you. Is there anything I can do for you? Here you are. Sorry, I don't. You waiting for someone? Why? Do you know of one somewhere? What do you want from me?
And what do I get out of it? I'm on it. I'll be back with the coin before you know it.
I'm not going to steal. I've got your coin for you. Though I have to say, robbing a wretch who doesn't look much better than you doesn't exactly fill me with pride. Here are your groschen. Have you got something else for me? Sorry, I can't do that for you. Unless you want me to steal a blanket for you. Maybe I will steal that shawl for you. Here's your woolen shawl. Is there anything else I can help you with? Do you still want me to steal that dagger? Is this your dagger? I've changed my mind. What was it you wanted from me? Consider it done. I've decided I've done with stealing. Forever. Tell me something about yourself. No sooner said than done. Right. And then you'll stick that dagger in his belly and I'll swing for it. I'll have nothing to do with it. Goodbye. Last, you say? What is it? I'd say I've done enough for you already. Find someone else. Well, wouldn't it be simpler if I just brought you what's in the trunk? Here's the key to the trunk. What about my reward? I'll get on it. What will you do now? Have you seen a worn-out old whore who usually stands outside here?
Oh, fuck.
I've a feeling it's going to cost me something. We'll see about that. True. But don't think you've heard the last of this. Do you want something? Me? Dishonest work? You must have mistaken me for someone else. What's it about? What was it you wanted from me? Well, then it's lucky for you that I happened along. Who do you want me to rob? Sounds easy enough. That's not for me. Farewell. Here's the farmer's pouch you asked for. I'm always on the lookout for work. What have you got? I've decided I'll help you steal that shawl. What use would her shawl be to you? That's not very nice of you. But what do I care? What's it worth to you? That's a cruel way to treat the poor girl. Sorry, I won't do it. I brought you that girl's shawl. Who is it you want to get revenge on? The farmer or his maid? Is there anything else you want? What was it you wanted from me exactly? What reward will I get? The avenging angel is at your service. I'll get right on it. All's fair in love and war, but that's going too far. I've got the draper's tinderbox for you. How are you coping? I've been once. And I don't think it'll be happening again anytime soon. Look, I've changed my mind about that, food supply. You mean you want me to bring you game from the woods? Are you mad? That's poaching. I don't know. I'm not such a great hunter that I could feed all the refugees. Well, I got away with brawling with Lord Capon, so I don't suppose they'll string me up for a few hares. All right, I'll bring you something. Sorry, but I've already gotten myself into quite enough trouble. I don't need any more. I've got that meat for you here. I brought that game for you. I've got that game meat for you. I'm sure he can get his own wine. All right, I'll bring it. Venison I can get, but he can make his own sausages. So I'm to bag a wild boar. Next thing, he'll want me to cook it too. Oh, right, I get it. Hunt down a deer, milk a cow, and skim the cream. Wouldn't he like me to churn some butter to cook it in while I'm at it? You're welcome. Come and see me if you ever need anything else. Are you in need of a helping hand, Master Butcher? Listen, I've changed my mind about that thing. You know, the supplies. I understand. The roads aren't safe these days. I see. Nothing I can do for you then. I'm not a farmer. You want me to poach game? I don't want to spoil your plans, but game doesn't grow on trees. All right. Let's say I'll take a walk in the woods and I'll come across something and bring it to you. No, I don't see what you mean and I don't want to. So I got the game goods for you, Master Butcher. I have the meat you wanted. I have everything you ordered, Master Butcher. All right, sure. She wants to make awful soup. Ah, hair innards. Right. How's that? Jesus. Oh well, I'll see what I can do. Suits me. God save Master Chamberlain. Here I am. No, I expect not. And when shall I start? All right, I'll get going right away. I see. That's good news. I'm the new Master Huntsman. I was told to report to you. I brought that game. Very well, certainly. With pleasure. I see. I'll bring what I can. Father, when do you plan to return to St. James? Your housekeeper, Agnes, is in Rattay and doesn't want to work for anyone else. She's waiting for your return. Well, I'd like that. Thank you. I don't have enough money. I don't have any money. I don't want to lose the shirt off my back. I'd best be careful. I won't overdo it. And why not? You only live once, right? No half measures. What's there to save for, anyway? Run for it! Go! They'll kill you all! Run for it! Flee! Warn the others! They've torched Skalitz! Flee! To Talmberg! Sir, there's one more thing. Sir Jezek went with me without resistance, because I promised him he could come to an agreement with you. Naturally, Father. Otherwise Sir Hanush wouldn't have sent me. I'll do my best, Father. No, I can't. Sorry. Sir, I'm a blacksmith's son. I usually help Sir Hanush with things... well, with things that don't demand much education. I've heard there's a contest happening, and that the prize is a keg of fine wine. I'd like to take part. I do? I don't. All right. That seems straightforward. Got it. Ah. I could try listening from here. Someone killed him. I've no idea what happened, sir. I rode to Rattay as soon as I found out. I tried, my lord. Very well, sir. Yes, sir. Maybe it was the heretics. They found out what he was planning and took action. As you wish, sir. Probably some passing brigands? For his coin. Who knows? You can talk all you like, but not here and not to me. Let's go. You'll buy stolen goods from me. Oh, thanks for your trust. I'm sure that'll come in useful. Stolen goods? Thanks, but no thanks. I'm not a thief. Fancy doing something again? How about another little outing with me? I'd like to enroll in the big tournament. What are the rules of the tournament? Is there anything I should watch out for? I'd like to ask again about the rules of the tourney. Can you tell me something about the earlier tourneys held by Sir Hanush? I thought the tourney was supposed to be on now. I'm Henry, from Skalitz. How long does it go on? And what do I have to do to win? Do I have to beat the opponent every time, or do I get several tries? What kind of weapons are used in the tourney? What are the rules of combat? Can I borrow weapons and armour here? Thanks. That's all I need to know. How many rounds do I have to win to become the final victor? It seems I've found it. I can't do it now. They know about me. What was it she said? Sage something else and... roses? Yeah, what would a bouquet be without roses? There's some in the upper castle garden. What about the captive? Wait a while. I'll be back. A cross. Nicely carved. Someone in the village might recognise it. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. All right, Father. Father, shouldn't I be rewarded for my efforts? I told you what I found out, didn't I? I've got them. 3 full outfits. The whole bloody lot. Actually, there's still something missing. Forget it. I'll find out some other way then. Would you teach me something about the, milling craft? Like how to get things out of strangers' purses into your own? Thanks, Peshek. I'd like to try pickpocketing again. This man took part in the massacre at Neuhof, and he was punished lawfully. All right, move your arse. I don't want to be walking around with you till Judgment Day. Move it, quick. And if I get even a hint that you're up to something, I'll finish you off on the spot. Got it? Why are you standing here? Is this the place? Can we get going, sir? I'm sorry, sir. Can you tell me anything about the other millers?
Tell me about yourself. Tell me about Peshek. What can you tell me about Simon in Sasau? Can you tell me anything about the other millers? Tell me about yourself. Tell me about Peshek. What about Wojciech? Where can I find this, Eric? You must have had some meeting place. Oh. I know Miller Simon at the Sasau mill. I think I know where I could ask. I helped at the infirmary in Sasau, and there was a wounded man there by the name of Thomas, a suspicious type to say the least. He might know something. I'm not sure where to start, sir. All right, sir. I'll try to blend in as best I can. Thank you. I thank you, but I can't possibly accept such a gift. Besides, undressing in front of Sir Divish's lady wife is quite inappropriate. All right, then. Ah, the horse. Well, he didn't survive the race. The thing is, I'm not the best horseman ever, and, actually, you should never have entrusted that horse to me, so... Look, there's no need to... Aye, that's probably best. No, I'll come back after they ride out. Game. Most likely roe deer. Leftovers from a feast, I reckon. No, you're not wriggling out of this that easily. I'll make sure you never do anything like that again, by killing you. I came to ask how things are looking with that pestilence, but I can see something's not right. Melikar, what exactly happened? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. How's it looking, Melikar? Oh, that's a relief. You've suffered enough. We've all suffered enough. Now let's wait and see what happens. Ah, damn it. Looks like there's no change. Ah, damn it. Looks like there's no change. Maybe Nicodemus made a mistake. Or it was just too late. Where is he? He couldn't have fled, could he? I'll be on my way then. What will you do now? No. I can't possibly accept that. Give it all back, Melikar. With my thanks, I understand. I'm just glad everything turned out well. That's kind of them. Give them my thanks. I appreciate it, but Nicodemus deserves thanks too. Ah, that hadn't crossed my mind. Anyway, pass on my thanks. I'll bring you Esther, but there's no time to waste. I need you to tell me right now. I don't know what to tell you. There was nothing I could do. They're gone. There was no one at the place you sent me to. There was no time for that. Of course. I couldn't just leave her there. Listen, I know this isn't the best time. We had a bargain, Florian. And I swear to God I did my utmost. Go ahead. I've trained a bit with a sword, and I think I've got the hang of the basics. Can you teach me something new? I've trained with an axe, and I think I'm pretty good with it. Can you teach me something new? I've been swinging a mace quite a lot, and I've pretty much got the hang of it. Can you teach me some new tricks? I'm ready. What now? Right. So I suppose I'd better get to Ratai first and see to that announcement. I have a document for you from Sir Divish. It concerns the renewal of Pribyslavitz. The very same. Here it is. Sir, I'm afraid I have grave news for you. Marius didn't survive his captivity. He's in God's hands now. What will happen with Pribyslavitz now? As you wish, my lord. So how do I get to this dice player? Unbelievable. The idiot lost the necklace at dice. Oh no, Sir Hans, not you. Heaven forbid. I mean the other idiot. The one you lost it to. He went and lost it to some stranger who's gone with it to Sasau. Things got a bit complicated. The fella you lost it to, well, he lost it to someone else, who then left for Sasau and got murdered and robbed on the way. I would never joke about such a thing, sir. I think I know where to look, but I figured I should let you know first. I am honoured. One rare family heirloom, as his young lordship requested. I only hope he doesn't intend to lose it again. I'm sorry to say your necklace is gone forever. Are you the one who played dice with Lord Capon? Would you know where this fellow was heading? I can't disagree with you there. But look here, have you still got that piece of jewellery you won from him? One more question. It looks like someone went this way with the nobleman's horse. Could it be someone was trying to get rid of something here? Looks like he died without a struggle. Maybe killed in his sleep. They took everything he had. Money, jewellery, even his boots. Someone was searching for something here. Were they out to rob him of everything he had? Or something in particular? I just came for a look around here to see what it's like after all that bloodshed. Maybe, maybe not. It depends who you've got. I didn't know there was anyone around here anymore. Fine fellas. Greetings. But look here. It doesn't have to be like that. We can come to some arrangement. Sakra. You're holding someone here for ransom, aren't you? So, it's all clear to me now. I'm Henry, and I was expecting to find you here. Sir Divish's locator went missing around these parts. He didn't send me to parley.
He sent me to deal with it. God be with you. I couldn't help but notice a voice calling for help from that tent there. I think you ought to behave like good Christians and set the poor fella free. Now, no need for that kind of talk. I'm sure we can find an amicable solution, and I can hear someone in that tent calling for help. And since you're armed to the teeth, it doesn't take a genius to figure out what happened to this locator. I could join you. I don't mind getting my hands dirty. Or bloody. Let him go, right now. If it's a worthwhile trade you're after, I've got just the thing for you. Enough beating around the bush. I reckon you ought to take what you can while you can, before Sir Divish turns up with his cavalry. Or you can stay here and feed the crows, like the rabble who were here before you. Otherwise, how about a nice big pile of coin? Oh well, I tried. We'll have to do things the hard way then. I'll just be on my way. Look, I didn't mean anything by it. It's enough to keep you drinking for a month. It's all I've got. And anyway, that should be enough, right? So, Master Locator, ready to start building? So it is possible to rebuild everything, but building a whole village is no small enterprise. That's good news. When will you inform Sir Divish? No problem. I'll be right here. Oh dear. Can I be of service to you, Sir Divish? I've heard talk that something is going on in Pribyslavitz. What's a locator? You're planning to resettle the village. Why Pribyslavitz, of all places? Well, it should be safe there now. I saw him tied up in their camp. Well, it wasn't so straightforward. I was outnumbered. I sneaked up to him and talked to him. The thing is, sir, he's still tied up there. Sir, there are outlaws in Pribyslavitz, and they took one of your people captive. I found Marius in Pribyslavitz, my lord. He ran into some trouble there. Some outlaws who were looting after the battle. They captured him and tied him up. Well, as well as can be expected under the circumstances. The thing is, he's still tied up there. I didn't know what else to do. I'm afraid I can't just now, sir. If you've no objection, I could go and look for him. I don't think so, sir. If we charge in there with full force, they might panic and cut his throat. I'll find a way, sir. Don't worry. I won't let you down.
What actually happened to you in Skalitz? I mean, during the attack and... Well, you know, I do. I'll tell you what, let's save it for later. I've got a lot on right now.
Would I be right in assuming this is the encampment of Sir Erhard, Baron Bielewitz? I'm expected. Prague, yes, quite. But I travelled via Gurum, thinking it the less hazardous route, comparatively. Not at all, Goodman. From Slaney, as well as might be expected in these perilous times. Indeed, I concur. One must be wary, well, cautious, even, when travelling. No matter, I shall just, thank you. I may well do that. Jewellery, you say? Can I ask something? You cheated. I challenge you to a duel. I'd like to ask you something else. Who are you? Can I ask you something? I'm not going to let you get away with cheating. I'd like to ask you something else.
Tell me something about yourself.
The blessing of our Lord Jesus Christ upon you, Baron Bielewitz. I'm honoured to make your acquaintance. Indeed, we certainly have much to discuss, sir. Long and somewhat fatiguing, truth be told. I'm ready to begin with our negotiations, sir. Can I ask you something? You cheated. I'll kill you. I'd like to ask you something else. Is there anything I can help you with, Sir Hans? Troy, isn't that near Prague? I don't know anyone from there.
There's a new wench at the bathhouse, is there?
I've changed my mind, Sir Hans. I'll help you. I'm a little worried about you, sir. Aren't you getting overheated inside that armour? Well, young sir, what now? Shall we ride boldly forth to adventures new? What, here? Now? Aren't we leaving?
No particular reason. It just seems like every day is an adventure for you.
Are you planning some new adventure by any chance, Sir Hans?
I'd love to help you, but I can't just now.
Sounds like fun. I'm all ears.
Why me?
It's not like you to be bashful, Sir Hans. You can just go and tell her, And who is this Carolina? Carolina, I do know her. She's a pretty girl, all right, but, well, a little below your station.
No, I don't know who you mean.
What happened to it? Wouldn't some other necklace do? Oh, all right, then. Is there something else I should know about this necklace? Oh, what's the use? All right. I'll go to Ledetchko, find this diabolical dice player and see what I can do. Though I'll probably lose my shirt to him. So, some dice player from Ledetchko won your grandmother's valuable necklace. Haven't you learned anything from losing to Zdena, the bathhouse wench? No, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task.
Reading? What's the point of that?
I've got that necklace.
Can't I just hand them to her?
I've got an order for you from Sir Radzik. I just wanted to, Oh, look out! A dragon! I'd like you to do something for me, and of course there'll be some coin in it for you. I need a letter and a necklace delivered to Carolina, but in such a way that she doesn't know about it.
But the thing is, it's a secret and no one must know about it, especially her father. And naturally I'll pay you for your efforts.
Yes, for you. A necklace and this letter. I bear you a letter and a gift from a secret admirer. But am I not good enough for you?
Well, do I at least get a kiss?
Actually, it's me. It's young Lord Capon. Well, if I were you, I'd look on it as an honour. If I told you, he wouldn't be secret, would he? I bid you farewell. I delivered the things as you asked, so you'll go to the rendezvous with her.
I thought you didn't believe in witches' brews.
Musk of infinite allure? Sounds irresistible. All right, I'll try and get it for you.
I'm a little busy at the moment, though.
I got you that potion from the charlatan.
Yeah, the butcher's daughter, I know. And then what?
I've learned to read, as you asked.
Well, not entirely.
I'll do what? Learn poetry? Me? That sounds... well, not exactly... Are you ready, Sir Hans? Open up! I'm not going to talk to the door. I've got a remedy for you. Has the rash cleared up?
You're just a little flushed from the excitement. It'll pass.
Why wait? Carolina won't be able to resist you. You're imagining it, sir. You look as irresistible as ever, if not more.
No offence, sir, but you gave me quite a fright. It looks as though you've slept with your head inside a wasp's nest.
We'll just have to wait until it wears off. You can't go courting a young girl looking like a plague victim. You just sit tight, and I'll go and find you some antidote. Surely you're not going to give up on account of a few pimples. If Carolina doesn't appreciate your charm, she's not worth the effort. Well, I'll try my best. But first, I'll have to find out what will do the trick. The best cure for this kind of thing is marigold decoction. I can get you that right away. You'll sweep her off her feet, you'll see. What kind of potion would help clear up a rash on the face?
Comedies or tragedies? Well, there's been a few, but I'm sure I can't compare with you.
Since when has that ever bothered you?
It seems your future subjects don't hesitate to take a stick to you when it comes to minding the womenfolk.
How do you know it's her who will come out and not someone else? And what am I supposed to do? To love and be forlorn is like night without a dawn. To be close with naught to say, like winter frost in May. Gentle night, why linger on? I yearn thus for my love so long. Without her words to still my breast, who shall set my soul to rest? Woman is the root of sin, and yet of virtuous deeds again. In Eden, it was woman's deed to pluck the apple from the tree. No! And now my heart in sorrow dwells, from melancholic pining swells, since I, alas, was forced to part from the mistress of my heart. If you have no wealth to offer, you say, she will scorn you and turn away. But once you promise her a treasure, she says she will love you forever. To have lips and yet kiss not is like leaving grain to rot. To love without consummating is like unsown fields in the spring. Psst! What on earth are you saying? To murderous wrath she gives birth, leaving no peace on this earth. Wounds inflicted by swords cut less deep than women's barbed words. Ah, Lord, let me not wait in vain. I long to see my love again. O gentle sir, be of good cheer. I shall not cling to another, dear. I shall love you then, my dear, as long as you lie with me here. If you'll not give your all to me, no longer shall I bide with thee. Me? You're the one who's babbling. Run for it, Hans. Run, while there's still time. It's not my fault. It's really not my fault. It's the latest fashion in France.
What's that got to do with you, peasant? Here? I took you for some vagrant who was sleeping over there among the gravestones. Oh, I'm just here to pick some cemetery blossoms. See? I only just got started when I was interrupted by some idiot. Not meaning you, of course. I went to mourn over the grave of my great-grandmother. Now, the question is, why are you trampling on great-granny's grave, eh? What was what?
We're here in the cemetery. Maybe restless spirits, what do you reckon?
Well, I think the neighbours are being a bit rowdy. Nothing to worry about. What's that got to do with me? You're quite mistaken. I've never laid eyes on your daughter, and if she looks anything like you, I'd rather keep it that way.
Probably just the evening breeze blowing down the chimney. That can make all sorts of weird noises.
I don't know what you heard, but I've wasted enough time listening to your nonsense.
Are you all right? It seems to me you're hearing things other folk can't hear. That's not good.
Darkness and fear can do all sorts of things to a man's mind. But not to worry, good man. I'm here, and I know how to fight. Besides, those hands of yours look like brawlers too. Look, fellas, I was standing right here, and I didn't hear a thing. Do you take me for a madman? You've got a nerve speaking to me in that tone. Don't you know who I am? And another thing, how do I know this really is your house? You might be a thief.
But if you're looking for the fella that was here before me, why didn't you say so right away? I only caught a glimpse of him. He took to his heels as soon as he saw you coming. Wisely, too, I'd say, judging from the look of you. Good neighbour, it can't be denied that old age dulls a man's ears. I'm here alone, praying for the souls of the good people resting in the cemetery. I've nothing to do with your daughter.
It's haunted here. I knew I should never have come near this cemetery at night. Oh, Christ almighty.
Maybe I did hear something. Now, where could it have come from?
Jasem skutni hori kodelników syn. Jasem skutni hori kodelników syn. It's nothing like a rousing song to put you in a good mood. By the way, how's business? I believe there's big demand for meat these days, isn't there? I've had enough of you and your nonsense. Nakopeczku stala, plakala, plakala. Jezu, Jezu, Maria, volala, volala. Jezu, Jezu, Maria, Jezu, jemine. Budale tu chlapec, nebo ne. Budale tu chlapec, nebo ne.
What a lovely evening we're having. Nice and mild, eh? Seems to me it was hotter this time last year, don't you think? Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Sent you for a scene of Polotsk heard voices too, and she founded a monastery and churches and things. How did it go with Karolina Sands? How come? Didn't your recitation do the trick? Well, that's how it ends, with the love of your life. After the secret gifts, the letters, the intrigues, reciting poetry in the moonlight. It was an honour, Sands. When are you going to see her again? Oh, you're lucky I managed to keep him busy. Only now he thinks I'm the village idiot. Oh, back to writing love letters. Ah, shame. She missed out on something very rare. Oh, Jesus. Hans, you twat, you call this a love letter? I've seen more romantic things scratched on outhouse walls. What, you're going to go to the rendezvous anyway? I've heard you know of some irresistibility potion or whatever it is. Moses? Yeah, so it would seem. How much do you want for it? What can I do with you? That's not much. We'll see. What? Why? You... Oh, why do I even bother? What? That much? You're a crook. Oh, not again. Apologies, master. I was carried away by my thirst for knowledge, and leads out the window. But to your apprentice you can, right? God be with you, good wife. Has something happened here? I know who was buried in that grave. A young charcoal burner. He was from Ledechko. He was trying to eke out a living for himself and his wife, but he couldn't manage. When she fell pregnant, he took to stealing. They caught him and punished him, but some of the people he'd robbed didn't think it was enough. Then when his wife died in childbirth, and the child too, he blamed everyone for it. Even God, apparently. Oh, never mind. What do you want me to do with it? Oh, don't start. What devil? I'm trying to tell you... Jesus, did you listen to what I said at all? But sir, I tried to... Well, who have we here? Let me guess. You saw it in a dream? I had a dream of my own. Yeah, it was just when I was getting pummeled by a mob of very irate villagers. Misunderstanding, yeah. I tried to explain that to them, but they were too busy kicking my arse to listen. But I had a divine revelation. That next time I won't be around to pull you out of the shit. I'd like to try your fortitude. So what is it you want from me now? A regular good Samaritan. Sure. Kick him onto the path of righteousness. What's this about the Revenant, then? Chickens. That should be no problem. There were chickens, for sure. Yeah, chickens. I think. Eggs? Why? I don't think I want to. I see. All right, I get the picture. You look a bit worried, bailiff. Ghosts? You don't think there's any truth to it? But how come the grave is empty? But why would anyone do that? Surely no God-fearing Christian would dig up the grave of some poor soul who hasn't even got the piece of hallowed ground to rest in. So you suspect someone? How do you know it was them? What about the Revenant? The bailiff sent me after you. Well, you better take a good look at me and think again. Here I am, bailiff. Hey, Fritz. Will you help me with something? No, this is much more suited to your skills. No, not quite. Just to put the fear of God in a few villagers. So, how am I doing so far? Come on then. Bark. What a beast you are. All right, let's see. Ruff. Bow. Again. Boo. Boo. Woo. Woo. Boo. 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 That's still not quite it. No.
Boo! Boo! No! Boo! 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 That's it. And now I'm officially the village idiot. How did you like that, eh? So, it all worked out then. That's good news. Now, about that thing you promised me. Can I have a word with you? You've been cheating for sure. I challenge you. Another question. What's your story? You don't look like one of them at all. Allow me to congratulate you on your win. I noticed there was one nice piece of jewellery. An old necklace. About that necklace, I'd like to buy the necklace. Supposing I give you some silver for it right now. I'll pay a fair price. It's only fair to warn you, though, that that necklace looks suspiciously like one that was stolen from Lord Capon. Look here, greed is one of the 7 deadly sins, and you've got quite a haul of valuables already. Surely you won't miss one necklace. What will you do now? Drink to your victory? Aren't you afraid of being recognised by someone? Well, good luck, and don't get caught. Oh yes. Apparently he's been searching the whole province for it. If he should find out somehow that you've got it, I shouldn't wonder if you ended up on the gallows. Well, I'll be passing by Rat-Eye. I can pass it on to him. If Lord Capon catches you with this necklace, well, it won't end well for you. Well, you know how it is. You won't get much enjoyment out of your wealth with a pair of broken legs. You know how it is. You won't have much fun spending money with a broken nose. What's a pretty girl like you doing in a camp full of bandits? Thanks for the warning. No doubt you just saved my life. I'd better watch my step then. Well, they seem very fond of their dice, all right. What's going on here, anyway? It all seems a little odd. Never quite this merry, to tell the truth. Hey, lovely. I wasn't expecting to find you here still. Don't play the innocent. I know it was you. Not that I didn't have a wonderful time with you, but I don't recall promising you my dice in exchange. Couldn't we come to some agreement about those dice? I'll buy the dice from you. What do you say? Does your offer still stand? Does that mean no? What, you mean, you and me? How could I refuse? Thanks, but, I'm afraid I'd get too distracted. If you were a man, I'd beat them out of you without blinking an eyelid, but... Well, don't think I won't tan your backside for you. I'm sure we can make a deal. How much do you want for them? If you give them to me, I'll give you an experience you won't forget. This time. I hope they serve you better than they did me. It's been a pleasure, my dear. You watch your step with me. I've been far too soft on you. I've heard the infamous robber baron Sir Erhard of Belevets is hiding out nearby. Sir Erhard is hiding out in the woods near Sasau. Did any of those robbers have a necklace? I'm trying to find Lord Capon's family heirloom. It's old and very valuable. How did it end up? I saw him with my own 2 eyes. In the woods, close to the charcoal burners' camp, and the ford, north of here. Just some rumours. Well, we must do something. What happened to Johanka? Sir, I need your help with something. I need people to speak in her defence, and I'd like to ask you to do it. Goodman Pavel, you're still here. That's a relief. I was afraid I'd miss you. I need something from you, sir. I suppose you heard that Johanka was locked up by the Inquisitor and is facing charges of heresy. What you might not know is that he's agreed that I can defend her at the trial. You're living here now? Not much to do, is there? What, here in the arsehole of nowhere amongst the trees? Can't be much in the way of craft or trade. I can't imagine how you can make any coin here. Revenant? What revenant? Yeah, I saw something like that once. But it was just some drunk going home from the tavern after losing all his money at dice. And how do you propose to do that? Not entirely. What does that mean? What's that? That's interesting. Thanks for telling me, Master Bailiff. Inquisitor Yaroslav is going to try Johanka. Father, the Inquisitor has had Johanka thrown in jail. He's planning a hearing. I'm here about Johanka. No. I'm just a friend of hers. Matthias is her fella. I heard you invited Bishop Yaroslav to come and dine with you. Could you explain something to me? What are my duties as bailiff? How do the accounts work? Which means... I see. Probably best to have a little extra there for a rainy day then. And what if we spend more than we earn? Of course. I'll keep a close eye on things. How do I build houses? Sure. How can I get new people to come to the village? I see. Any suggestions? What about tradesmen? Right. I'll go and have a word with them later. I must give some thought to who else would come in handy here. Thanks. How can I improve the buildings? Well, I can't argue with that, but why bother with improvements at all? How do operating costs work? So I could put enough money there for, say, 3 days in advance? All right. Thanks. And what if I don't have enough coin? And how do I pay the workers? Nothing, actually. Good day, Teresa. So, how am I doing with the village? I'm glad you're pleased. All right. I'll get stuck in. Great. So the job is done. All we have to do is report to Sir Divish. Vanyek. And he's not a vagabond. He's a wayfaring combat master. Actually, since I've no opponent today, wouldn't you like to have a go? I mean, a bit of swordplay. I could teach you. Sure. Why not? Ah, great. It's as hot as Pa's Forge out here today. That's very sweet of you to get me a beer. Yeah, more likely sleeping off last night's boozing. Yeah, I knew you had the heart of a warrior. Let's go then. Welcome to Pribyslavitz. Me and Marius did our best. It's been an honour. I arranged supplies of building materials and victuals from traders nearby, and the church here has become the dominant feature of the whole village. Thank you, my lord. I'm at a loss for words. It was great. Would you have anyone here who would work as a groom for me in Pribyslavitz? I had a word with Mark about coming to work as a groom in Pribyslavitz, but he says I should ask you first. Not to worry, I'll take good care of him. And I can really use someone who understands horses. I'm glad to see things getting back to normal here. How are you coping? You still want to leave here? You know how I hired a different groom for Pribyslavitz? No. It was wrong of me. I'd like to have you back. You were the best groom anyway. Well, I can help you. I've got stables in Pribyslavitz, and I'll need someone there who knows horses. And I hear you understand them very well. Safe as houses. Any bandits or cumans we didn't kill ran from the woods so fast you couldn't see their heels for dust. And there's not so many people there, so if you prefer talking to horses, well, I might have something for you. I'm the bailiff of Pribyslavitz now, and we might be building stables. Certainly. What is it? Are you still troubled by that night? I already asked her, and she said yes. All right, I'll have a word with her. I talked to her, but we haven't reached an agreement yet. You know it would be the best thing for Mark. Why helped you after all? Things should get better for you now Sir Divish will buy your horses. Soon you'll be able to hire all the stable boys you want. Yeah, I suppose you're right. I won't deprive you of another stable boy. Naturally, I wouldn't expect you to let him go without some compensation. How do you like it here? I'm glad to hear it. If you need anything, I did my best, sir. Well, I just happened to be in the area, and I noticed this band who looked quite unsavoury. There were 4 of them, and clearly they were up to no good. Well, naturally, I had to take steps to liberate him. There was no reasoning with them. They thought since it was 4-1, I'd be no trouble. Just so, sir. They didn't look all that tough, so I put a bit of pressure on them, and they took to their heels. They were greenhorns. I think they may have been a bit intimidated by me. I'm quite sure they won't, sir. They were demanding a ransom, so I paid it on the spot, rather than risk Marius's life. Yes, sir, but that's not important. Well, to begin with, they wouldn't hear a word about letting Master Marius go. Of course, the clink of silver is the only language the likes of them understand. True, sir, and greedy with it. They wanted a fat ransom, and, well, I paid it from my own purse. I won't bother you with the details, sir. You have more important matters to attend to. And badly needed, too. We had a scout around. Right now, I believe we're standing on the village green, aren't we? Rebuilding a whole village must cost a king's ransom, though. Well, that much? I hope you're good at haggling. Where can we find so many people, sir? A village isn't a village without villagers. You'll need new subjects. Even preparing the ground for building will need lots of labour. They'll be delighted, sir. There's a stream here, and a well, right in the middle of the village. Yes, sir? Well, I'm not so sure. Phew. All right, then. Farewell, sir. My lord, it's a great honour. Thank you. Me? But Marius said it would cost a fortune. I don't know what to say, sir. But, sir, I've never done... I'd like to know who's been spreading such gossip. Well, that's, I mean... Are you sure I'm the right man for the job, sir? It's a lot of responsibility. Master Marius is safe and sound, my lord. He stayed in Pribyslavitz to finish his work. No, sir. I didn't ask him. Right away, sir. Here I am. That's that taken care of. I'm Henry. And why does Sir Divish want to build here? I see. Master Marius. And what exactly are you doing here in this godforsaken place? Well, we should inform him right away there's no more lawless rabble here, at least. Think nothing of it. My pleasure. Sir Divish sent me to find you, and it looks like I arrived just in time. Well, the outlaws are out of the way, so we can go and report to him, right? I'm Henry of Skalitz. All right. Good night. You've nothing to worry about, unless you're afraid of hares. I'll escort you then. At least I can make sure you don't get caught again. Should we get going? No, I just meant... Never mind. Wandering around ruins isn't my idea of fun. What? By me? Mind you don't trip over your own feet. Defend! Watch my arms. I'll get you. Master Blacksmith, I've got a great offer for you. We finished building the new armourer's workshop in Pribyslavitz. Now all we need is a skilled master armoursmith. Well, it's not some cushy town job, but it's for a good cause. I'm willing to give you a bit of coin to get started, until trade in Pribyslavitz is up and running. I'd like to make you an offer. Have you heard about Pribyslavitz? I'm bailiff there, and I'm rebuilding. Are you still interested in being an armourer in Pribyslavitz? Well, I'm considering it. Have to say, though, there's a lot of other fellas just begging me for the job. Maybe, maybe not. I'll have to think it over. Thank you. I'm glad to have you in my service. I even had one armoursmith come all the way from Kuttenberg, and he offered me a pile of groschen. As long as you don't mind moving to Pribyslavitz and you run the workshop well, the job is yours. So if you want this job, you'll have to persuade me somehow. Like, with silver? How do you like working for us? You won't get any glory here in the shadow of the monastery. How many monks come to buy armour from you? See? There's men enough in our village who'd soon be dead without plate. Someone's got to make it for them. Well, we've got enough battered armour in the village to keep you hammering for a year. If you forge plate for me, your armour will be the last thing many a Cuman and bandit will ever see. And you can be sure folk will come to hear of it. It'll bring glory to your craftsmanship, too. Well, I don't know what I can say to change your mind. How do you like it here, Master Otter? Would you like a new job? I'm looking for someone to care for the horses at my stables. I have, in Pribyslavitz. All right, I'll pay you to prove I'm serious, and then you'll come and work for me. I know. It was unfair of me. But I'd like you to come back. Oh. Well, I could pay you. Remember that time in Pribyslavitz? How I hired someone else? What's your tongue? I'll have you know you're talking to the new bailiff of Pribyslavitz, so show some respect. Why would I lie to you? I'll let it pass this once, but get to Pribyslavitz on the double. If you'll take me, Master Bailiff. How? Can you read? It's a red sun pierced through with a golden spear. 2 crossed branches on a golden ground. 2 silver water lily leaves on a red ground. That's what I've been telling you the whole time. So do you want the job or not? A flaming eagle with a crown on a red ground. Well, that's not much use unless you know what his coat of arms looks like. Jesus, there's no talking to you. All right. How much do you want? Not a chance. My coin's good enough for you, but not my word. I'm done with this buffoonery. Oh well, it's your loss. I'll just have to find someone else. How's that? I thought we could get an early start. Well, I'll be here first thing then.
My word, Johanka. That speech of yours on the square. I swear I never heard anything like it in my life.
So, how'd you like working in our stables?
Oh, you're a regular horse whisperer.
Glad to hear it. What? Where?
What do you mean?
Well, what happened?
Now, you could have foreseen it in one of your visions, no?
I see.
Does anyone know who did it?
Well, it must be your old place.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm beginning to feel haunted myself.
Wasn't it 10?
I know. I was just wondering if anything had changed.
What about that potion?
Well, at least they've got fuel for their fires.
What, does this look like the hand of evil to you? And did you sell it?
I didn't know a cat's paw was good for warding off revenants.
Why's that?
Oh, how dreadful.
Me? How could I? Thank you, Master. Surely you don't think I kill someone just to scare the villagers?
Well, that wasn't me. I only raised the dead.
Good.
The more frightened they are, the better. Maybe then you'll sell lots of remedies, and maybe you'll share some of the profits with your loyal apprentice.
That's still not enough, is it?
So, the job is done, eh?
But you just said the whole village is shaking with fear.
Well, surely that doesn't matter.
But if he's not been scared yet, what more can I do to frighten him?
Yeah, I bet he would.
Well, what are we waiting for then?
I've heard there's a revenant haunting these parts.
Well, it's not true then.
I went to see the tailor's wife, like you wanted.
Well, here I am. How can I be of help?
I think it turned out well. Ambrose admitted he was overdoing it with the dice playing and promised to quit. Here I am. Did you want something from me?
Sir, can I ask you about something? Oh no, I don't mean anything by it. Just that it surprises me. Well, I thought since we chased the bandits out of Pribyslavitz, the roads would be safer. Father, can I ask you about something? I thought since we drove Toth out of the province, things would be better. I mean that the roads would be safer and so on, and, well, that's not entirely the case. I thought since we drove Toth out of the province, things would be better. I mean that the roads would be safer and so on, and, well, that's not entirely the case. Well, what can we do about it? Sir, can I ask you something else about Kuno? Well, excuse me for being so bold, but there's plenty of mercenaries around. Surely you can find a more respectable band? Well, excuse me for being so bold, but there's plenty of mercenaries around. Surely you can find a more respectable band? So You want me to join them? So, you want me to join them?
Uh-huh. I understand. Uh-huh. I understand.
All right. I'll go and report to him. All right. I'll go and report to him.
I will, sir. Thanks. I will, sir. Thanks.
Who is this Sir Kuno of Rickvald? Who is this Sir Kuno of Rickvald?
That sounds a little worrying. That sounds a little worrying.
How is he indebted to you? How is he indebted to you?
Oh, that sounds like quite a story.
How did it happen?
Oh, that sounds like quite a story.
How did it happen?
Supposing I help you get rid of them.
You won't have to, Master Bailiff. A hero is what you need for a job like that. If you could find one. Well, Master Oter, I knew we'd see eye to eye. I'll gladly give you a bit of coin to get started, until your new shop starts turning some profit.
It looked promising to begin with, but then Ambrose dug his heels in and wouldn't listen to reason. It was a waste of time. I thought up a clever plan to get Ambrose to quit the dice, but his wife wouldn't have any of it, so that was the end of that. I'm afraid Ambrose met with a tragic accident. Unfortunately, Guta met with a tragic accident. It's a terrible thing, but Guta and Ambrose both met with tragic accidents.
Let's get to it then. There's a bit of a problem with that dog.
This brave fella, Felix his name is, if we can get him to spend the night at the grave, he won't be alone. Wherever he goes, he always has 2 mates tagging along.
Could be.
Well, maybe, maybe not. He claims he's not afraid of anything.
One of them is afraid of wild animals. Won't even go into the woods on his own.
Well, he's afraid of fire, but I doubt an ordinary campfire would do the trick.
How, though? Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Any particular one, Master? And how am I supposed to recognise him? One looks the same as another. Well, Master Huntsman, do you know some frightening animal noises? If you teach me, since you were so good with those nightingales, something really scary. Thanks. What kind of animal is that, anyway? Oh, I see. I better make sure I don't get gored by a rival. See what you're capable of? Our Lady didn't pick you for nothing. You help everyone around you. How do you mean? Look here, Kunesh. I can't watch you wasting away here anymore. How would you like a job? In Pribyslavitz. We're rebuilding the whole settlement. You could maybe work there as a woodcutter. What do you mean, what's it worth? I'm offering you a new life. You know what? You can go to hell. For once in your life, swallow your pride and seize the opportunity while you still can. I offer you a job, and you start giving me lip again. Supposing I give you some coin to get started. Will you go then? I'll use your head, Kunesh. Your best years are gone, you drink like a fish, and beggar's arms won't keep you alive for long. All right, I'll take you. I changed my mind. I don't think it's a good idea after all. Enough. I'm in no mood for this nonsense. Leave it be. Would you like to go to Pribyslavitz and work as a woodcutter? All right, so you can... Hang on. That's it? No questions, no demands? I have a feeling there's something you're not telling me. You can start right away if you like. My word. I'm sorry I asked now. But I'll take you. I'm sorry, but I don't want any trouble in my village. You do the right thing by the girl, and I'll find someone else. Well, Kunesh, how are you getting on here in the village? So, how's the work going? That's a dog. All right. And what do I do with him? Yeah, great idea. People will think I'm barking mad. I can't hear anything. Ah. Maybe it's because somebody, killed him. Like me. Well, you said yourself he was horrible to listen to. And, I got a little carried away. Well, I didn't have a stick. Anyway, what do we do now? Adam, listen. You're a friendly fella, and you know a thing or two about the tavern trade. How would you like to be my innkeeper? I've got a tavern in Pribyslavitz. Sir Divish put me in charge of building new homes there, but who wants to live in a village without an alehouse? And someone's got to run it. I know. That's exactly why I came to you. How are you doing? Listen, wouldn't you like to move to Pribyslavitz? I need someone there who's able to read and write and do sums. If you can do that, you'd make a good merchant to handle building materials. Well, there's nothing here, so we'll have to build everything. Alehouse, bakery, butchers, rat house. Did I mention alehouse? First, actually, I'm not quite sure. What would you recommend? So we're ready to get things started? I'll do that. I'll see what's going to be built where. Thanks. That'll be a big help. And where can I find this book? All right. And then what? What about the workers' wages and buying materials for artisans? I see. How much are you thinking? Yes, of course. Good. I'll put your wages in the trunk too. That's reassuring. Yeah, I saw some heading here right away. Well, the bailiff read Sir Divish's decree, and now I'm officially bailiff of Pribyslavitz. We're going to build here? I'm ready. I'd rather not. I'm here at the behest of Sir Divish. I'm looking for the overseer of this quarry. Would that be you, Goodman? Well, we've started with the reconstruction work, but we need more than just timber. Sir Divish has decided to rebuild Pribyslavitz, and he's entrusted me to take charge, along with his locator. But I really need that stone, and for repairing the church. Exactly. About transporting the stone to Pribyslavitz, I've got my own merchant. He'll take care of it with his hired hands. I understand. I'll be back as soon as I find someone. Uh-oh. I don't have a wagoner yet. All right. Here you are. The stone is for Sir Divish. It's only a bit of stone. I doubt he'd take it well that the overseer of his own quarry is overcharging him for it. It's for a village he wants to rebuild as quickly as possible. I'll think it over. That's better. No, that's still too much. All right, I accept. No deal then. I'd like to buy some grain. And wheat for the baker. He'll have to bake for the whole village. Well, even though it's for Sir Divish's village, I'm responsible for the rebuilding of Pribyslavitz. I'll need fodder for horses, at least 10 strong animals. About the grain I wanted. Can we talk about it again? All right. I think I'll try my luck elsewhere. I'd like to buy some grain. That's what I said. I need regular supplies for Pribyslavitz. I'm in charge of renewing the village. Looks like it. I understand. And wheat for the baker. He'll have to bake for the whole village. I'll need fodder for horses, at least 10 strong animals. I'm here again about the grain for Pribyslavitz. I've got a merchant to take care of it. Actually, I don't have anyone yet, but I'll take care of it. I'll shake on that. Couldn't we do something about the price? It's a bit on the high side. Have you got any grain to sell? No, it's not for me. It's for the villagers in Pribyslavitz. They need regular supplies. So Divish put me in charge. No, look, it doesn't matter. Can we buy from you? And wheat for the baker. He'll have to bake for the whole village. Well, I'll need fodder for horses, at least 10 strong animals. Yeah, that's me. I'd like to talk again about buying grain. I've arranged it with a merchant who does just this kind of work. Sakra! I didn't think of that. I'll arrange that and get back to you. I want to build something. I'd rather not build anything just now. I'd like to build the rat house. I'd like to extend my rat house. Let's start repairing the church. Let's finish fixing up the church. Trade is important, and we'll have a wagon bringing goods in, so we'll build a trader's store. Now, people have to eat, and bread is a must. So let's build a bakery. Let's build a butcher's shop. We need to get some stables built. We need guards to protect the village and keep the peace. And we need to build them a guardhouse. No, we don't have a tavern here yet. People need to wash the dust down after a hard day's work. We'll need plenty of tools, and they'll need repairing too. So we have to have a blacksmith. We'll need woodcutters to ensure timber supplies for building. Let's build a weir on the stream and create a small fish pond. We should build some shelters for livestock here. And we're in the middle of the woods, so we ought to have a huntsman here. That rickety old footbridge won't do. We need a proper bridge and a firm road. With all the woods around, we ought to keep bees here. There's always a demand for honey. We'll set up a charcoal burner's camp by the water. If we build a smokehouse for the butcher, he'll be able to keep us supplied with ham, bacon and sausages. We could add a fruit drying hut for the baker, so he can bake even better pastries and even fruit pies in the winter. I could use an alchemy lab at the rat house. I was thinking it would be good to have a herb garden, to grow medicinal herbs. We need some stands for storing weapons and armour. It's time the church had a new altar. It's not the house of God without one. We should have the church painted. It ought to be grand, with exquisite ornament. Well, the horses ought to have some home comforts too. Let's build stables for them. And I'll be able to keep more horses. Can we get some saddler's equipment and tools? The tavern could have its own brewery. Then we'll have fresher ale and fatter profits. Folk like a game of dice, and so do I. We should have a dice table and invite some players. Maybe I can even win back some of what I'm paying out in wages. We should build a combat arena for the garrison, to keep them in shape and well prepared. Let's build an archery range for the garrison. It's not only good for training, but also for passing the time and keeping them out of the tavern. Look here. A pretty young girl like you is wasted in a mill. Wouldn't you rather be an alehouse maid? I've got a tavern in Pribyslavitz that's got everything but a woman's touch. But Timmy was... Don't worry. If any drunk slaps your behind, as bailiff, I'll give you the right to pour his ale down his braes. Johanka sent me. She asked me to help you with your trouble. Well, Johanka thought it would help if Ambrose saw how playing dice was no good either for himself or for you. No, don't worry. Whatever I win from him, I'll give it back to you. But first, he really has to believe he's lost everything. If he lost everything he has to me, that would teach him a lesson. And then I talk to him man to man. You won't get anywhere telling him off. Ambrose has to realise it for himself. Well, she's up to her ears in work, and besides, we figured your husband wouldn't pay much attention to a woman, since he doesn't even listen to you. Where can I find Ambrose? All right. Thanks for the advice. I swear I'll do what you want. I'm not going to make a sacred oath over such a worldly thing. My word should be enough. All right, if you insist. Come on, don't tell me you don't trust me. I swear I'll give back every last groschen, as the Virgin Mary is my witness. Do you think he'll want to play with me? After all, Johanka sent me. I'm doing this for your own good. And your husband's, am I not? If I wanted to take your money, I could find easier ways. If I wanted to, of course. Oh, all right. I'm not going to swear anything. May it serve you. I'll tell you something else. How about a little game before you set off? To pass the time. Oh, it's safer in the province now. There was a pack of enemy cutthroats holed up in Pribyslavitz, north of Talmberg. Mercenaries, bandits, cumans, and other rabble. But we attacked them and smashed them to pieces. So yes, the roads are safer now. Oh, there was a band of brigands on the rampage in the province. They attacked the stud farm at Neuhof, killed old Smill, the owner, and torched the stables. Sigismund's hordes attacked Skalitz, razed the castle, pillaged the whole area, and slaughtered a lot of people. Well, enough chat. So, you're going to Kuttenberg, eh? That's nice. I've never been there. What's it like? Did you hear what happened in Merhayed? Some bandits attacked the locals. Ah, but the villagers weren't such an easy mark. They stood up to them and put up a fight. They even managed to take one captive. Tell you what, Ambrose, let's drink to your wife. Wait though. I have to tell you something about dice, right? Sir Radzig Kobyla, the royal hetman. Let's drink to Sir Radzig. I did. The bold Henry of Skalitz. Let's have a drink to my bravery. And to his loyal servant, the bold Henry of Skalitz. And Captain Robard of Talmberg was there too, fighting bravely. We must drink to him too. Not one of them could match me in combat. Ha! Let's drink to my sword-fighting skill. I rained a barrage of blows on the enemy's heads, to my strength and speed. But first I had to track down their lair. So, let's drink to my cunning too. Bravery it was, I cannot deny. It was no easy matter, I can tell you. They were cleverly holed up. But they weren't smart enough for me. Ha! To my wits. No, not to worry. Fortunately, I caught up with those bastards and put a stop to their pillaging. A dreadful sight it was. Hellish. Let's drink to the memory of poor Smill. Captain Bernard wasn't going to let that go. He rode out right away with his company to comb the countryside for those Horsens. Quite right. Let's drink to his valour. Quite right. Let's drink to his valour. And to his shining armour and his shining bulb patch. I lost my family that day. They killed my mother and father. To ma, to pa. They didn't get everyone, though. Some people took refuge in the castle, and during a nighttime storm, Sir Radzig led them to safety through a secret passage, right under the enemy's nose. It certainly was. Let's drink to Sir Radzig. But a lot more people would have died if I hadn't warned them. I took an arrow in the leg, but I still rode on to Talmberg to alert them there. That wound still hurts. We can drink to that. May those bastards burn in hell. And another thing we can drink to. Ah, sacra. I almost had you. Time. But I need that coin now. Come on, then. You have to give me a chance to get my groschen back. Sure, whatever. Let's play. Jesus, how did I manage that? You want to throw again? 3 score. 6 score. Or wager 9 score. Ah, to hell with it. 18 score. Ah, fuck it. Let's make it 600. Surely you're not going to go soft on me after one little loss. Well, if I can't change your mind, I wish you Godspeed and good trade. Learn how to lose, chicken. Aye. Let's keep them little fellas rolling, eh? Ah, I got lucky. But fortune is a fickle wench. It never stays with one man for long. But you don't mind getting your ass kicked by a greenhorn?
Ha! Groschen for me.
Ambrose, you hound. What got into you yesterday? No one had the nerve to tackle you, so you insisted I had to give you a game. But you lost, and then you got really worked up and wanted to save your reputation. We ended up playing until the early hours. Oh, you did, a few times. And then you lost everything. Everything. The whole 600 groschen you had for buying cloth in Kuttenberg. What? You don't remember? You got as drunk as a lord. Started shouting that you were the greatest dice master in Bohemia and that you'd show everyone. Actually, it wasn't by chance that I ran into you. A little, maybe. We can drink a toast to my cunning, eh? How should I know? It's not my problem. You know how it is. It's all in the wrist. It was the Virgin Mary who sent me to you. No, I mean it. My friend Johanka has been visited in her dreams by Our Lady, and she's been passing her message on to the people about amending their ways and repenting for their sins, like playing games of hazard, for example. You see how easily you were tempted into wagering everything you had on dice? You're bringing misfortune down on yourself and your family. Repent and do penance for your sins. Ask God for forgiveness and swear by the Blessed Virgin never to pick up dice again. It was your wife who sent me to you. She did it for your own good. She wanted you to quit playing, and she didn't know how to get through to you. Ambrose, can't you see how easily you were tempted into wagering everything you had on dice? You're bringing misfortune down on yourself and your family. Ask your wife for forgiveness, and swear by the Blessed Virgin that you'll never pick up dice again. And give me those dice, so they don't tempt you to play again. I'll throw them down a well where they can't put sinful thoughts in your head. Ambrose, you've seen the error of your ways. That's all I wanted. I never intended to take your money. Here, have it back. And next time, be more sensible about what you do with it. I'm glad you've seen the error of your ways, but you're not getting your coin back. That wouldn't be much of a lesson. This way you won't forget in a hurry. Oh, all right. If it means so much to you, have your coin back. But go to church as soon as you get to Kuttenberg and beg God for forgiveness. And say a prayer from me while you're at it. Oh, all right, if it means so much to you. But I'll only give you half your coin back, so you don't get off too lightly. I'll give you nothing. Do you think this was some joke? Stop whining and face the consequences of your own foolishness. So, how does being a tavern maid suit you? Listen, Matthew, I'm running Pribyslavitz now. How would you like to move there? There's work enough to be had. Lots of it. Don't you worry about that. I might have known. We've got a tavern there too, though. So, are you still interested in going to Pribyslavitz? There's a job for you if you want it. You do that. But don't forget, you'll have your work cut out. Oh, you know what? Just forget it. You'd just drink the place dry anyway. I would. At least for now. So, what do you think of the place? They'd only run away from you anyway. I might know of someone. There's this prostitute in Ledechko. Adela, her name is. There's lots of prostitutes around, not just in Ledechko. I happened across her by chance when I was tracking the Neuhof raiders. Don't look at me like that. She was mixed up with one of them and I had to question her. I wouldn't say she was particularly happy there either. Well, I'd been on the road a long time, on a mission for Sir Radzik. I was passing through Ledechko and I stopped off at the baths to get cleaned up. One thing led to another and, well. But how? What basic things? Laundry. And you can easily find another stable boy. Well, if it's as you say, the poor lad could lose his mind here. Well, if you think so, I can go there and see what I can do. You're right. I'll head off right now. If it's the will of the Blessed Virgin, it must be done. Sorry, but as long as there are bandits roaming the countryside, I can't waste time preaching to loose women. Naturally, you'll earn coin enough. Look here, I'm the bailiff there, and let's face it, one day I'll rise even higher. So you ought to stick with me as long as I still have an interest in you, don't you think? Well, we can agree on a wage to begin with, before things get up and running. I'll have to think it over. I still need a merchant for Pribyslavitz. Don't tell me you want to spend the rest of your life struggling here. I know you're a fellow who recognises a good opportunity, and that's exactly what this is. I'm sure there'll be something for you, after I take my share. How do you like it here? Including dice? It has come to my attention that there are interesting things being wagered. Thanks. I was told I could have a game or two here until Sir Erhard has time to see me. I want to play dice. Who will be my opponent? Very well. I shall try not to give offence. Quite. Nothing else? Have you got any special rules? How did I do? Have I won? How did that dice tournament actually go? Somehow I managed to miss it. And what did he do before that? Can you tell me something about yourself? Oh, that's a shame. No doubt it was once a fine place. Amen to that. How did you find this place? I've got something to wager in the dice tournament. Why wait? I'll play now. No hurry. It'll wait a while. Thank you kindly. Oh well. There's no arguing with fortune. Thanks anyway. Your friend. Oh, I'm very sorry. And, well, I don't want to be insensitive, but I was hoping to get something from him. My master's necklace, which he won at dice. A private matter. Well, Sir Radzig Cobbler of Skalitz is my liege lord. I'm Henry, but just now I'm helping Sir Hans Capon with a, There's something else I'd like to ask. I have good news for you, Sir Anselm. I know who killed your friend. Sorry, Sir Anselm, but I haven't been able to find out who the murderer is. I've changed my mind. I'll try to track down the killer. You do? Well, I'm all ears. I don't think I can help you. I've got a pressing task of my own to deal with. I'm listening. Tell me what you know. You can't trust anyone these days. So how can I help? God have mercy on his soul. Are you quite sure they don't know him? That doesn't make any sense. If one of them killed Alphonse, he'll know I'm not him. My word, the whole thing sounds like quite a twisted affair. Well, I hope I can avoid the same fate. Now, wouldn't it be better if you did that yourself? After all, I know nothing about this Alphonse. They'd see through me. Silver is silver, though. I won't recognise anything. Didn't he have something unique? A signet ring or chain or... And how am I supposed to recognise the killer? What can you tell me about Alphonse? So they don't catch me out if they start asking questions. He sounds like a man of the world, but I've never even been to Prague. I'm not sure I can fool them. What do you know about the brigands in that camp? Why don't you ask some of the local lords for help? I'm sure the Sasau custodian would lend you a few men. What was the purpose of Sir Alphonse's negotiations? I'll need to know that. It'll be a bit hard to avoid that, since it was supposed to be the entire purpose of his visit. I see. So you work for someone in Pilgrims? Is there anything else I should watch out for while passing myself off as Alphonse? I've no more questions. It was the fella they call Noggin. It was Berta, not a woman, one of the brigands. It was Mladotta, one of the brigands. It was Pechuna, a local fella who wanders the area getting supplies for the bandits. It was their chief who did it. It was old Blaha who did it. He does their writing and counting for them. They've got this wench at the camp. She's the one who killed him. She's a thief who's been keeping the company of cutthroats. No doubt she learned a lot of useful skills from them. Actually, I'm not quite sure. I'd better go back and see what more I can find out. I need a skilled swordsmith in Pribyslavitz who'll put good, strong steel in my men's hands. Are you interested? So, would you like to be my swordsmith? I helped you find the pieces of the sword. Helping me in return is the Christian thing to do. You're looking at it all wrong. You should see it as an investment in a better future. You'll get a new forge that's sure to prosper, and I'll even pay you here and now. Handsomely. Never mind. I'll find someone else for the job. How many smiths are there here in Sasau alone? In Pribyslavitz, you be the one and only. And the village is growing and growing, so there'll be fat profits to be had. And if it doesn't work out, you can always come back here, right? What's to lose? I found that mutt. Although from the noises it made, you'd hardly guess it was a dog. I have, master. I don't even need the dog. I never thought I'd stoop so low. Bark! Bark! Bark? I'll give you bark, but what if it's not enough? If we want to have him there on his own, I could always knock the other two out. I can always haul them off somewhere he won't find them. Don't worry. But what about the other fella? An oil lamp? A marvellous invention, I grant you. But what do you want to do with it? Well, that could work. Only, how can you be sure I'll manage to shoot it down? Right, I almost forgot. Aye, I'll give it a go. And then what? But what if he doesn't fall for it? All right, I'll give it a try. Are you ever going to stop going on about that? Anyway, I know the rat-eye huntsman, and he taught me an animal noise that's just as terrifying. I don't know where else I can learn animal noises, but you're kind of sure of yourself, aren't you? Oh, I don't know. Aren't you afraid? How are you getting on here, Master Swordsmith? What's the matter? You were saying about the tourney. You were saying about Black Peter. You were talking about Black Peter and avenging Svatopluk's death. Why would the tourney upset you? What tourney? Do you know anything about this Black Peter? Did your son ever win the tourney? Did Svatopluk have any wounds? Look, I'll try and find out what happened to your boy. I can't promise anything, but if I turn anything up, I'll let you know. I'm sorry about what happened to your son.
The fact that he died just after beating Black Peter and winning the tourney was no coincidence. I think I can tell you what happened to Svatopluk. I enrolled in the tourney, but I didn't win. Black Peter was the victor again. He's damn good. You were right about that Black Peter. He's tough and skilled. I didn't. Sorry. But, believe it or not, I managed to beat him and won the whole tourney. I see. And he got hurt in the arena. So what happened to him then? Do you think it was this Black Peter who killed him? Longsword. I reckon it's what I'm best at. Short sword and shield, definitely. I reckon I can't lose with a hunting sword and shield. I've had plenty of practice with an axe and shield, so I'll go for that. Warhammer and shield. I know how to handle those. I like to keep my opponent at a distance. I choose pole arms. Nothing, it's just that, well, bold talk doesn't prove anything. No, I didn't mean anything bad by it. Actually, I think it's a load of horse shit too. But how can you change people's minds? Well, can you prove your claims? I'm saying I don't think you have the balls to back up your talk. Well, supposing you spent the night at that grave, like you say. That'd prove there's no revenant, wouldn't it? Yeah, for sure. Besides, since you're so fearless, it'd be nothing to you, right? That almost sounds like you're afraid. You're a brave fella. I'm already shaking in my boots. Ma used to tell me terrible stories about revenants. She said great-grandma was eaten by one. Go where? Well, that's easy to say if you've no fear. I see monsters in the dark all the time. But you know what you could do? Well, that's easy to say. What are you talking about? But I don't. What is it? Sir Divish, I'm here about matters in Pribyslavitz. I'm sorry, sir. It was more difficult than I expected. But couldn't I try? That I would love to see. Wouldn't you like a change? We're rebuilding Pribyslavitz, and I could use you in the new tavern. Isn't there any way you could be persuaded? I'd like to make you an offer. I've been appointed bailiff of Pribyslavitz. We're resettling the place, and I need a huntsman there. What do you say? How about something to buck up your courage? Ah, probably not. You don't need it. Actually, sorry, but I don't have anything just now. So when are you going to do it? What's the matter here? Enough! One at a time. Tell me what happened. What makes you think she tried to poison you? Quiet! Good wife. Tell me your side of the story. Tell me about how you were poisoned, as you claim. Is that true? What do you think happened, good wife? And what about the herb woman? Now, I've heard enough. You, farmer, won't touch another drop of booze, or I'll leave you in the stocks to dry out. And if you raise your hand to your wife again, I'll take a bludgeon to you. No buts. There'll be no half measures with you. I'm the law here, and there'll be no poisoning in my village. You are hereby expelled from this settlement. Pack up your things and get out, or I'll clap you in the stocks. There is no poisoning as far as I can see. What goes on between the two of you is your own sorry affair. I'm done here. I've had quite enough of the pair of you. Go and take it up with the priest. Dismissed. I need an experienced merchant to help me with the rebuilding of Pribyslavitz. How would you like to move there? Well, yes. Good wife. Fled? Why on earth would I do that? Ah, that. But I heard there's one brave lad who's not afraid. Well, I don't know what his name is, but he's always arguing in the tavern that there's no revenant. He even said he'd spend the night at the graveside, just to prove there's no revenant. Is he brave or just stupid? Surely he's afraid of something. What pair? But he was alone in the tavern. Who are these two fellas? How's that? Why'd you say that? Poor lad. That's a terrible way to teach a child. A village boy? Scared of the woods? There aren't many fords along the river on the way to Sasau. Can you tell me anything else about him? You said they fell well for him. That's all I need to know. That makes a change. Well, out with it. What happened? Ugh, damn it. That is bad news. So we've no grain for the baker, no fodder for the stables? Not too appealing, I must say. And the second option? Well, we'll requisition whatever supplies are here for the good of all. Folk will just have to tighten their belts. It can't be helped. We'll just have to convince them it's for the common good. We'll order another delivery. They sent one, they'll surely send another. Can't be helped. We'll just have to make do. See to it. So we should take the best one? No? What's wrong with them? Surely they can't both be completely useless. I might have known it wouldn't be easy. Ah, so he's a pariah like the knacker, and no respectable person should buy meat from him. What is it this time? You're new here, aren't you? Welcome. True, but it depends what you can do. Good. We don't have a baker yet. So, tell me something about yourself. Well, I must say that's a surprise. But yes, I swear on my honour as bailiff. What, you were here? With the bandits? Sorry, but I can't promise you anything of the sort. What if you turn out to be a wanted outlaw or murderer fleeing the law? If word got out that I was hiding a bandit from the law, I see. So you were with Runt's band. Might someone recognise you? Don't say another word. We need a baker, so you're hired, but no one must ever find out about your past. Got it?
I'll forget everything you just said, but you get out of here as fast as your legs can carry you. We don't need your kind here.
So that's how it is. If you had anything at all to do with that band of cutthroats, you deserve to hang.
Fair enough. Since you came clean, I'll trust you and keep your secret. You're hired. No, I'm afraid in all good conscience I can't hire you. Go. I won't try to stop you, but don't let me see your face here again. I didn't risk my life going up against a band of murdering bastards so I could employ one of them. You'll hang, you piece of shit. Promises to cutthroats don't count. I'll have you taken away to Rat-Eye. They'll deal with you there. Yeah, tell that to the executioner. Well, much as I sympathise with Brisket, under the circumstances I have to go with Cockwurst. He'll cheat and folk will complain, but better that than a butcher no one wants to buy from. Well, Brisket may have lost his honour, but to soil his good name to help his fellow Christians, that's the act of a brave and moral man, and that's just the kind of people we need here. I can't say I'm surprised to see you two here. You're nothing but trouble. And what did he get? Wait, from the start, what the hell is this all about? Rook and Lumir, a known pair of troublemakers. Fighting again, are you? What's it this time? Enough swearing. One at a time, and settle down. Now, you can insult each other in your own time, not mine. What happened? Well, that's a reasonable price. Maybe, maybe not. I'll have to think it over. That seems quite a lot to me. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Why are you hiding out here? Well, couldn't you rest from your profession just as well in Sasau? Have you been out of the camp recently? Maybe down by the river? Yeah. What about the others? That's all I need to know. Well, I was just curious. Berta? Why are you hiding out here? From what? Don't you leave the camp at all? Why aren't you selling anything, good wife? Why don't you get some supplies then? Revenant? My God, that's bad news. Especially for your trade. Ah, is that so? What do you mean? I did what you asked. I don't know, why? But that's a good thing, isn't it? Well, if I did, it was only out of loyalty to my esteemed master. Yeah, exactly that. No, I was just wondering if you knew what's going on around these parts. You're welcome to try. No, there's no need for that. I'll take your word for it. Anyway, Sir Erhart wouldn't be too happy if you kill his guest before he even has a chance to talk to him. Just curious. This is quite an interesting retreat you men have here. You're Mladotter, right? And how are things here? Do you get away much? That's all. And what do you do when they're not here? Can you tell me something about the camp here? Why did you have to disappear? I'll leave you to it. No, don't go anywhere. I can go a bit higher. Go ahead. It's not worth more than that. Yeah, seat yourself. But I expect something in return. Thank you, Sir Sebastian. He'll be delighted. Thank you. I have, but you're not getting it for nothing.